incredible momentum from yesterday and soaring even higher. But I won't be doing this alone. Joining with me, my colleague from XCOM and my good friend Amit Khaitan is here with me, the powerhouse of energy and ideas. Please join me in giving a big round of applause to Amit for joining with me here in the morning.
Well, thank you so much, Rishi, and good morning, ICAI family. One more time, good morning, ICAI family. Wow, what a fantastic vibe in this hall today morning to kickstart the day too. And I can already tell that it's going to be an incredible day filled with insight, learning, and of course, when I am there, some fun as well.
Okay, and speaking of today, we have an absolute stellar lineup of sessions ahead. Let's give our member a sneak peek, Amit. What do we have lined up today?
Glad you asked, Rishi. Today we will start with a fascinating panel discussion on the new era of financial market growth, followed by insightful session on the new age of professional firms. But that's not all. We will also be exploring the global implications on India, panel discussion on vision to valuation, building billion-dollar companies, and so much more, Rishi.
Are we missing something?
Yeah, you got me there. Actually, how didn't I mention that? We are ending the day on the high note with none other than Bollywood legendary actor and singer Stephen Ben, who will take the stage to rock and entertain us in a way only he can, Rishi.
Yeah, and don't forget about Anu Kapoor, who is going to be the last speaker of the day. So stay there till the end of the day.
Yes.
And let's not forget the networking opportunities, engaging conversations, and those magical moments of learning that happens when great minds come together. Amit, don't you think this is the perfect way to start the day?
Yes, absolutely, Rishi. But let's spice the things up a bit since it's the morning. So let's wake everyone up with a quick round of engagement, which we already tried a little bit. Rishi, why don't you ask the audience something fun? But before that, let's do this very short clap exercise to wake you up all. Okay, are you ready, guys? So when I say 1, you have to clap once. When I say 3, you have to clap thrice, 3 times. So you understand this, right?
Give an example.
Yes. 2, 1, 4. Wonderful. So let's do it. 3. I think it was 4. 2, 0. Yes, you all are awake, that means. So now I guess everyone is awake, Rishi.
All right.
Yes.
So let me also
ready for your question.
Let me also check it out how awake they are. So I want you all guys to raise your hand if you had a cup of coffee already this morning. There are some hands still down, not having the coffee yet. Okay, keep hand up. Now bring it near to your mouth as if you are having the espresso. So this is going to be an espresso shot of knowledge, and you can keep it down, no problem. So we are going to have an espresso shot of knowledge and inspiration today. Thank you very much. That's what I'm talking about. So let's dive into and make day 2 that goes to history as a time to remember and cherish. So as we embark on this inspiring second day of our conference, let's take a moment to honor the nations that shapes our values, inspire our dreams, and bring us together in purpose. With immense pride and gratitude, I invite everyone to rise as we pay tribute to the national anthems of India and the UAE, followed by the ICAI motto. Technical team, please play the videos.
एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति कामं 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 कामपुरुषो पुरुषो निर्विमाणः निर्विमाणः तदेव शुक्रं तद्ब्रह्मा तदेवामृतमुच्यते तस्मिन् लोकः शतः सर्वे तदूनात्यपि कश्चन एतद्वैता 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 एतद्वैता.
Thank you very much. You can please take your seats. So Amit, you know, every successful chapter has a driving force, a leader who not only inspires but also brings unmatched energy and enthusiasm in everything they do. And today, we are about to welcome one such powerhouse.
Absolutely, Rishi. He is someone who has been a pillar of strength for this chapter, leading with passion, vision, and unwavering dedication. Every time he takes the stage, you can feel that energy in this room rise. If we have an energy thermometer on the stage, trust me, it will gonna hit 1000%. And we already have witnessed that yesterday when he was introducing CA Ankur Agrawal. And it's time for the leader to address us, the person who brings his dynamic vision and unstoppable energy to everything he does. The person who loves his ICI members like anything, the person who always carries a genuine smile on his face, the person who is my role model in the managing committee of ICI Dubai chapter, and it's our honor to welcome our energetic vice chairman, CAJAI Prakash Agrawal, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, give a big
Let's
round of
give him an
applause
energetic
to our
welcome.
vice chairman, the powerhouse.
Good morning, ICI Dubai. Okay, let me try one more time. And you know what I do, why I do it. I do always because my energy comes from you. And if you don't say good morning to me in that josh, वो energy मेरे को नहीं आती stage पर. Good morning, ICI Dubai. Lovely, what a lovely day yesterday. So many takeaways, so many wow moments. We learned about the power of one. Yes, we know about it earlier also when a prominent celebrity said, don't underestimate the power of a common man. Yes, Shah Rukh Khan. Yesterday it got re-emphasized. It starts with one and then multiplies. इससे दो लाइनें याद आई, हिंदी में है, किसी शायर ने कहा है, मैं अकेला ही चला था जानी बे मंजिल, मगर लोग साथ आते गए और कारवा बनता गया. This was the quote by Marju Sultanpuri. Yes, you can clap because you start and everyone comes along. We always heard about learn and earn. Yesterday, our president, CA Ranjit Agarwal, added one more word to it. Learn, earn and return. Return to the institute, return to the society, return to our nation for all the contribution and difference made to our life. Because when we give, we make a life. I am not saying it. This has been said by Winston Churchill. And today, if you have noted yesterday's message, Bhakti Mundra, the daughter of one of our past chairmen, a young age, she is giving back to the society by donating 15,000 plus books to children in Senegal, West Africa. Can I have a round of applause for the thought? She wants to educate the children who does not have the books. The books are lying with us. If it is idle, let's donate it. She is having a counter near the registration. Please donate the books if you have it. It will be helping a child for his education. What a noble thought. Moving on, we also learned that friendliness is important in customer experience. friendliness is important, but something is more important in the experience. That is convenience and speed. Convenience and speed of communication, that is what customers and client values. We also learnt about charterpreneurship, chartered accountant plus entrepreneurship. If I have to say, I will say charterpreneurs just sit above the entrepreneurs because entrepreneurs just take the risk. Charterpreneurs takes the calculated risk, and that is why, because they can see through the numbers, they can see the invisible between the numbers. That is why charterpreneur, chartered accountant plus entrepreneur. And finally, what made me mesmerized was the golden words which I will never forget. Never miss a single call of your parent and close ones, especially your mother. You never know when that number will stop showing on your cell phone. Mom calling, ma calling, mummy calling, amma calling. So irrespective where you are, what you do, please take that call because meri maa ke barabar koi nahi. Give a round of applause for all the mothers because unke jitna हम कभी नहीं कर सकते, उनके लिए कभी नहीं कर सकते. So please do ensure that you make a call to your mother, and whenever she calls, how much busy you are, do take their call. What a power-packed day. And why I summarized yesterday is because yesterday lived up to the theme of the conference, Envisage. Envisage to start, envisage to give back, envisage to think aloud, because if you don't have the vision, you will not have a mission. Without a vision, mission can never be accomplished. And if you are thinking that it is difficult to break free from the old shackles of responsibility and work to envisage, let me remind a quote from great John Keynes. He said, "The difficulty lies not so much in developing new ideas. The difficulty lies not so much in developing new ideas, but the difficulty is escaping from the old ones." So time to escape, time to show, time to take that courage in the new age to pursue your new dreams, new ideas. If one person in the room, one person among 3,000 members take that step, pursues the dream, I think the theme of the conference, Envisage, will be justified. As chartered accountants, we are not merely bookkeepers. We are not here only to enforce the compliances. We are the architects of transformation. We are the advisors who guide businesses and economies towards resilience and growth. And if we can do for the businesses, we can do for ourselves. Bharat is experiencing an unprecedented economic transition with initiatives like Make in India, Digital India, and Atmanirbhar Bharat. Our Bharat is on the mission to be a Vikshit Bharat, which means developed India by 2047, a nation with a vision and mission to reach from $3 trillion to $30 trillion economy by 2047. And please note that these numbers are not ambitious. These are conservative numbers by chartered accountants, and we will be achieving it in 2047. That is the vision. On the global stage, as the world is grappling with inflation, geopolitical tension, and shifting trade dynamics, Bharat stands as a beacon of hope with its resilience, innovation, and demographic dividend. As we look ahead, let's embrace the opportunities and challenges that await us. The road may be uncertain, but as history has shown, our profession thrives in uncertainty. The world may change, but the integrity, passion, and wisdom we bring to the table remains constant. I thank you all, to each and every member who is present today after leaving the premises yesterday at 10 o'clock to be here for the event and the annual conference. But I will fail in my duty if I do not say thank you to my team, my committee member, and if we do not do it together, because that is the team who has been working for last 1 month tirelessly to make this event grand success. Can I request for a thundering round of applause for each and every member of the team member who has been doing tirelessly day in, day out for last 1 month, only for you guys, only for our members. Thank you for that clap. That gives them the food of energy to go on and on. On the final note, let me leave a food of thought for you. Success is not measured by how much you earn. Success is not measured by how much you earn. By how much we elevate those around us will measure your success. Let's continue to elevate businesses, communities, and profession. And two lines, I will conclude with that. Think about it. Individually, we are one drop. Individually, we are one drop. Together, we are ocean. Individually, we are one drop. Together, we are ocean. Single drop may dry, but ocean can create explosion. Thank you very much. Hope you will enjoy the conference. Make the most of it. It is not my conference. It's not the committee conference. It's your conference. All the members of the ICA Dubai chapter, you are the reason we are having this conference. Thank you very much, and a clap for a great day ahead. Thank you.
What an incredible and inspiring address by our Vice Chairman, CA Jayaprakash Agarwal. Every time he takes the stage, he leaves us with fresh perspectives, unmatched energy, and a vision that truly resonates with all of us. Let's hear it for him. Give him a big round of applause, everyone. So, Amit.
Yep, I'm here. Yeah, absolutely, Rishi. That was nothing short of a power-packed start of the day too. But Rishi, let me ask you something. If you had to describe our next guest, our chairman, CA Rajesh Ji Somani, in one word, what it would be?
Just one word. That's a tough one. But if I had to say, I'd say maybe unstoppable. He's a leader who inspires action, always pushing boundaries and creating a vision we all believe in. What about you, Amit?
I would say pillar. Actually, to me, he is the foundation of everything he is doing here, strong, steady, and always ready to support the entire chapter. But you know, Rishi, it's not just about the word, it's about how he makes us feel motivated, empowered, and ready to achieve more. The one thing I have learned from him during his tenure is leadership is not a rank or position to be attained. Leadership is a service to be given.
Well said, Amit. That's well said, definitely. And isn't that what great leaders do? They don't just set goals, they create a movement, a wave of inspiration that brings everyone together. And the leader we are about to welcome is the perfect example of that. So with that, let's welcome our chairman onto the stage with a big round of applause. Chairman onto the stage. Give him a big round of applause, everyone.
A very good morning to all of you. Good morning. After listening number of speakers yesterday, I hope all of you feel elevated, learn new learnings, and believe it, I feel that there is no age of learning. And it confirms my strong belief that when you stop learning, you stop leading. The day started yesterday with a very encouraging address, none other than by our His Excellency, Consulate General of India, who is not representing our country here, but also our guardian in this country. Not only he, His Excellency Cabinet Minister Sheikh Nahan also acknowledged the vibration of this Dubai chapter, activity done by your ExCom, and they found that we are taking lead in organizing various relevant topics, not only related to our profession, but our business community and, for our overall Indian community. Friends, believe it, your ExCom is burning midnight oil to organize such type of events, putting their top priority for the profession and leaving all other personal preferences aside. Please put your both the hands for the XCOM, which has organized one after another event only for our professional colleagues and only to raise the bar of our profession. Another good speaker was our President CA Ranjit Kumar ji. He described our profession in very solid numbers, and we can feel proud to be a part of a profession which is the largest accounting and auditing professional body of the world. And not only that, I take it beyond it, our is the only profession which can be done, which can be start from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, Goa se Guwahati, Cuttack se Attock, by sitting any part of the country, a boy, a girl can become chartered accountant with less than $1,000 cost. I don't think any other profession can provide such type of opportunity without caste, creed, and religion. And most important, only meritorious, no amount of reservation required in our profession. Our profession system has been built up in such a manner that ample seats are available. Any interested candidate or student can start this profession with a very humble, very minimum resources. You should feel proud, and I should say you all deserve a big round of applause for the profession which you present. Dear friends, after listening other two stalwart CAs, CA Ankur Agarwal, CA Sanjay Agarwal, my belief that chartered accountant profession is the most suitable profession for the entrepreneurship has been reconfirmed. Can you believe a chartered accountant starting from the no resources, zero capital can today have a bank of 16,000 crore net worth? A chartered accountant, CA Ankur Agarwal, having no means, lost his father at the age of 6, mothers earning only 800 rupees per month, is today the name in this vibrant city as a quality and the highest developer of the building, which brings a confidence that our profession, just we need to elevate or raise our bar. And this brings me to remember the poet Kavi Dushyant Kumar, who said, कौन कहता है आसमान में छेद नहीं हो सकता? कौन कहता है आसमान में छेद नहीं हो सकता? एक पत्थर तो तबीयत से उछालो यारों. If you have a courage, if you have a desire, I think sky is the limit for a chartered accountant. Yesterday, we see the three different role of Manoj Ji Shukla. He was a poet, he was a patriot, and he was a romantic hero also in his speech. उनकी बात सुनने के बाद ऐसा लगता है कि life take you into various mode or various turn, but how you make it successful, how you make it live, that is up to us. उनके romantic address say, I also remember one of the finest line of the romantic hero who could not make it successful. एक कलम जरा रुक रुक कर चल, एक कलम जरा रुक रुक कर चल, देख क्या गजब का मुकाम आया है. एक कलम जरा रुक रुक के चल, देख क्या गजब का मुकाम आया है. कहीं उसे दर्द ना हो, तेरी नोक के नीचे उसका नाम आया है. it will be incomplete if I don't remember Pujya Swamiji message, who in a very spiritual manner, as a monk, encourage us that you are the only one. You have to decide your future. You have to decide your legacy, how you want to live in this country, how is you want to live this legacy. And I would like to end with these words. His learning was immense. Karma comes from the thinking. If you have right thinking, right come, you have lived your life. And it brings to a very impressive शायरी of about the life message. एक दिन हम राह से गुजर रहे थे, एक दिन हम राह से गुजर रहे थे, एक और शमशान दूसरी ओर जंगल थे, एक और शमशान दूसरी ओर जंगल थे, इतने में पैर एक हड्डी के टुकड़े से जा टकराया, इतने में पैर एक हड्डी के टुकड़े से जा टकराया, तो उस हड्डी के टुकड़े के ये बयान थे, ए राहगीर जरा संभल कर चल, तेरी तरह हम भी एक इंसान थे. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful event today, a lot of learning, and thank you very much all of you for your participation and giving support to your XCOM. Thank you. Good day.
Thank you so much, Chairman C.A. Rajesh Somani ji, for that inspiring and powerful address. Your vision and guidance truly set the tone for this incredible event. Can we all have a thunderous round of applause for our chairman, please? Let's do the big one, because he's been putting a lot of all the
need
pressure,
that
he has
energy.
taken it. All right, so before we jump into this session, let me ask you, Amit, do you invest in stocks?
Yes, Rishi, but just before that, I want to say the one thing which I observed from the chairman address is that service is not what is expected of us. Service is doing more than what's expected of us. So please, a big round of applause for our chairman. So coming on to your question, Rishi Bhai, yes, you caught me there. I do dabble in the markets, but I am more of a crypto man. So you know, navigating those wild swings into the crypto feels like auditing a startup, first ever balance sheet, exciting, unpredictable, and sometimes downright scary, right?
Yes, exactly, Amit. And speaking of crypto and stocks, let me ask, how many of us, when they're in the meetings, they're doing meeting and also clicking on the stocks and the cryptos just to see what the market is like? How many? There are quite a few.
Let me be honest, how many of you have invested in a coin just because its name sounded cool? Any meme coins and all? Don't worry, you are not alone. I have been there too, but that's not the way that makes the journey so exciting, right?
Well, that's why the session is so important. The financial markets are evolving faster than ever before. From disruptive technologies to global economic shifts, navigating this new era is both an art and a science. And that's exactly what we are going to discuss today.
We have brought together an extraordinary panel of experts who live the breathe financial market. These are the leaders, visionaries, and thinkers who have not only mastered the art of investing, but have also helped shape the financial landscape as we know it.
Right. So our panelists for this session are the brilliant Radhika Gupta, who is going to join, and she'll be on the stage managing the whole discussion. Then we have Vijay Kedia, then we have Varun Daya joining with us. And the stellar will be moderated by Sonia Shinoy. Thank you very much for joining with us.
But before that, we welcome on the stage, let's first set the stage for the discussions. May I request the technical team to play the introductory voiceover to formally introduce our esteemed panelists. Technical team. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, our panelist for the day is Ms. Radhika Gupta, Managing Director and CEO, Edelweiss Mutual Fund. Radhika Gupta, Managing Director and CEO of Edelweiss Mutual Fund, is a trailblazer in the Indian financial sector. she has transformed the company into a leading asset management firm. Her journey spans roles at Microsoft, McKinsey, and AQR Capital, before founding Forefront Capital, later acquired by Edelweiss. Radhika's leadership saw the seamless integration of JP Morgan Mutual Fund and the launch of India's first corporate bond ETF, Bharat Bond. Recognized globally, she's a young global leader by the World Economic Forum and has been featured in GQ's Most Influential Young Indians and Forbes Self-Made Women. Radhika also stars as a shark on Shark Tank India Season 3. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Ms. Radhika Gupta. Ladies and gentlemen, our panelist for the day is Dr. Vijay Kedia, Director, Kedia Securities. Dr. Vijay Kedia, a celebrated investor and a true legend in India's financial world. With over 30 years of stock market expertise, he has transformed humble beginnings into extraordinary success. Known for his sharp foresight and disciplined approach, several of his investments have delivered staggering returns. A sought-after speaker, Dr. Kedia has inspired audiences at top institutions like IIMs, IIT Bombay, and the London Business School, and has delivered 2 impactful TEDx talks. Honored with multiple awards, including the ACE Investor Award and the Sarvotam Samman, he's also a passionate advocate for financial literacy, creatively sharing his insights through songs and storytelling. Dr. Kedia's journey is a testament to vision, resilience, and the power of knowledge sharing. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Dr. Vijay Kedia. Ladies and gentlemen, our panelist for the day is Mr. Varun Daga, co-founder and fund manager, Girik Capital. Varun Daga embarked on his investment journey at the young age of 19 and now boasts over 2 decades of expertise in Indian equities. In 2009, he co-founded Girik Capital alongside his partner, Charandeep Singh, establishing a portfolio management firm that has set benchmarks in the industry. Over the past 15 years, Girik Capital has achieved an extraordinary 19x return, compared to the Nifty's 5.5x during the same period, a testament to its exceptional performance. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Varun Daga. Ladies and gentlemen, our moderator for the day is Ms. Sonia Shenoy, business news journalist and former executive editor, CNBC TV 18. Sonia Shenoy is a seasoned business journalist with over 15 years of experience at CNBC TV 18. Known for her sharp insights and engaging style, she has anchored popular stock market shows like Bazaar Morning Call and Halftime Report. She also hosts Smart Money, a weekly investor education show focused on financial literacy and wealth creation. In addition to her on-screen presence, Sonia co-led a research team of 10 analysts, delivering market-relevant insights. Currently, she hosts the podcast I Did It My Way, featuring candid conversations with business leaders and newsmakers. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Ms. Sonia Shenoy.
So the stage is yours, Sonia. Over to you. The stage is all yours.
We have mics.
Yeah, 1 billion, 2 billion.
You have a mic? क्या कहा आपने? विजय जी क्या कहा आपने? हाँ नहीं आपने अभी कुछ गाना शुरू किया था क्या? हाँ पास में ले लीजिए.
विजय क्लेम्स कि उनकी आवाज खराब है, उनकी शायरी गाना सब अच्छा चल रहा है. So he has promised me he is going to sing at the end of this.
एक हाँ
कह दो ना you are my सोनिया।
नहीं नहीं
मैं इसलिए नहीं बोलता हूँ, पहली लाइन में गाऊंगा, बाकी की लाइन सब गाने लग जाएंगे। नहीं तो मेरे को क्या है, एक बात मैं आपको बोलना चाहता हूँ कि जैसे ये सब तो शेरो शायरी चल रही थी, सोमानी जी भी कुछ गा रहे थे, उसके पहले भी कुछ बोल रहे थे, आपने भी बोला कल रात को कि अपने धमाल करेंगे, तो मेरे को खाली एक बात याद आती है यहाँ पे, एक शायरी याद आ रही है मेरे को, वो आप सब लोगों के लिए है कि अभी जो इंडिया का जो भविष्य है ना, उसमें खाली आप एक ही चीज़ याद रखिएगा, ये 4 लाइन, हर हालत में टिके रहो, यही समय का नियम है, ऑटो ड्राइवर सीएम बन गया, उसमें बोला था जब शिंदे जी बने थे, ऑटो ड्राइवर सीएम बन गया, चाय वाला पीएम है, ये खेल अभी भी जारी है, करनी तुम्हें तैयारी है, कसले कमर उठा ले बीड़ा, अब तेरी ही बारी है।
वाह 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 वाह, अमेजिंग अमेजिंग। बट फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल आई मीन, हाँ एक दूसरे को सुनाई नहीं दे रहा है थोड़ा सा ना माइक की वजह से। But first of all, thank you so much to every single person who is here today. It is an absolute pleasure to be here. It's my first time, and of course with this great panel, I mean, it can only get better from here. So I promise it's going to be very entertaining, infotainment as we call it. तो बहुत सारी बातें करेंगे, and now we know that Vijay Kedia ji likes to sing more than he likes to invest. Is that correct? Am I right?
Actually, it'll be fun, Sonia, because, you know, my 2-year-old who's sitting there, before I went up, he's like, these big people, they're only talking boring stuff all day. So I think for him, we have to, if we want to make him an aspiring CA, we actually have to have fun.
We have to have fun. So Radhika, of course, is a veteran in this field. She has done amazing work. Vijay Kedia ji, everyone knows, he's so talented. Varun Daga, you know, not too many people know Varun and me were in college together, and he has made an amazing name for himself. So a big round of applause to all 3 panelists here. You know, all of us have different things that we do in life, but one thing unites us, and that is the markets, right? The stock market, it is really the teacher. It makes you humble. It gives you everything. It helps you create wealth. So I want to start with that. Kedia ji, aapse pehle, how are you feeling right now at this point in time? Because सब लोग बहुत इंडिया के बारे में बहुत ही excited हैं, इंडिया में, इंडिया के बाहर. तो हाँ, आपको.
I'll be the translator, I guess.
अच्छा, I think he can't hear us for some reason. थोड़ा echo आ रहा है ना? ठीक है. तो आपको कैसे लग रहा है अभी मार्केट के बारे में?
मार्केट क्या लगता है? देखो सिंपल ट्रांसलेशन है सर.
सिंपल तो ऐसा है यार कि वो हिंदी में बोलते हैं ना, सदा दिवाली संत की आटो पैरानंद, और आई ऑलवेज से कि मैं सावन का अंधा हूँ, मेरे को हरा ही हरा दिखाई देता है ऑलवेज, यू नो. सो आई एम ऑलवेज बुलिश. So, and I think that whatever has happened in this market, whatever this correction had come in the abhi jo aaya tha, I think that is the final bottom, and I think we are again, you know, up for the new high. Maybe it might come after the budget and all, but I think worst in this market is over, and jo chal raha tha, that will keep on continuing.
Okay, जो चल रहा था, that will keep on continuing. Varun, you know, come in on this because it is a market that is still very underpenetrated, right? India में अगर देखा जाएगा तो there are barely 50 million unique mutual fund holders, demat accounts. So this scope is huge. In that context, both from India and from your vantage point of sitting in Dubai, how are you feeling about the scope over the next, for the mutual fund industry particularly?
No, I think it's been a phenomenal journey for the mutual fund industry, and I think what that taught me is that in markets, discipline is more important than intelligence, right? If you saw the mutual fund industry from 10 lakh crore is over 60 lakh crore over the past, 10 years? So you've created 50 lakh crore into equities through mutual funds, and it's all come because of discipline and not just intelligence, because the retailers kept putting in money and the SIPs, and the industry has done a phenomenal job to educate people. So I think we've just scratched the surface and the train has left the station. It's just going to go better and better. Of course, you will see corrections and ups and downs in markets that will keep happening. But I guess, you know, the LIC of the past has become the SIP of the future, right? Like now it's all about SIP. Everyone wants to do the SIP. and the industry is doing a great job to manage that capital well. So I think it's just the beginning.
It's just the beginning, okay? And someone who made SIPs very popular is right here in India. You know, everyone knows Radhika for, you know, going out there and creating that equity cult and helping it grow. I've known Radhika for what, almost like 15, 20 years now?
I'm not that old. I've not even been working for 20 years, but yeah, 15 years.
15 years. And, you know, I mean, this journey has been phenomenal for you, Radhika. But, you know, as Varun was saying, I mean, it's just the beginning, right? We just scratched the surface. What more do you think needs to be done now to get that equity cult growing?
So firstly, I couldn't be prouder. You know, I mean, 10 years ago, I think if you told someone, I work for a mutual fund, they would have said, "Aap bank mein naukri karte ho kya?" And 20 years ago, if you had asked a person कि आप अपनी पहली salary के साथ क्या करते हो, in India they would have said, मैं RD करता हूँ, which stands for recurring deposit. I was sitting in a room full of colleagues from my team and various ages. So we asked this, you know, quick question, भाई पहली salary के साथ क्या किया? So all the people about 30, 40 were like, RD किया, RD किया. And then the people who are in their 20s are like, RD क्या होता है? हम तो SIP करते हैं. In fact, I travel to a lot of tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 cities now, and lots of funny things happen to me, especially post Shark Tank. But one of the things that happens is, you know, I go to these security checks, and once a guard went up to me, I think it was in Nagpur, and he said, "Madam, आपको कहीं देखा है?" मैंने कहा देखा होगा. He said, "आप influencer हैं?" मैंने कहा मैं influencer नहीं हूँ. He's like, नहीं आप वो SIP वाली मैडम है. So SIP वाली has become a moniker. That's how much we've seeped into pop culture. And yet, if you look at it, 5 crore investors is actually nothing, Sonia. In a country like India, where actually of 140 crore population, 10% of India is now a legitimately rich, developed country. So that's 12-14 crore log with a per capita income of 12,000. So forget tier 3, we have not even covered tier 1. And I leave you with this stat. It makes me very optimistic about my profession. India ki abhi, our economy is about 4 trillion in size. We all believe that at some point we will become a $10 trillion economy. And if you look at a very similar economy, it was the US in the late 80s, and it was 4 trillion in size. So when they went from 4 to 10, their GDP went up 2.5 times. There's all the group of CAs here. How much do you think their mutual fund industry grew? Their economy grew 2.5 times. How much do you think their mutual fund industry grew?
As a percentage of...
No, how many times?
5 times?
5 times? 24 times.
Wow.
24 times.
Wow.
And that is a statistic to be very, very optimistic about the future. So, you know, I always say कि अभी तो as far as equity culture and mutual funds, बूंदाबांदी हुई है, बारिश भी नहीं हुई और बाढ़ आनी तो बहुत दूर की बात है.
Okay, that is all fair. But you know, a lot of us tend to be in a bubble of our own, right? हम सब जो है यहाँ पे सभी लोग जो बैठे हैं, top 1% of population है, इंडिया की चाहे दुबई की, right? वो top 1% को अगर निकाल दिया जाए, तो below the surface middle class, lower middle class में बहुत सारी problems चल रही हैं अभी. Whether it's high inflation, whether it's jobs की कमी है अभी इंडिया में, you know, lot of things, right? So I just want to know कि अगर वो top 1 to 5% इंडिया को निकाल दिया जाए, तो how can we get the middle class? Because अगर आप केडिया जी, अगर आप FMCG कंपनी से बात करें, कोई भी नेस्ले हो चाहे HUL हो चाहे, वो लोग बोलेंगे कि अभी सेल्स जो है कम हो गई हैं, ये दिवाली इतनी बढ़िया नहीं थी. तो आपको क्या लगता है कि are we overhyping the India growth story?
I'll tell you one thing. This is not a new thing. मेरा एक गाना है सोनिया जी, मैं आपको बताता हूँ. कभी DI, कभी FI, इन्फ्लेशन, कभी तेल, कभी डॉलर, कभी बारिश, इन सबका है ये खेल. लॉन्ग टर्म के हैं कई नाम यहाँ, जरा हट के जरा बच के शॉर्ट टर्म में मेरी जान. राइट. तो उसका दूसरा अंतरा ये,
big round of applause for that.
और उसका दूसरा अंतरा ये है, कभी मैक्रो, कभी माइक्रो, कभी स्लो डाउन, कभी स्केल, कभी US, कभी चाइना, इन सबका है ये खेल. अगेन यही बात है कि लॉन्ग टर्म के हैं कई नाम यहाँ, और या टेंशन के हैं कई नाम यहाँ, जरा हट के जरा बच के शॉर्ट टर्म में मेरी जान. तो What I mean to say is this: in short term, you will find all these things. If you will see anything from your अगर आंख से देखेंगे तो blurred दिखाई देगा, right? How many times we have seen all these things कि कभी rural slow down है, कभी urban slow down है, कभी suburban slow down है, कभी forex का problem है, कभी China का problem है, कभी inflation है, कभी interest rate है. ये सब तो जिंदगी है. कभी जुकाम लगती है, कभी सिर दुखता है.
और कभी सर कुछ ना हो तो वैल्यूएशन सस्ता नहीं
तो
है.
valuation
अगर कोई
सस्ता है.
प्रॉब्लम नहीं है तो वैल्यूएशन की
वो तो
प्रॉब्लम.
सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम होती है.
तो ये सब तो चलता रहता है जी. ये सब तो ये चलता रहेगा. अल्टीमेटली जो मेरे को एक बात ये समझ में आती है सोनिया जी, वो ये है कि हम लोग थोड़े साल पहले तक इंडिया में बोलते थे जैसे रोटी, कपड़ा और मकान, ये 3 चीज़ें नारा दिया जाता था. 15-20 साल से वी हैड स्टार्टेड सेइंग दैट रोटी, कपड़ा, मकान और डेटा. यू कैन डाइट, जैसे आप डाइट पे रहते हो, परपेचुअल डाइट पे आप रहते हो. तो आप खाना कम खा सकते हो, कपड़े कम पहन सकते हो, मकान में छोटे रह सकते हो, डेटा आप जरूर यूज़ करोगे.
करेक्ट.
सुबह गुड मॉर्निंग से लेकर गुड नाइट तक आप डेटा यूज़ करते हो. तो वो एक कल्ट हो गया. अभी वो तीसरा जो चौथा जो इसमें जो कल्ट आ रहा है, रोटी, कपड़ा, मकान, डेटा और वो सिप या स्टॉक मार्केट. तो ये जो इतना बड़ा ये जो आ रहा है, ये जो कल्ट जो क्रिएट हो रहा है ना, तो ये सब चीज़ों को, और सब लोग अभी होशियार हो रहे हैं इन्वेस्टर्स, उनके लिए सब मामूली बात हो गई. कभी वो नेस्ले ठीक नहीं कर रहा है, कभी हिंदुस्तान लीवर ठीक नहीं कर रहा है, तो कभी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ठीक कर रहा है, कभी एयरलाइंस ठीक कर रही है, कभी कुछ ठीक कर रहा है. तो अगर पूरी चीज़ अगर हम देखेंगे, सब चीज़ों को अपने साथ अलाइनमेंट हो, तो आप इन्वेस्ट नहीं कर पाओगे इंडिया के अंदर.
करेक्ट. और आप सभी लोगों ने लॉन्ग टर्म वेल्थ क्रिएट किया है अपने लिए, दूसरों के लिए, कम्युनिटी के लिए, शेयर होल्डर्स के लिए. तो आपको क्या लगता है यहाँ से अगले 10 साल एज इंडिया गोज टू अ $10 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी, किसी को लॉन्ग टर्म वेल्थ क्रिएट करना है तो ये 2-3-4 चीज़ें क्या हैं जो ध्यान में रखना चाहिए?
So I'll just give you 3 very simple things. First is S, which is in the context of India. आप साधारण simple चीज़ें करो. I know when this panel started, पहले क्रिप्टो का जिक्र हुआ, इक्विटी का जिक्र हुआ, तो SIP का नहीं हुआ, तो I was very sad. But I think इंडिया में जो विजय जी ने कहा ना, 10 साल के अंदर मार्केट बेटा ही आपको इतने पैसे कमा के देगा, सिंपल इक्विटी ही आपको इतने पैसे कमा के देगा, that your investing approach really, and मैं थोड़ा वायरल हो गई हूँ इस वर्ड के लिए, has to be very दाल चावल in nature. So simple equity, there is nothing like simple equity. The second tip I have is I, which is ignore the short-term drama. As Vijay ji said, India is like, the best line I've heard about India is about having bifocal vision. तो अगर आप 10 साल का हिंदुस्तान देखो वहाँ, it's like a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. There's a lot of return, there's $10 trillion economy, etc. But वो जो pot of gold का रास्ता है ना, that has a lot of drama. It has Adani Hindenburg report, one state election, one HUL, etc., etc. So India is also about ignoring. And the third thing which I say is India is about a tremendous amount of patience. I think a lot of investors are obsessed. हम देखते हैं कि market में कब पैसा डालें. When do we invest? When do we invest? When do we invest? I'll tell you a story from our own fund. We had a mid-cap fund that we launched, and I can make fun of myself, in November 2007. Now, there are CAs here, they will say, Vijay ji, उससे वाहियात कोई time नहीं हो सकता fund launch करने का. उससे वाहियात November 2007. Its NAV was 10. It went to 2. The person lost 80%. You would think anybody who has invested in India mid-caps in 2007 is a fool. You know, that NAV is well past 100 also.
Yeah.
It was just about staying invested. So, SIP. Simple products, ignore the drama, and stay patient.
Okay, so simple, that is something that I will definitely remember. Simple products, ignore the drama, and have patience, right?
एक सेकंड सोनिया.
हाँ जी बोलिए.
मेरे से रहा नहीं जाता, बीच-बीच में मेरे को मेरा गाना याद आ जाता है.
हाँ बताइए, of course.
मैं बता देता हूँ. एक मेरा लाइन है कि अब एक सीक्रेट तुझे अपन भी बताएगा, इंडिया को शॉर्ट किया तो गॉड भी ना बचाएगा, इंडिया हबीब मेरा, इंडिया नसीब है, तू बड़ा ही अजीब है, जो भी तुझको लेके बैठा वही खुश नसीब है.
वाह 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 वाह. और and Varun, you were saying ना कि विजय जी will not sing. उनकी तो शायरी पे शायरी चल रही है. Amazing, amazing. But you have also created a lot of wealth. So any thoughts?
No, so first, I think before that you asked about, employment and, the lower rank of people. But, it's what's happening in India. I'll give you an example, like the food food industry or the food distribution and the quick commerce industry alone has created 8 lakh jobs in the past 5 years. This is more jobs what TCS created, right? And TCS was the largest creator of jobs, and you're giving jobs to the unemployed. So there are places where you will find employment get generated which you can't even think of, right? Coming back to what one should do to create long-term capital, so like Radhika gave 3 words, I'm going to give my 3 words. I think for me, number 1 is believe, right? I feel all of us are in disbelief. We don't believe the country, we don't believe the politics, we don't believe the markets, we don't believe the valuation. I mean, so many things we say, the promoter chor hai, ye hai, wo hai, right? So as analysts or as investors, we are always doubting. So I feel that, and I always tell my team, just start with believing. Put yourself in the shoes of the promoter and believe him. I'll give you an example. Zomato at $50, right? When he was acquiring Blinkit at 500 million, today it's worth 15 billion in 5 years.
No one would have thought that the story would grow like that.
And nobody believed him, right? He's shouting and telling everybody, I feel the GOE is higher, the frequency is higher, the delivery cost is lower, it could do better than food delivery. Nobody believed, right? Nobody even wanted to analyze it. Forget believing. It's your choice whether to invest or not. But I feel a lot of stuff you'll see a sea of opportunities if you start believing in the country, in the management, in businesses. At least take a look at it, at least analyze it. I mean, my example, my analyst came to me with a Suzlon at 8 rupees and went to 80. I said, really? Suzlon? Let's drop it, So you don't even go ahead and evaluate just because you have your egos and your mindset of
biases.
disbelief. Your own biases. So I think investing starts with your own mind and killing your own biases to trusting in managements, in businesses, in newness. And once you start believing, you will start seeing sea of opportunities when you start putting yourself in the shoes. If you align yourself with the promoter's vision or the management's vision, I think you will start seeing a lot more than you see as an investor.
Okay.
I think number 2 is once you know what you want to get in, you need courage, right? I think a lot of people fail because they're just not able to act. I think not able to act is probably the biggest mistake people make, right? Even if you lose money, make that action, like act, right? Have courage to, put the money in, right? A lot of people wait, markets are expensive, this, that. But I think courage is so important to make money in the markets. And all the big investors have shown that courage, taken that action when the time has come. And the last one is patience, right? Once you make that bet, ride your winners. If you have losers, cut them early and ride your winners as long as you can. I mean, there are people in the country who have made a fortune just in a single stock by just riding that winner. I mean, your dear friend, Mr. Rakesh Jhunjhunwala, I mean, a legend, one stock, Titan, made his fortune and created history, right? So I feel just ride your winners, be patient, and a lot can happen. And survive, right? Like the longer you survive, the longer you will compound. So focus on your health. Make sure you live for 90, like Warren Buffett.
Absolutely.
You live longer and then you compound longer.
By the way, a lot of people don't know this. Varun is also very big into spirituality. And I think that's great because, all of us are dealing with money. And money causes its own set of, the psychology of money is something which is very hard. I mean, you need to detach yourself when you're managing other people's money. So Varun, you want to tell us a little bit about that? I mean, your spiritual journey, how does it marry in with, your investment philosophy? And for all the people here who are investing, managing their own money, managing other people's money, what role does, spirituality play in that?
Yeah, I mean, now we are getting spiritual, yeah. No, but I think it plays a huge role because you understand the impermanence of life, right? Like, we are going to leave everything here and go. So in that sense, you get a lot detached to what you're doing. And again, your ego, your pride, your successes don't get into your head because you know it's all temporary, right? And once you know that, you realize that what you're doing is karma, and you're trying to do things to make life better for yourself, your family, your employees, and you're not taking it very personally, and you're not priding yourself with that. So, I mean, and that's why I talk about survival, right? You survive longer, you take care of yourself, you meditate, you do yoga, and a lot.
That keeps you going.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay if you compound at 18, 20%. You don't have to compound at 30% or 40% or make that doubler in crypto, or, it's very tempting to get that
quick buck.
Quick buck, right? I want to double my money every year, and which is the next doubler? A lot of people will come to him and, sir, ek stock bata do. But that's not the way it works, because his conviction is not going to be your conviction, right? A lot of people bought Titan, only one man held it, right? So you have to make your conviction, you have to understand yourself, you have to make your rule book, and I think that's what I learned, never just go by tips and rumors and news and perception. You have to create your own, you have to understand yourself.
Your own playbook.
Your own playbook.
Absolutely.
And follow it.
Okay. विजय जी, आप जब आप एक स्टॉक, कोई भी स्टॉक पिक करते हैं, तो आपकी जो कन्विक्शन है वो स्टॉक में, आप कैसे बनाए रखते हैं? मतलब आपकी बहुत सारे पिक्स हैं जो कभी 20% नीचे, कभी 30% ऊपर गए हैं सालों में, तो आपको कैसे आप डिसाइड करते हैं कि कभी एग्जिट करना है, कभी और लेना है?
So I'll tell you, so far, whenever I invest in any company or any shares, that time I do not have any price target, or I do not have any time target in my mind. It is for indefinite period, okay? But I may change my mind tomorrow. That does not mean that suppose if I find there is some problem in the company, that does not mean that I will still stick to the shares, right? I might sell it. But while I am buying, I do not have any target. I just flow with the time, or I just flow with the company. As long as company is doing well, or whatever they had planned, if they are doing accordingly, I will stick to the company. I will give you an example, which I drew it from Ramayana. Like Vibhishan did. Vibhishan was a very termed as a good yogi and whatever it is. And he was a shrewd investor. He had invested in a company called Ravana, okay, which had a Sone ki Lanka. Okay, in that company he was the key man of that company, key shareholder of that company, big stakeholder. But when he realized that the management has lost its focus, so immediately he exited from the company. And what he did, he entered into a company. Raman was also a AAA company, right? But at that time, he exited and he entered into a company which was a AAA rating, but going under some crisis. So he joined Ram. Okay.
Achha.
So this is what I do, this strategy of exit and entry into this market. When the focus of the management change, then I don't have any reason to stay in a company. For example, I had bought one company which was the largest tea manufacturing company in second largest in the world and first largest in India, second largest in India. And after a few years, I had bought reasonable chunk of that company. And after a few years, they decided that they wanted to diversify into a sugar company, So tea is also cyclical and sugar is also cyclical. So that time it was I realized that they are defocused now. They are moving away from their focus. And later on, when I attended their EGM, and I got to hear that people are talking about that they may go to buy some milk company in UK. And the sugar company they bought in Bihar, again, not in UP, which is the sugar belt and all. So in AGM, they were talking about that they are going to buy some milk company. So now I realize that this tea manufacturing company is defocusing, and now they are going to open some tea shop only, chacha tea stall or chai ka dukaan khulne wala hai. So I exited from the stock.
But if you take a similar example, he was giving of Zomato, right? Zomato also bought Blinkit. In a way, it was kind of defocusing as well. Just from being a food delivery, then it went into getting into everything, delivery of everything, quick commerce. So How do you deal with that situation?
No, Sonia ji, that was only delivery company. Zomato was also a delivery company.
Correct.
Okay, it was not that they started, they thought that, okay, I am going to open my own restaurants and all.
Correct.
They did not decide that I am going to manufacturing सब दाल चावल चीनी का मैं पुलाव बनाऊंगा या बिरयानी बनाऊंगा और बिरयानी बनाकर बेचने लग जाऊंगा. So far they haven't decided.
Correct.
So both are identical. And Blinkit also, I think, belonged to the same promoter, his wife or something.
Yes,
It was something
yes.
said. But apart of that, it was in the same line. It was not altogether different line. So you see, there are many examples where you will find that company which is diversified in unrelated field. You know, like suppose you are making a car and you are a successful car manufacturer. Have you ever seen any car manufacturer going and making a tire? You know,
Yes.
although it is the same vertical, you can call it because tires are used in automobile only. But both are selling is totally different.
Okay.
So it is not totally. This is little bit related.
Okay, okay. So another thing I wanted to ask, and Radhika made this point about valuations, right? Now what is happening in the market is anything and everything is expensive. Good quality companies are very expensive. So when you pick a company, Radhika, you jump in on this, do you hunt for value or do you still pick quality despite, how expensive the stock is? I mean, how do you look at it that way?
So I'll come to that. It's a great question, but I must mention one thing on Zomato. You know, when the stock market got really nervous on Zomato, it was not about Blinkit. There was a minor noise about Zomato wanting to become an NBFC. Now that is very, very scary, right? Delivery, there is always, ITC goes from cigarettes to biscuits. That's ancillary expansion. That's still in core area of competence. But doing something that is totally out of mandate, Rashesh calls it the Maruti underwear. You make Maruti and then you say, "Mera customer to middle class hai, to main underwear bhi bana deta hu." That is what people get nervous about. I think coming to valuations, before I come to how we think about companies, one thing you have to realize is that India has not been cheap for a very, very long time.
Correct.
In fact, if you look at the trailing, if you look at the Nifty and you look at the trailing multiple of the Nifty over the last 10 years, it has gone up from 14 to 24. So India has consistently gotten more expensive and it wasn't cheap in COVID either. And one of the reasons for that is that in the last decade, I always say earnings growth thoda Karan Arjun ki tarah tha. Hum kehte the aayega, lekin aata kabhi nahi tha. This decade, you've actually started to see earnings growth. Now, coming to fund management, I actually believe public fund management has become an increasingly hard job in this environment because you take a company like Trent, growing spectacularly, delivering 25-30% profit growth. We've seen that company grow from 30 multiple to, I don't know what Trent's multiple is, but it's well in excess of 100. Now, do you cut your winners too quickly in this kind of market? Do you hold on to established practices? It is a lot more hard. So for us, there are a couple of principles that are very important. One is we've decided that we are not going to be value investors, we are not going to be growth investors. We are not going to bucket ourselves into these categories. We are going to look at companies. So we are very happy to pay the multiple for Trent if we see growth, but we are also happy to hold a typical kind of value stock. We will not be anchored to one kind of thesis. What is uncontestable for us is management has to have the interest of minority shareholders intact. So one of the things that we spend a lot of time on doing in companies, especially because we do a lot of mid and small cap companies, is forensic analysis. Are your accounting practices clean? Are you paying your audit fees, that are well out of line? Are you doing related party transactions? So as long as management is taking care of the interest of minority shareholders, as long as business model is robust, we will be very happy to mix between value and growth. And I caution everybody who stays away from India because of valuations to remember that India has gotten increasingly more expensive. And in the context of being the fastest growing economy in the world, you are paying for growth.
Correct. I absolutely
and
agree.
One more thing I would like to point out. Like India is transforming from like we were stuck in an HMT moment. Like HMT also used to make watch. That time you might have not born.
I know, I mean,
So
HMT was.
we had stuck in that HMT moment. From HMT moment, we have migrated to Titan moment. Now Titan Moment 2, we are migrating to Rolex Moment. All these three companies, they show you time only, okay?
Yeah.
5 o'clock means 5 o'clock. But one has closed down, and Titan say watch you can buy at maybe say 10,000, 15,000. For Rolex, you have to wait for 1 year or 2 years, and you have to pay minimum 12 lakhs rupees or 15 lakhs rupees. So this is what you have to pay for the brand. You have to pay for the reliability. You have to pay for all these things. Like this is what all these brands are teaching us. Like you are wearing Hermes, maybe 2 lakh rupees का dress है. ये आपको 5,000 रुपये में भी मिल जाएगा आपको.
No, I agree. I would add to that, if you look at even the index composition has changed. Like if you just go back to 2007, you had all the Anil Ambani group companies, Reliance Capital, Reliance Power, all these companies were in the, ONGC was 8% of the index, right? HDFC Bank was just 1.6% of the index. So, valuation has to also be seen what companies were there earlier and what companies are there today. The composition of the index has completely changed back then and now. If you look at the financials, for example, right, 30% of the index is financial. They're the cheapest they've ever been in the past 5 years. So, one has to really look at things in isolation, not just, label it that, oh, markets are expensive.
Correct, correct. No, one thing what stands out from the conversation we're having is India has become very aspirational. Right? Everyone from the middle class to lower middle class, there are, people who are doing menial jobs like, watchman, liftman. They also aspire their kids to become CAs, their kids to go abroad and study. So India has become very aspirational. In that sense, Vijayji, I wanted your thoughts on Trent, not on the stock, but just on that aspirational story, right? A stock like Trent is very expensive. But it also speaks about Westside, Zudio, they have brought Zara into the country, they've made it accessible to the Indian, right? You think despite the stock being expensive, because of this aspirational growth story, it will still continue to get premium?
You see, Sonia ji, I understand only one thing. Like, if you have to, like whatever, we are the fastest growing economy in the world, fastest growing country in the world. Like suppose, आप नौकरी कर रहे हैं. और समझो आपको 5 लाख रुपया महीना मिलता है या 50 लाख रुपया आपको मिलता है, आपका वो 50 लाख ही रहने वाला है आपका लाइफ में. अगर सपोज आपका प्रमोशन हो जाएगा, 50 लाख का 60 लाख हो जाएगा, 80 लाख हो जाएगा. अब सब तो राधिका के जैसे नहीं है ना कि 20 करोड़ का 30 करोड़ का सबको स्टॉक ऑप्शन मिला हुआ सब. ठीक है, तो अभी कमिंग टू द पॉइंट, स्टॉक ऑप्शन मिला हुआ है इस बोलकर करोड़पति है, वरपति ऐसी बोलकर. So what I'm trying to, my point is this, that how are you going to be benefited if like in this Amrit Kal we are going to become $30 trillion economy or say $35 trillion economy by 2047. If you are, अगर आप नौकरी के अंदर में हैं या कोई एक बिजनेस कर रहे हैं जिसमें potentiality is limited, how are you going to create immense wealth in your lifetime?
Correct.
Only by investing on India. Correct. Only by investing into the stock market. Correct. You tell me there is no other options. जो आपके नौकरी के कर करके अगर आपको दूसरा कुछ तोड़फोड़ कर सकते हैं लाइफ के अंदर में, नहीं तो इंडिया का अमृत काल आ भी चला जाएगा. लेकिन आपको जो ड्राइवर है जिसको आज आप 25,000 40,000 रुपया दे रहे हो, 10 साल बाद आपको 70,000 80,000 रुपया दोगे, 1 लाख दे दोगे आप 10 साल बाद. वो इन्फ्लेशन में उतना ही एडजस्ट होने वाला है, वो वही कपड़े पहन के आने वाला है. तो ये जो कल जो चालू हुआ है सिप का, जो इन्होंने शुरू किया, जो स्टॉक मार्केट वाले जो ये सिप का या जो ये है, ये खाली एक पार्टिसिपेशन है उस इकोनॉमी के अंदर में, या उस अमृत काल का पार्टिसिपेशन है. वो पार्टिसिपेशन अगर आपको करना है तो टिकट के दाम 20 दिन अगर पहले आप ले रहे हो एयरलाइंस की टिकट तो 3,000 में मिलती है. लेकिन 5 दिन बाद आपको रियलाइज हुआ मेरे को जाना, तो आपको 10,000 रुपया देना पड़ेगा उस टिकट का ना. नहीं तो फिर आप पैदल चले जाओ दुबई कि भाई मेरे को नहीं जाने का, पैसा इतना खर्चा नहीं करने का. सो यू हैव टू बी इन द गेम, सो यू आर पेइंग ए प्रीमियम टू बी इन द गेम. व्हाट आई मीन टू से.
एब्सोल्युटली. अच्छे तरीके से आपने इनका पूरा स्टॉक ऑप्शंस के बारे में बोल दिया.
I am not commenting on that, but I was.
अच्छा मैंने कम बोल दिया. That is why she doesn't want to comment. I'm sorry.
मैं चुप हूँ.
Sorry.
सबको लगता है दूसरों के पास ज्यादा है. पता है मैं आपको एक चीज बोलती हूँ,
लगता है दूसरों के पास ज्यादा पैसा है.
मेरे नेबर के पास मुझसे ज्यादा तो होगा ही.
But you know one thing Vijay said is I think one thing people
वैसे मैंने डॉलर में बोला था 20-30 करोड़.
Sorry.
हाँ मैंने डॉलर में. Indian rupees में I'm here in Dubai.
Please send me a recording of this conversation, Indian Chartered Accountants Association. But one thing that is happening, Sonia, that both of them talked about is India has a very strong unorganized to organized story that is playing out in each sector. You're talking about Trent. brands are getting created in India. Even someone who is lower middle class will not want to buy the unbranded shoe from a market. They'll pay the money because the swoosh is on the shoe. I'll give you an example of, and this is one of my biggest learnings from Shark Tank, that India in every sector is going to have tens, hundreds of brands getting created. I mean, we used to have 2 suitcase companies, VIP and Safari, and they made, and you had Samsonite, which was overpriced. Now you have Mokobara, you have Nashar Miles, you have many, and in every sector you're going to see unorganized guys going away, organized guys taking market share. Take a product like sarees. How many branded sari players? Everybody in India buys sarees. How many branded sari players are there in India?
Barely.
There's Nalli's and now there's Taneira. Take Tanishq. It was a highly unorganized market. It's one of the few branded, Tanishq, Kalyan. So you're going to have brands that emerge out of India.
Indian, local,
Indian
homegrown brands
that emerge, and brands are going to acquire a premium, organized businesses.
And we are seeing that, you know, in the market now. You just see the coffee market, for example, in India, right? Earlier, we would all have Starbucks, and sitting in Bombay, I'm telling you that now there are 4, 5 different coffee chains in Bombay, whether it's a Subco, Third Wave Coffee. Pricing is as high as a Starbucks, but people are preferring to consume Indian-made, Indian homegrown brands. So I completely take your point on that. And you know, since we are here in Dubai, and I do know that the Indian diaspora is large in Dubai, 3.5 million Indians, 40% of the expat community in Dubai is Indians, right? Varun, you moved to Dubai 7 years ago. You were born and brought up in Bombay, and then you moved to Dubai. From the vantage point that you have from the NRI community here or the expat community, what is your view? I mean, how has the investment journey been? Has there been more interest in the Indian markets from the NRI community?
No, 100%. I think NRIs love India more than us. You know, we are too much in the midst of it, and I really like that optimism. Especially, they love Modi, right? Our Prime Minister. I know people who go to India to vote, which is quite amazing. And I think stable politics has also really helped stable government. And now you cannot ignore India, right? It's impossible to ignore India. There is a lot of affinity for people in Dubai to, you know, go to India, invest in India. A lot more people are inquiring about it. Of course, the common thing is valuation, right? Everybody says valuation, but what about valuation? And I feel we are over obsessed with valuation, right? And one needs to reduce that. You know, what is valuation? P ratio, right? Price and earnings. I think focus has to be more on earnings than on price. I think we are so obsessed with price. Itna chal gaya. Trend was always 100p at a 2,000 crore market cap and at a 2 lakh crore market cap.
Correct.
Right, so I think one has to see what is the potential of earnings, and that's why we talk about India, right? It's such a growing market that the earnings can go up 100x, right? So I mean, why do you worry about the price so much, right? If you doubt the earnings growth, then you have to worry about the price. So one has to really look forward. But yeah, I mean, we can see here. I've never addressed such a big audience, you know.
Yeah.
The last time I addressed such a big audience, I was doing a meditation session for them.
Okay, maybe you can take one meditation session also for us. But we just have 3 or 4 minutes left, and then we'll open the floor for Q&A, which will be also very interesting. But any final thoughts? And मतलब आपसे एक गाना भी हो जाए. देखिए पूरे
गाना गाना है सर.
हाँ, आपको गाना गाना पड़ेगा. सब लोग की ऐसे फरमाइश है, तो आपका जो लेटेस्ट, अच्छा देखिए ऑलरेडी तालियां बजना स्टार्ट हो गए. बट आपका जो लेटेस्ट सॉन्ग है,
अभी लेटेस्ट 2 दिन पहले आपने I have not heard
मार्केट पे एक सॉन्ग लिखा था ना
You have
आपने.
to sing, Vijay. Especially since you made fun of my ESOPs, you have to sing. And then if I have whatever ESOPs I have, I'll give you some. Not that you need any, but you have to sing.
वाओ, स्टेज पे बोल दिया राधिका ने. हम लोग ने क्या बिगाड़ा, हमको भी दे दो थोड़ा सा.
आप भी गाना गा लो.
एक कोरस हो जाए.
कोरस, come on.
अच्छा ठीक है, राधिका जी ने भी मेरे को बोला था, तो मैं एक गाना सुनाता हूँ, वो पुराना थोड़ा सा जो मैंने लिखा था. देखो चेंज हो रही है. मेरा थोड़ी आवाज़ खराब है, दारू ज़्यादा पी लिया यहाँ पे, तो माइंड मत करना. देखो चेंज हो रही है, अपनी एस्ट्रोनॉमी 30 ट्रिलियन होगी, इंडिया की इकोनॉमी और एक चीज बढ़ेगी, अपना स्वाभिमान। ओ मैं चला मैं बेयर बदनाम।
वाह वाह वाह, बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज। ये आप सब लिरिक्स खुद से लिखते हैं?
हाँ, 100% लिरिक्स को लिखता।
तो आपको
इसमें
टाइम,
नकल नहीं है, स्कूल में करता था, कॉलेज में इसमें नकल नहीं है।
आपको टाइम कैसे मिलता है? इन्वेस्ट करते हैं, मार्केट देखते हैं, गाने लिखते हैं?
नहीं, आप ये बोलो इन्वेस्टमेंट का टाइम किधर मिलता था? बट टाइम ही टाइम, यही काम करने के लिए पैदा हुए हैं।
इन्वेस्टर्स आर द स्मार्टेस्ट पीपल। काम कोई और करता है, हम लोग बस नोट गिनते हैं।
गाना गाते हैं, शायरी करते हैं, नोट लिखते हैं, रियलिटी टीवी करते हैं।
नहीं, वैसे एक बात बताता हूँ सोनिया जी, आपने जो पूछा था ना योग के लिए, इनको पूछा था, मेरे को ऐसा लगता है जो म्यूजिक है ना, ये हाईएस्ट लेवल का योग है, मेडिटेशन है। म्यूजिक जो है हाईएस्ट लेवल का मेडिटेशन है। इसमें आपके जैसे जैसे इन्वेस्टमेंट में भी क्या होता है ना, देयर इज अ कोट ऑफ माइंड दैट इन्वेस्टिंग इज ऑल्सो लाइक योगा। यू नो, योर बॉडी माइंड एंड सोल हैव टू बी अलाइन टुगेदर। What you are thinking, what you are saying, and what you are doing, executing, all have to be in one alignment, you know. Same thing is happening into music also. When you are, आप खुद जब आप गाते हो तो आप सोचो, आप इधर उधर सब भूल जाते हो आप उसको। वही इन्वेस्टमेंट का भी है। तो मेरे को दोनों को सेम साधना लगती है दोनों को। वो पिक्चर वाली साधना नहीं, मन
अच्छा, हाँ, मन की साधना। समझ में आया, समझ में आया। Okay, so I mean, Varun does meditation, Vijay ji does a lot of singing. Radhika, for busting stress, what do you do?
Well, till I had a 2-year-old, I used to watch movies, and मुझे गाना नहीं आता, but you know, you asked to wrap up with some thoughts on India. I always tell people कि अगर बदलता हुआ हिंदुस्तान देखना है तो हमारे पिक्चरों की प्रोग्रेशन देखनी चाहिए। I mean, if you go back to, oh, that was
बदलता हुआ हिंदुस्तान,
बाजार पिक्चर।
हाँ, बताइए। Then we'll
So
open
if you
for
look
Q&A.
at movies from the 50s, 60s and 70s, essentially you had Mother India, where you had a moneylender who was actually a negative character. I always say, thank God NBFCs are in better shape in films now. You had an India of the angry young man. This was 50s, 60s and 70s. And actually, money had a very negative color. Your villains were corporates, mill owners, and we used to sing songs. विजय जी, आपको याद होगा, एक इंडिया में बहुत पॉपुलर गाना था मदर इंडिया का कि दुनिया में अगर हम आए हैं तो जीना ही पड़ेगा, ये जीवन अगर जहर है तो पीना ही पड़ेगा. This I call one generation of India. Then there is my generation which saw a transitionary India, which is of the 90s. A lot of foreign stuff came to market. We had Yash Chopra, we went abroad in chiffon sarees, sang songs in Switzerland, aspired to move to the West. That was in some sense another generation of India. If you see the generation of India that my son is growing up in, today Hindi films sing Natu Natu and win an Oscar on a global stage. Today, Hindi films are less set in Switzerland and more in Patiala and Coimbatore. And today, the songs we are singing in our films are what? कौन कहता है मुझसे ना हो पाएगा? विजय जी complete करिए. अपना time आएगा. That is the progression that you are seeing. And cinema is the greatest reflection of society.
Absolutely. तो अपना time आएगा. On that note, a big round of applause to all our panelists here. It was really a lot of fun. I didn't realize how time flew. But let's open the floor for question and answer. We have so many raising their hands. So yes, the gentleman right here in the front. Yes, if we can. Oh, I'm so sorry. We have only time for 2 questions. So we have one here and then one I think at the back. If we can just hand the mic over to him.
Thank you, all of you. This was a lovely conversation. Firstly, Vijay sir, a big fan of yours. Just wanted to ask one thing. I just want to know that today, what is the stage we are at, keeping in mind all the countries that are there? How do you see India and what potential that it has? Because here we are in Dubai. What's happening is they have a lot of options. They can invest in US, they can invest in China, they can invest in any other country. How do you see India? What sort of growth that can we see as compared to other countries? For Radhika ji, I have one question that keeping in mind you are one of the propagators of SIPs, how much do you think one person should have in SIPs? And how do you see index investing going forward and passive funds doing, active funds doing in India? And last question to Varun sir, what do you see, which sector that is
I think we'll take 2 questions and then we'll give somebody else also a chance.
This is genuinely a question from us. Vijay ji asked me to kind of summarize the question because I can hear the best. This is genuinely an association of CAs क्योंकि उसने एक question में 4 पूछ लिए तो पूरी वसूली कर ली है question के time. I think, Vijay, there was a question for you on how you see India versus others.
Versus other
countries.
Versus China, US and India. How is India as an investing opportunity?
And there was a question, if I'm not wrong, on active versus passive, which I can take. But पहले आप अपना India versus other countries का देख लीजिए.
नहीं देखो, India versus China, let me be very honest, very frank. Let us not compare with China. We are comparing. लेकिन चाइना इस 18-19 ट्रिलियन डॉलर इकोनॉमी है, हम लोग अभी 3.5-4 ट्रिलियन डॉलर इकोनॉमी पे हम लोग अभी भी अटके हुए हैं हमारा. तो मेरे को लग रहा है चाइना के साथ कंपैरिजन मत करो, इंडिया को इंडिया के साथ कंपैरिजन करो. जैसे हम लोग को भी हमारे पेरेंट्स यही सिखाते हैं ना कि अपना मेरा कंपटीशन मेरे खुद के साथ में है, मेरा कंपटीशन मेरे बाजू वाले के साथ में नहीं है. ठीक है. और इस बात का मैं दूसरा जवाब एक खाली इसी से आप समझ लो कि अमृतकाल के 25 साल में भारत की हुई एंट्री है, तेज गति से बढ़ने वाली ये नंबर 1 कंट्री है, 3 साल में टॉप 3 पे होंगे, ये सब सीए की गारंटी है.
Wow. Okay, and you have to also answer his question.
I have to answer 2 different questions, right? Because I think he had 2. So he had a question on what should the size of your SIP book be, and he had a question on active versus passive. So I don't think there is a right size for an SIP book. I always say you should aspire कि आपकी जितनी post tax salary है, आप अपनी SIP book कितनी maximize कर सकते हैं. And I'll tell you this analogy. मैं दिल्ली की हूँ, and I remember in the 90s if you wanted to show off your net worth in Delhi, because in Delhi we like to show off everything, you would say मेरी वहाँ एक property है और वहाँ एक plot है और कुंडली में एक land है और ये है. I think the new metric of wealth should be मेरी इतनी बड़ी SIP book है. And so I think you should target making your SIP book as big as possible. On active versus passive, मैं इस सवाल का जवाब अपनी ज़िंदगी की हर दिन देती हूँ, and thanks to people like Sonia. I actually think it doesn't matter. आप active funds choose कर लीजिए, आप passive funds choose कर लीजिए, वो आपकी choice है. India's asset management market is so good. We have great products in active, we have great products in passive. And I always say ये जो versus है ना शब्द, ये versus शब्द बेकार है, because ये सिर्फ debates मीडिया वाले करवाते हैं. You can do active funds, you can do passive funds. In my own portfolio, my son's portfolio, we have a mix of funds. The important thing is you invest in India. Whether active or passive doesn't matter. It's like लड़की साड़ी पहने, बनारसी पहने, कांजीवरम पहने, क्या फर्क पड़ता है? साड़ी पहननी चाहिए ना?
Okay, all right, guys. On that note, we have completely run out of time. I'm so sorry. अभी ये font पहले छोटा कर दिया. Time is up का. अभी font का बड़ा हो गया है, तो हमको wrap करना पड़ेगा.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Give a big round of applause to our panelists and our moderator. They have really rocked it. We can see the people are getting up to congratulate and thank them for their time. And Radhik, just stay here please for a second.
Rishi, the sessions like these that truly broaden our horizon and help us navigating ever-evolving world of financial markets. And speaking of gratitude, it's now a special moment to honor our esteemed speakers and panelists. May I request our chairman and vice chairman on the stage to present a memento to all the panelists and moderator.
And also I want to add, Radhika ji was there. She's not new to us. She was there in 2010-11, if I remember correctly, and our Surinder Jain Saab was the chairman that time. So Jain Saab, if you are in the room, please, you can also join on the stage with us. It's a great moment to have you here, and you have one of the speakers of the past who is here with us again. Before we move to the next part of the session, we have a raffle draw. And I just wanted to mention you that we have raffle draw entire day today. We are starting with this one. So first one is from National Bonds. So can I request National Bond to please join on the stage with me? So National Bond has picked up 3 winners. I want to announce, if you are in the room, please join on the stage to take this certificate of 500 dirhams from the National Bonds team. So the winners are Mr. Kamlesh and Suraj Subedi and Santosh Goel. If you are here in the room, can you please join on the stage very quickly? Santosh, are you there? Please raise your hand if you are there. You take it on his behalf. Suraj Subedi. Suraj Subedi. Kamlesh. Come, sir. Please come fast. We have to. अरे सर आपके लिए अलग प्राइस रखा है पता नहीं ये मुझे पता इसमें भी ऑल So Amit, let's move to the next session.
Yeah, visualizing the new age of professional firms.
Right. So new age of professional firms. So let me ask you, Amit, if you were to start a professional firm today, what's the first thing you will do? You will hire a bunch of technology persons or invest into buying a fancy coffee machine?
Rishi, that's a good question. I think I would get that coffee machine first. How else I am going to keep those techniques work over time? What do you think? What could be the more strategic?
Oh, I think ordering a ping pong table would be first for me. You got to have to make the office fun. Besides, clients love seeing their auditors with a good forehand.
Yes, all jokes aside, professional firms today are so different from what they used to be. The culture, the technology, the way we deliver services, everything has changed. It's exciting but also a bit daunting. What do you think, Rishi Bhai?
Absolutely, Amit. It feels like the entire concept of a professional firm is being rewritten as we speak. And that brings us to the next session, visualizing the new age of professional firms. This is where we dive into the future of our profession and what it means to all of us.
We are about to hear from someone who is just not witnessing this transformation, but is leading it. Our speaker, Mr. Jameel Khatri, co-founder and CEO of Unicus, a visionary who has been redefining the boundaries of what professional firms can achieve.
Right. I think now I'd like to request the technical team to please play the voiceover introduction for our next speaker, Jameel Khatri.
Ladies and gentlemen, our speaker for the day is Mr. Jameel Khatri, co-founder and CEO, Uniques. Jameel Khatri, a seasoned chartered accountant and US certified public accountant,
settle down,
brings
please?
30 years of global experience across India, the UK, and the US. As co-founder and CEO of Uniques Consultech, he leads a tech-enabled consultancy focusing on ESG and accounting and reporting, with operations spanning the US, Middle East, and India. Backed by Nexus Venture Partners, Sorin Investments, and leading private investors, Uniques is redefining consultancy services. Previously, Jameel held leadership roles at KPMG, heading their US Generally Accepted Accounting Principles and SEC practice, Global Accounting Advisory Services, and Assurance practice. Recognized as a top business leader under 40 by the Economic Times, he is also a passionate mentor, investor, and advocate for education initiatives supporting underprivileged girls. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Jameel Khatri.
Am I audible? All righty. So, good morning and great to be here. First of all, thanks to Rajesh ji and ICAI for this opportunity. We spoke in the last session, we heard how the Indian markets are going to be. And I think I want to talk about in this session how the new professional services firms are emerging and what is the opportunity before many of us. Actually, before I go there, I just want to show of hands, how many people in this room are practitioners versus from industry actually? Practitioners? Okay, it's a fair mix and just useful for me to know as we kind of structure the conversation. So I'll start by talking about, sorry, one sec, how does this work? I want to just start by talking about what a professional services firm actually means today. So many of us come from an era where we knew somebody did taxation, somebody did consulting, somebody did audit, and that really was a professional services firm. But I think that's changing. So for those of you, how many tax practitioners out here? Okay. So today, as we know, there are many legal firms that actually do tax work. So does that make a legal firm a professional services firm? And I think we see that a lot in India, we see it in other markets where legal firms are doing things that traditionally would be done by professional services firms. The big four, and again, I'll maybe just some kind of questions for the audience as well. What percentage of revenues of Deloitte today is audit? Anybody has a guess? Less than a third, right? And I think that's how the big four are evolving, where people know that in addition to traditional services, it's about how are you preparing yourself to serve your clients for the future. Deloitte actually owns a lot of advertising companies now. They own digital marketing companies because that's really what their clients were asking them, right? So that's another example of how the boundary is changing in terms of how we traditionally thought professional services to work. Technology services company, Infosys and WNS, which is a large outsourcing company, they have a CFO advisory practice. So they advise their clients on finance transformation. Again, typically something that we would have expected a professional services firm to do. There are many other large independent firms that have emerged in our world. So for example, for those of you familiar, Kroll has become a big consulting firm, a new age consulting company. Alvarez and Marcel does a lot of work in consulting, and so on and so forth. For those of us again who are from the tax arena, there was a time where we felt that what we did could only be done by a professional, could be done by humans. But today, there are technology product companies that do work that used to be done by professionals earlier. So for example, for individual taxation, there is a company called ClearTax that does a lot of work that tax practitioners used to do earlier. And I think the point I want to leave behind out here is as we think about the future of professional services, it is not the way we traditionally saw professional services, but what is the art of the possible in terms of what you can do for your clients. I don't know how many of you know about our company Unicus, but we set up this company. I spent 27 years with KPMG and I set up Unicus 2 years ago. And one of the things we decided is that there were only 3 things that matter to us actually at Unicus. The first is our clients, the second thing is our people, and the third thing is technology. Anything that does not fall within these 3 is a waste of time. So we don't have committees, we don't have leadership teams, we don't believe in titles, because anything that moves us away from either of these criteria for us is a waste of time actually. And I think the reason again I'm bringing this up is I think centricity around clients, around people and around technology is going to define professional services. You know, again, I don't know how many of you know, but within 2 years we have 500 people across 11 offices in India, in this market, to the UAE, in Saudi Arabia and the United States. And when we bring in talent, so we have 55 partners, MDs and directors, the one red flag for us where we never recruit a person is if they say, what is my title? Anybody who joins for a title does not belong in Unicus actually. So again, I want to reiterate this point, not for talking about Unicus itself, but if one wants to build in a new age professional services firm, the belief has to be ultimately what is right for your client, what is right for your people, and how are you leveraging technology. So let me talk about what being relevant to clients means for a new age professional services firm. I think this point was spoken about in the previous session as well, which is focus. I very commonly talk about this, that if you look at manufacturing and if you look at the automobile industry, there was something 2 decades ago that happened which I call disaggregation of manufacturing. So imagine if there is a car company and the car company wants to buy components. It doesn't go to a component maker and say, listen, can you give me all the components? That doesn't work. It doesn't work like that. What the car company goes, it goes to the best piston maker, it goes to the best braking system maker, the best electronic component supplier, and this is what was called as disaggregation of manufacturing. Our belief is that there is similar disaggregation going on in services right now, which will pick up in the future. And what that means is for firms like ours or specialized firms, there is a huge benefit in terms of specializing in something and being focused and not losing focus at all. In this market of the UAE itself, we do work for one of the largest energy companies. We competed against all the big 4. And ultimately, the reason why we were successful is because we were seen as a specialized, focused firm that could do justice to the area, in that case being climate risk, right? So the point is, there is a for you to serve a client in a proper manner, it's very important that you are specialized and known for something. The second thing is globalization. Now, I know many of you may operate in the local market, but there are many ways in which you can globalize. So you can be a part of an alliance, you can be a part of an association. I think the other thing that's going to happen is M&A. There has to be consolidation in the professional services industry. In the United States, there is a huge consolidation going on in the CPA market. A lot of CPA firms are acquiring other CPA firms to become bigger in size so that they can serve their clients as well. And therefore, I think globalization and consolidation is the other important thing from a client service perspective. Building a brand. I think there are many professionals and many services firms who believe that if they do a good job, word will travel. That's not enough, folks. I think we are in a different world today. You have to talk about what you stand for. You have to brand yourself. There is enough available today in social media for people to brand themselves. LinkedIn is a great platform. We have recruited partners on LinkedIn actually. So people have approached us, collaborations have happened on LinkedIn, M&A has happened on LinkedIn. And this will only happen if you are conscious that of course, if you do only marketing but your work is not good, nothing will help you. But just because you're doing good work, don't assume in today's world that effectively people will know what you stand for. So I think branding is extremely important in terms of what you do as a services firm. Being client-centric. With all respect to big companies, I think the benefit of an agile small company is that you can be really focused on the client. There was a very interesting post somebody put out on LinkedIn a few weeks ago, and it said, if you are in a new age startup company, you have to fight for your clients because you don't have a brand, right? You don't have an inherent brand. So you have to fight for work. But they said it's better to fight for work rather than unlike some of the big companies where the brand brings in the work and then people fight to decide who will do the work. Yeah? So I think that is the advantage we have of being client-centric. It doesn't matter. Nobody owns a client. You have to actually go in there and make sure that the solutions you bring in are relevant for your client. And finally, as I said, build in an alliance ecosystem. I think our experience has been, and again, within a short period of 2 years, we have 250 clients across the globe. And what has really resonated is our clients tell us that whatever you do, you're doing it from our perspective and not the way you are organized. So we don't think about geography. We don't think about, is this a client of India? Is this a client of the UAE? Is this a client of Saudi Arabia? Is this a client of the United States? We think about it as a global client of Unicus, and that's really what has resonated very well for us. This is a secret sauce actually. You can have the best of clients, but if you don't have the ability to attract talent, okay, you will not be successful. Ours is a people business, of course, getting impacted by technology in a big manner, but still a people business, and therefore it's very important to build the entire people agenda. The first thing I'll call out is culture and values. In my experience, today, the youth wants to work for a purposeful organization. They want to know what they're doing. They want to do high quality, meaningful work. And that kind of is something that as somebody who runs a new age professional services firm, you need to be very cognizant of. We have a set of values. We call them ACTED: agility, collaboration, trust, excellence, and drive impact. And everything that we do at Unicus is basically derived from those core values, right? So it's very important for our people, and that is what makes Unicus an attractive brand to our people. The second thing that we've learned is that when you build a brand, it's different to build the brand for your clients and it's different to build the brand for talent. Talent is looking for something else. So for example, when we position ourselves, we talk about the fact that unlike traditional companies, we are a global company where you as a professional has the ability to work on clients across the globe, right? That resonates with talent. Or we make mobility of people from one geography to another very easy. Or I don't know how many of you are auditors, and again with full respect, the fact that we don't do audit makes us very attractive as well to many people, right? Because there's no conflict, there's no regulator. I just came back spending 2 weeks in the United States, and actually people love the fact there's no Security and Exchange Commission, there's no PCAOB, all of that stuff on your backside. So whatever it might be, the important part really is how do you build a brand for talent? Because if you go and talk about things which are relevant to clients but not to talent, you won't be able to attract the people. And if you're not able to attract the people, you won't really attract the business that comes along having high quality people. We are very proud. In our second year, we were recognized by LinkedIn as the best employer brand for this year in our category. And I think that actually is a factor of honestly not how smart we are, but how focused we are on the agenda actually. I think focus brings in a lot of kind of recognition. So that's something I wanted to call out. Diversity of talent. I'm a huge believer. Historically, when we've spoken about diversity, we've got stuck at gender. I think that's only one part of the game. Because we are building a global company, we are very focused on diversity of nationality, of ethnicity, of where people come from. And again, when you recruit people, and I'll give you an example, like I said, I just came back from the US. There's one part of our business where we were not able to attract a talent that was not Indian. We were only able to attract people who were descendants, Indian, origin was Indian. And we realized the mistake we were making is all the interviewers were only Indians. So when the interviewers were Indian, the message that they were giving across is that we were not a global company. While in the same office, for another business where the interviewers were more diverse, right, in terms of their nationality, we were able to attract global talent quite easily. So I think some of these things matter in terms of how you build your company, how do you build your business, and therefore are able to attract not just talent which is your nationality, but let's say, for example, we've got, like I said, a big operation in Saudi Arabia. 80% of our people in Saudi Arabia are effectively native Arab, people who are from the region and not necessarily people who are from the subcontinent, right? So I think it's very important for you, if you are to build a global firm or a new age firm, to have that diversity in terms of people. Creating and sharing wealth. Historically, when services firms have been formed, they've been formed as partnership. As I said earlier, I spent 27 years with KPMG, and of course, you're very successful. I led many businesses. I made a lot of income. God was kind, but I don't own anything. Because when I retire as a partner, when I move out as a partner, I don't own any equity. Now compare that to somebody who built Accenture, right? They own equity in the company. Or somebody who's been a part of the Infosys journey, they own equity in the company. The question really is, today, talent wants the opportunity to own something. So at Unicus, which is why we decided to be a company, so we are incorporated as a Delaware company in the United States, and 20% of our equity is actually owned by partners and MDs and directors who are building Unicus along with the founders, right? And what that does is it makes people feel that they actually own the organization they are a part of. So I think that's very important in terms of attracting talent. I want to call the point on institution building first. When you are a startup and when you are building a new company, sometimes you feel that what matters the most is to get the job done, just get the client. But ultimately, what is equally important is the ability to build systems and processes along the way, and that's what you kind of is about institution building. So that even if the key people, the founders, etc., are not around, the institution goes on for itself. I think that's really important in terms of you build a new company. One of the best compliments that came our way was we were recruiting from a college, a very prestigious college in India. And this was a management college, and a talent who joined us compared to BCG and McKinsey. One of my recruiters asked her, why did you join Unicus and not join a big company? And she said, what I really like about Unicus is that it has the agility of a startup, but the stability of a big company. And that has always stuck with us, that even as you build an agile company, how do you make sure that you build in the systems and processes of an institution? Technology. I think this is the third leg I'd like to call out. Whatever we felt would require a human to do, honestly, it's a matter of time before big chunks of this will be done by technology. On the left, you'll see a company, H2O.ai, that's kind of founded by a friend of ours in Silicon Valley. This company has the ability, from an audit forensic perspective, to do a lot of what we used to do through using judgment, through picking samples, etc. So there's a lot of stuff going on in AI out there. Similarly, Mindbridge is a Canadian company that's bringing in technology into the world of auditing and supporting audits. And finally, the third one is an example where people are so frustrated with, basically that technology is become so cumbersome. But with ChatGPT and AI with us today, many people are taking things in their own hand, and their ability to build something is not dependent upon technology provided, but AI itself is enabling it. And this is only going to increase. I want to just show you one of these. What just happened here is, this is typically the work that lawyers used to do. Or when you have to compare a contract with your policy, You would look at the contract, you look at the policy, you'll find exceptions. This will take like hours and hours of work. Within 30 seconds, this is a product, it's called CoCounsel. It's owned by Thomson Reuters in the United States. And basically, it is able to compare any document with any other document and not only identify exception, but rewrite the document to be in line with your policies, right? And this is really what the power of AI is today. And as I said, this is just the beginning. Our belief really is that the entire process of reporting, compliance will all be impacted by AI in a very big manner, and therefore it's up to you as a company to say how you are adopting technology. I just want to make 2-3 other points out here. The first is on AI agents. So again, last week when I was in the US, Salesforce made an announcement that instead of needing experts to implement Salesforce, Salesforce was building its own AI agent that will do the implementation itself. That one news in one day added $25 billion to Salesforce's market cap, right? That's the power of what AI could do in traditional services, whether it's our world of accounting, taxation, auditing, or whether it is the world of technology services company that do implementation. I just want to make one other point. You may say now this is all great, but how do we fund all of this? The great news is that private equity and the venture capital industry has realized there is a huge industry existing in professional services. So the amount of private equity that's kind of coming into our sector is amazing, particularly in places like the United States. I don't know how many of you followed, but Grant Thornton has now in the United States broken up its advisory business, and New Mountain Capital, which is the private equity, has come in. BDO has gotten Apollo as a part of their structure. And there are enough and more companies which are backed by private equity. We ourselves are backed by private equity out of Silicon Valley, and that gives us the ability to build what I said earlier. So if you are looking at building a new age professional services company, it's important for you to realize that you don't have to do it only out of the traditional mode of your own capital, but external capital is also available. Finally, I'd like to close with how do you bring all of this to life? So I mentioned a lot of concepts in a very short period of time. Some of it hopefully resonated with you, but these are the 4 things that have helped us to grow Unicus into a 500 people, 55 partner MD organization in 2 years. The first is on vision. When I started Unicus, I could very well have said, I'll start India first, then I'll go to something which I'm more familiar with, which is the UAE. But actually we decided that for us all 4 markets were equally important. So we went to Saudi along with the UAE, we went to the United States at the same time, and therefore making sure you have the right vision for what you want to achieve is very important. And as the thing says, the greatest danger is not that the aim is too high and we miss it, but it's too low and we achieve it and are satisfied with what we're doing, right? So it's very important to have the right vision. Drucker, most of us have read this earlier. We believe at Unicus, values and culture are more important than what we put out, in our strategy document. Nobody cares a damn about a strategy document or a plan anymore. So I think it's very important for you to live that through your values and your culture. As a leader, our role, I strongly believe if you're leading a professional services firm, is to build other leaders and not merely have followers. Because if you only have followers, you are restricting the growth of your organization based on your own bandwidth. So it's very important to get that going. And finally, my favorite, everybody can have a vision, but vision without execution is hallucination. It is madness actually. So therefore, all of this comes to life only if you have the ability to execute and build what you believe, what your vision might be. So with that, I'll close, and I think we are okay. Do we have time for a question or two? Rajesh ji? Okay, we'll take 1 or 2 quick questions before I'm thrown off. Questions, comments, there's one out there. Please make not like the last one, where one question was 4 questions. I was very embarrassed by that. Just one question. Okay, out there in the middle. Can somebody get him a mic? Yeah, just 1 or 2. आप भी थोड़ा आगे आ जाइए, थोड़ा आपका वॉक हो जाएगा. And I can take one more question after this if anybody else has a question, and then we'll close.
Thank you, Jamil. It was a very interesting session. So my question is on technology. I'm a transfer pricing professional, worked in India, Middle East and UK, and I also worked in technology part. Technology making our work very easy internally, and when we go out in the market, it's not very easy to sell technology as a product. So what is your view on it? Because if I talk specifically about this market, it's very challenging.
Correct.
So how, from a product perspective, what is your view on?
No, we are huge, Bill. The question really was, what is the view on selling technology as technology? I think first of all, people like us cannot develop technology. You need people who come from a technology background to do it. So my CTO is an Amazon guy, my deputy CTO is an Accenture US guy, right? And so effectively, if you want to invest in technology, you can't take functional experts and then outsource technology development to somebody else. It's got to be a core internal product engineering team. We have 50 product engineering people in the company, and that's how you do it. And if you do that, you do have the ability to build a world-class product. I know he's going to throw me out in 2 minutes, but I'll call him out on that. You know, we bid on a project in Oman with the Fisheries Department of Oman for a product of ours. 19 products were considered, IBM's NVZ, Enablon, which is the largest product in the world, and our product was chosen because we brought in the functional expertise and the technology expertise together. So I think the point really is, don't leave it only to the functional expert. The combination of functional experts and technology experts is really what can make it work. Look, I'm mindful of time. I don't want to hold up anybody else, but thank you everybody for your time. And Rajesh ji, thanks once again for the opportunity. Thank you.
Wow, what an enlightening session and forward-thinking session by Mr. Jamil. Can we give him a big round of applause to Mr. Jamil Khatri? Mr. Khatri, your ideas have resonated deeply with everyone in this room. From visualizing the future to understanding the transformative role of technology and leadership, you have given us a lot of things to about and even more to act on. Can we once again show our gratitude with a huge round of applause?
All right, so thank you very much. With that, we'd like to present a memento on behalf of all of our chapter. Chairman, Vice Chairman is here with us, and Venkatesh sir, please, if you can also join on the stage with us to present the memento on behalf of the chapter and our members. All right, so it's time for some raffle draws, some interesting moments. So can we request the tally team to please come on the stage and run the spin the wheel. They want to select some winners. Technical team, can we have the spin the wheel on the screen?
Very good morning, ICI. So I just wanted to highlight one thing. Tally has finished 10 years of association with ICI. All of you might be able to see a QR code on the screen. We'll keep the QR for 30 seconds. Kindly scan the QR code. We'll get into Quizler, and there will be some question. We'll have a Quizler for 40 seconds, and then we'll announce the 3 winners accordingly. So kindly scan the QR code. I'm able to see, there are 15 participants as of now. So once you join, now it has become 28. So I like everyone to just scan the QR code and join the game accordingly. We'll start the game in next 20 seconds. Console team is ready. So I'll request everyone to scan the QR code and join the quiz. These are all basic questions on Tally and on ICAI. So we are good to go. We'll start the game. We'll start the quiz now. 3, 2, 1, 0. winners coming up. As you are answering the right answer, the winners with the quick time, it's coming up. We'll close the quiz now and we'll have 3 top winners who have answered maximum right question in time. I'd like to call General Manager of Tally Middle East, Vikas Panchal, on the stage to hand over giveaways to the top 3 winners. We'd like to call Bhavna.
Superb. Bhavna ji onto the stage. Dhaval ji and the third one. Zedam. Who's Zedam? Dhaval Ashara, ZM. Dhaval bhai, jaldi.
I'd like to call Mr. Jatin on the stage. It was Jatin. Yeah, please to come. Jatin, yeah.
Okay,
we'll collect, we'll just coordinate and give it to you accordingly.
Yeah, third one you can collect it later, please. Thank you very much. Give a big round of applause for Tally for all the commitment they have shown all over the years. Thank you very much. And we have another raffle draw now. So SBC wants to give it. So SBC team, can we have you on the stage to pick one more raffle draw? Chairman, Vice Chairman, please come on the stage. I'd like to request our Chairman to pull a card this time to pick the lucky winner. So I want to know, is it the iPhone this time? iPhone, super, big one.
Okay, the name is here.
Akash Goyal from Sarafi Group Investment.
First I thought.
Goyal, congratulations.
First I thought it is Rajesh Ji Somani on the card, but can I have Akash Goyal here? Akash Goyal, and he's running there. Thank you very much. We are running short of time and I love your energy. You are running through the stage. Can I have a round of applause for Akash Goyal? He won iPhone. He won iPhone from SBC. Can I have a round of applause for SBC for doing this raffle? SBC, thank you very much for your support. Means a lot. आइए सर, कोई बात नहीं, उधर से आ जाइए. आ गए आकाश साहब. सर आप आईफोन लेना चाहेंगे कि यू विल वांट टू गिफ्ट इट टू अनदर पर्सन? आप लेना चाहेंगे कि गिफ्ट करना चाहेंगे आगे? लेना चाहेंगे, प्लीज कम.
There is a auditor, he wants to check your Emirates ID.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you the sponsors for always supporting and always creating a bit of a fun. So thank you, Amit, first of all, being co-hosting me. Now I'm going to have another co-host with me, Sanjay Gagrani. Sanjay, welcome to the stage. You are going to be my new partner in crime now for next segment.
Thank you, Rishi. It's an honor to be here and co-host with you. Good morning, ICI family.
Good.
Namaskar, salam, shashriyakal, badakam. What a phenomenal conference we have so far. So far, insightful discussion, charterpreneurship, surprise gifts. I'm truly excited to be part of this journey, Rishi bhai.
Great to have you, Sanjay. With the theme of this conference being Envisage Profession Bharat and the world economy, what are your thoughts on how chartered accountants can play a pivotal role in shaping India's economic narrative on a global stage?
Rishi bhai, as you know, we chartered accountants are not just the number crunchers. Yesterday, we have seen two individual charterpreneurs, Mr. Ankur Agarwal and Sanjay Agrawal. Mr. Ankur Agarwal is writing the history and creating a history in UAE in the real estate sector and ultimately contributing to UAE growth. We had another one gentleman, Sanjay Agrawal, who is writing, or I would say he's already created history in Indian finance sectors. So we are not just the number crunchers, we are the one who navigating the challenges and contributing to any country, whether India or UAE and global economy. Right, Rishi bhai?
Yes.
Let Rishi bhai, we are known to be serious about work, so let's lighten the mood. If you had to describe a chartered accountant in one word, what would it be?
I would say dependable, because no matter how complex the challenges or tight the deadlines, we always find a way.
That's true, Rishi. But what about you all? If you want to describe yourself as a chartered accountant in one word, may I have some fun answer also? Welcome. Anyone want to give the answer? What about a chartered accountant? Describe yourself in one word. Bhavna, you just won a prize. How to describe yourself? Operative admi or cooperative admi? Cooperative admi. Anything else?
That was cool, Sanjay. I have one word for you. That was smart. So with that passion and curiosity, let's talk about our next session. Let's talk about our next session, which is the global economic challenges, implications for India. Sanjay, let me ask you, if the global economy were a movie, what genre would it be? Drama, comedy, thriller, or science fiction?
According to me, definitely a thriller, because so many unexpected twists and turns are happening, global trade wars, and occasionally happy ending. But what about you, Rishi? What do you think about a global economy? It would be like comedy, drama, horror? How is it?
I would say it's a mix of science fiction and drama. Science fiction because sometimes the numbers and the prediction feel out of the world, and drama because, let's face it, the suspense never ends.
All right, Rishi bhai, so let's move on. We have a new speaker. The next speaker, his name is synonymous with the excellence in finance and economics. A former professor at IIM Bangalore, Dr. R. Vaidyanathan. But before we invite him to the stage, let's hear a formal introduction from technical team. May I request technical team to play voiceover introduction to Dr. R. Vaidyanathan.
Ladies and gentlemen, our speaker for the day is Dr. R. Vaidyanathan, retired Professor of Finance, IIM Bangalore. Dr. R. Vaidyanathan, a renowned academic and former finance professor at IIM Bangalore, is an expert in economics and public policy. A two-time Fulbright Scholar and a Fellow of Salzburg Seminar, he has served on key regulatory committees for SEBI, RBI, and IRDA. Author of acclaimed books like India Unique and Caste as Social Capital, Dr. Vaidyanathan is a trusted advisor to corporates and institutions, including the Vivekananda International Foundation. Currently, he holds prestigious positions at Shastri University and Rashtriya Raksha University. His insights have shaped national policy and sparked movements, leaving a lasting impact on India's financial landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Dr. R. Vaidyanathan.
Let's welcome Dr. Vaidyanathan to the stage.
Yeah? Battery low? It's okay. Dear friends, at the outset I would like to thank Rajesh Somani ji and his team for facilitating my talk here. And I would like to express my sincere thanks to the Dubai chapter of the ICAI. Today we will have a look at what is the global scenario and how does it have implication for India. Very briefly, it has to be brief because I give normally 90 minutes at IIM, our sessions are, but half of it only is given by Somani ji. So to that extent, we will see. Now if you look at the global position, you can see there the year 1990, which is not very far behind, most of us, particularly the senior people, would be knowing about it. The G7, I don't have to explain the G7 to this group at least. They had 51, more than half of the global GDP. If you come to 2017, just before the COVID, they have only 36%, and today they have 26%. And in another 5 years, by 2030, they are expected to have only 20%. So that is what is happening to G7, which is the red curve. And kindly see what we statistically say is, it is monotonically decreasing. It's not something like increasing, decreasing or anything like that. On the other side, from 1990, you see the emerging markets have moved from 36% of the global GDP to 52%. This is based on the purchasing power parity. I don't think this group requires elaboration on purchasing power parity basis comparison. So this is what is happening. That is why Angus Maddison, the renowned economist, told these are not emerging market, these are re-emerging markets. Because they were in a very high position in 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th century. If you go back in history, in all those centuries, India and China had more than 50% of the global GDP. So he termed it as re-emerging or recouping economies. So this is what is the, and it is expected the emerging markets would have something like 65 to 70% of the global share. Of that, of course, India and China will play a very, very major role. The second point is, more or less G7 role is over. This we should get it very clearly. It's a, what they call the cycle of the global economy. From white it is moving into China and India, yellow and brown. And this is what is called the axis of economic power are irretrievably shifted to the global Asia. And if you look at the current global position, 23, we see China is, this is on purchasing power parity basis, 34 trillion. China is far, far ahead of other countries. And US is 24, we are 17, we are half of China roughly. And Japan is next, which are very, very low number in terms of 6 trillion. This is all adjusted for purchasing power parity. If you come to nominal term, that is without adjusting for purchasing power parity, we find the US obviously is the number one, 27 trillion, followed by China, Japan, Germany and India. India is in the 5th position and it is or rather wanting to move to the 3rd position in another 5 to 10 years. So that is the picture today we have for. So China is not an emerging economy, it is an emerged economy. This we should recognize, and it is, some people consider it as a single superpower, SSP, for the world. As of their position, their foreign exchange reserve is 6 trillion, their trade surplus is 3, everything is in far, far bigger number. One simple fact is 62% of the global manufacturing activity is taking place in China. So this we have to recognize and this we have to accept. What is the reason or what is the position is, if you see the global picture, this is of course 2-3 years earlier, the debt to GDP is phenomenally high. Canada, US is already more than 300%. This is all debt, that is sovereign debt, corporate debt and household debt. All the 3 debt put together, and our own Britain is more than 550%. Why I call our own Britain is, within perhaps next decade, they would request India to run their country. We have to form a West India company, and then because the British economy, believe me sir, is in very, very bad shape. Among all the European countries, it's not part of EU, but it is outside. And Germany, Japan is of course far, far ahead in terms of indebtedness. Massive amount of debts have been accumulated by these countries, and of that, sovereign debt is, everybody knows, US has got a sovereign debt of 36 trillion, 1.5 times its GDP. But people say don't bother. Sovereign debt can always be met because government has got a printing press which it can utilize in order to print notes and distribute. Corporate debt of course finally will fall on the banks and the government has to undertake or take over. 2008 we all know. This is one thing. Household debt is something which is very severe. Unfortunately housewives don't have a printing machine at home. Otherwise every day morning they can print some amount and then use it. So household debt, particularly the house mortgage debt, vehicle loan, educational loan and the consumer, this credit card debt. All this is making households excessively dependent on government. So what we call families have been nationalized in Western context. Business is privatized. This model won't work. That is what we would like to. One of the major problems faced in the household sector in G7 and other allied Western countries is huge amount of births outside marriage. If you look at US, it's roughly now, this is 22 data. In 24, it is roughly 50% of births are outside marriage. When I was in school, we used to call these, kids as bastards, but now that word is not supposed to be used. This is called the new normal by the New York Times. The Americans I appreciate because they have an ability to invent new terminology to explain the situation. 50% of the US children are new normal. And my niece who works in California as a teacher says, in another 10 to 15 years, if some boy is asked, what is your father's name? If he replies correctly, everybody will laugh at him. Oh, this boy knows his father. So that has become the current type of a situation. Families have crumbled. And that is the building blocks of the civilization, building blocks of the national economy. Families have crumbled. UK, Denmark, Norway, all these countries you can see the position is very severe. UK actually it is very severe. In 2010, there was a riot by the children in UK, believe me. Some of you may recall, the aged between 6 years and 16 years. These kids went around rioting, looting all the supermarkets, and the police did not use firearms because they were children. I was in Manchester that time teaching. Only one shop was left without being looted. That was a bookshop because that doesn't have any meaning for the British children anymore. So they left it. All others were. So the government constituted a committee like we do in India. We follow only the British example. The Archbishop of England was the head of the committee. And that report is available in the net. You can have a look at it. The first sentence of the report says, the sovereignty of the family is dead in UK. There are more households with the television sets rather than husbands. This is what the sentence of the report by the Archbishop of UK. It's a very severe crisis situation, and coupled with this, we can see the declining birth rate in almost all these countries. Fertility rate is expected to be 2.1. Some of you may have read about it. In India also there is a discussion based upon RSS chief's mention about not being 2.1 in many places. You can see that almost all the G7 countries, it is significantly lower than 2. 2.1 because 2 is the equilibrium rate. 0.1 is for some wastage or some death at birth and other things. And only countries in in Africa have got a significantly higher TFR. All other countries are having a huge problem. Europe is disappearing from the map of the world actually. You can see there. Of course, over a period of time, they reduced the size of the family. I think some of you will know, big companies like small families. They don't like big families. There are 10-member families, 1 refrigerator. If there are 5 2-member families, 5 refrigerators will be sold. So over a period of time, they reduced the size of the family by advertisement, by propaganda. Throughout the 90s, happy family means husband, wife and 2 children. Maybe a dog, not more than that. Happy family will never have a mother-in-law, brother-in-law, sister-in-law, all were abolished. In India also we are following the similar tradition. Ekta Kapoor single-handedly in 10 years have demolished the joint family. So it has become. And from nuclear family, Europe has gone into what is called the proton family, single parent family. Single parent doesn't mean both the parent, father. Single parent means mother. So most of these mothers have got 2-3 kids, supported by the state. UK they give £250 per child. Child has become an investment there. And it is if you have got 4 children, they say that we get something like £1,000. If you go and work as a bricklayer or lawn mower or something, we get £700. So it's much better to have one more child and be at home. So it's a state dependent, completely, very sad state. And everybody knows, whether one likes it or not, at that young age, baby age, father is used as a controlling variable. It's always told, Papa will come, I will tell him, Appa will come, I will tell him. Child always is worried. He thinks father is controlling the family, and as he grows up, he knows who exactly is controlling the family. That's a different issue. And he is worried, and he just wants to, and the loss of father makes the sovereignty of the family in a very, very difficult situation. And believe me, family is the building block. Alternate families are now being tried by the Western companies like LGBTQ and other things. They want to create new type of families. I do not know how much it will succeed. This is the crisis faced by the West, or what you may loosely call Europe. US doesn't have so much issue because US has got its southern borders, people coming continuously, just like Bangladesh to India, Mexico is to US. So they all flow into the US. They think it's a natural. And now many of you would have read in the paper about Trump calling about reversing this trend and other thing. But Europe is facing this acute problem. One irony I will mention to you, Schroeder was the German chancellor in 2000. He introduced a scheme called Green Card Scheme for Indians to go to Germany. 10,000 Indians we wanted in Germany for a period of 5 years. Green Card Scheme, that was called. After the success of Y2K, everybody was praising Indians. There is one Joseph Strauss in Bavaria. He actively opposed this scheme. He told the Inder will come and take the job of all the kinder, all our children. Schroeder lost the poll, and this scheme was given up. Then this lady Merkel came, and she wanted to encourage open border and allow all the migrants. Unfortunately, I shouldn't use that as a professor, I use this type of thing. She doesn't know the difference between IT-enabled Indians and the North Africans and others who come there for, and they come and occupy German towns and cities and live on German aid, not doing any great productive work. So Europe got its door opened, but unfortunately there is a huge amount of problem, and that coupled with youth unemployment is creating a big issue in G7. Fortunately, in 25, all the leaders of G7 except Italy will be changed. I can tell you that. There are 4 ladies who are going to come up. Le Pen in France, whether one likes it or not, and Melanie is already there in Italy, Germany and Netherlands. All 4 ladies. All of them are considered as quote unquote extreme right. All of them are against migration. All of them are pro-Russia. They are all going to come to power. When there are challenges, women always come forward. Challenging times are women's time, and women make it great times. They change the time. So this unemployment situation is alarming. And the youth implies in Europe 16 to 24 years, very important for India. Because in India's 55-year also we consider as youth icon. So I want to make it very clear, it is the age, and they are concerned about this age, youth only. And this is what is happening. Number of people coming into Europe every day. A number of people who drowned in the sea while trying to come to Europe is much more than all those who killed in the Second World War. Even today you may be reading in the newspaper, near Spain some boat capsized and other things. There is a huge business in bringing people to Europe. It's actually a major business ranging between $2,000 to $8,000 US dollar you have to pay in order to get into those boats. And it's not going to Similarly, in train, they are coming in massive number from Latin America. It's not Mexico anymore. It's various countries of Southern America. They are coming. They are called not, Americans have, I told you, a good job of generating jargon. They are called undocumented workers. They are not illegal immigrants. Only Trump uses that word illegal immigrant. All others use undocumented workers. It's a huge problem there. That's going to explode after he takes over as president. And what is the challenge? Challenge is simple. We mentioned about it. Low birth rate. Families are becoming increasingly state dependent. Believe me, US government is spending 78% of taxes on social security. Huge portion of the taxes go only for sustaining. It's a dependency ratio. I think I don't have to explain it to this group of people. It has increased significantly. And most of the Europe, Northern, same thing. Unemployment is increasing. Let's come to our story. This is 2024 projection. India is the only country in the world which is having more than 6% growth rate. In the whole world. I'm not talking about Asia or anything like that. And we are number one among the G20. And everybody is looking at us with awe and interest. My friend has showed me the hand. Our position is very interesting. Our saving rate is 30%. And FII and FDI every day morning, like, the Suprabhadam, we call it in southern part of the country. M.S. Subbulakshmi will, like that every day morning, how much is FDI, how much is FII. Somebody in Delhi told, sir, you are not having a tie and a coat. I asked him why FII may not come in the meeting. And another thing he told, in India, you can tell a lie provided you have a tie. Otherwise, per lie is not, and those who are clapping are all not having tie. Anyhow. Our remittances are more than 100 billion. We are again number one in that. One of the greatest strength of India, I again and again tell, is the diaspora all over the world, which is roughly of the order of 50 lakh, half a crore, which is official figure, might be more. I have always been arguing with the government, we must give full-fledged citizenship to all these people who are sending huge amount of money to India. Our software industry exports are 120 billion. Technology, of course, helps in reducing corruption. And we have reduced poverty. Believe me, sir, nobody, except for some poverty economists, I call them, they thrive on poverty. They get rewards and awards on their writing on poverty. Nobody recognizes this. From 29%, now it is 11%. In some states, it is less than 5%. Our below the poverty line people. This we are not worried about. Technology, we are not innovators. Let's be very frank about it. Somebody asked, what did you invent? Nothing. But we are great adapters. Any technology anywhere in the world, we pull it up. I will tell you frankly one example. The Maruti finance director, long time before, he told me, we allotted huge amount of funds to train and equip your people for repairing all the Maruti vehicle and other thing. Because earlier, I'm sure all of you know, the ambassador used to have only one single wire and one horn. Horn is more important than brake. So that used to be our car system. He told me they didn't use even 20% of the funds. Because your people are so good, they can go under the bonnet and understand what is happening. All the software-based cars and other things, the repair people have understood much faster. And digital transactions are skyrocketing in India. Unbelievable. When it was introduced at that time, the major leader, P. Chidambaram, was telling in the parliament, this will never work. Who is going to use all these transactions? Where is electricity? Where is all this? Today, in my place, in my town, Bangalore, we call it boom boom model. You know, the early morning, one fellow comes with a bull or a cow dressed, decked and other thing. That fellow has got one UPI card on the neck of the cow. He says you can pay through that, sir. All the vegetable vendors or small borrowers are all using it. Transaction, numbers, you can always check it. Let me tell one important thing. The brick and mortar bank as we know it is over. The traditional commercial banks are dead. Not bankers, I am telling you about banks are dead. They are all gone. You go to any commercial bank in India today, in the towns, you will get very old people coming there to read that Economic Times, which is purchased by the branch, and check their balance, retired people. Youngsters don't go into bank, all through ATM or through internet. This is the bank of the future. Believe me, all these ways, and huge real estate is available with all SBI, Syndicate Bank, and that can be used for alternate purposes. Banks are dead. Most 2 points I want to mention. Our major saving is gold. And everybody talks about gold is unproductive, gold is, they know not about India. We buy 1/3 of gold output, and last year, for instance, 3,300, including the ones which are purchased here in Middle East, is not by the sheikhs, it's by the Indians. You have to add that to the Indian output. We are roughly 1/3 is our world gold. Kindly note, it is a old age security for women. Advantages I am very quickly telling before he is going to push me out. It is divisible, it is portable, and easy to bequeath. It's the only asset in India which is considered as a women's asset. In the whole world, nowhere, no country have an asset which is women's asset. This is women's asset and easy to bequeath. My grandfather, when he passed away, before he passed away, he called all the ladies, this bangle is yours, this necklace is yours, he distributed, that's all. Not that everybody was happy, but still he did that. And nobody knows the quantum of gold in India. If somebody says the Macquarie has told this, all that is crap. I call it POTA data, pulled out of thin air. There is absolutely no basis for those data. 20,000 ton, 15,000, nothing. Nobody knows the quantum. And most important, it is a major collateral in small business. Now they call about this, economist is having this index of what you call the McDonald hamburger index, and I have a simple index. Whenever my flower vendor, she measures it with her hand, when both the bangles are there, that means economy is doing well. One bangle less, economy is moving towards bad times. And if both the bangles are not there, its economy is in really bad times. Because she mortgages it and then gets funds. All discussion about MPC, shadow MPC, so much, miles of papers are wasted on that. All that RBI rates and commercial bank, financial institution cater to, take my word, 30 to 35% of the credit market only. 60% of the credit market today is with these money lenders, caste associations, friends, relatives and other things. So it's not something which is major collateral. Many of them borrow money at 1% per day. You can convert it annual. I am not going to. Morning 100 rupees, evening 101 rupees they have to give. They were discussing about the stock market and other thing. The entire listed companies in this country, all the BSE, NSE put together, they don't constitute more than 6 to 7% of the India's GDP. Even though we spend a lot of time on that, we make money also out of that. That's a different issue. It's a major collateral in small business, kindly note. gold is the collateral, easy to transfer. And my lady always says, sir, I don't have to fill up any forms, know your customer, this and that. And as to oral basis, it is given. We did a study in 2010 with ING. ING and IIM Bangalore, we did a study, ING Hong Kong, about what is the investment opportunities in India and how does the middle class invest. And one of the question is, how much gold your wife has got to the husbands. Believe me, sir, 95% were wrong in their answer. They didn't know how much gold their wife was having. Somebody told, I don't know whether here itself you can check. You can, amongst yourself you can. Somebody told 40 gram. His wife was having 400 grams. Somebody told 400. His wife was having only. And we asked the husband, why are you so much wrong? You know, I call 8% sigma it is. He told, sir, we don't understand. Many times she comes and says, sir, you know, the anklet is made into bangle, bangle is made into necklace, necklace is made into... Highly confusing. Highly confusing. And she also comes and tells sometime, I made this small, you know, this ring to give it to my mother-in-law like that, your mother-in-law. So I always thought she is doing something. Then it dawned on me, her mother, it's not my mother, it is her mother. So like that it goes on. Various type of, I never can keep track. My point is simple, sir. I told this in a finance committee meeting at Delhi. They were all surprised. I told, if husband doesn't know how much gold his wife is having, will government of India ever come to know? But one thing I will tell you, important point I want to stress, for a noble cause and a credible leader, people are willing to give their bangles and necklace. 1962, I was in school. There was a procession taken by Rajaji, Kamaraj and other thing in a jeep. Many people handed over their bangles and necklace. Again, China war that time. My auntie gave her bangle on an emotional basis. My uncle never liked it till his death. That is a different issue. So, what I want to say is, if there is a credible cause, if there is a noble leader, if today they come in the jeep, you tell me, sir, all women will run into the household closing their neck. Because the netas may take it away. That worry is there. They are not going to give it to him or something. I was coming to in the airport, one leader was going to Delhi. There was a huge amount of black cat and grey cat and cops around him. One kid told her mother, Amma, ashtu dodda kallaru hoidare. Such a big thief is going. Her mother told, don't talk like this. No. I told, no, what she is telling is correct. All the security surrounding the leader is to protect us from him, not to protect him. I always say, increase the SPG, increase the black cats, because otherwise he may pick my pocket or he may take away my jewelry and others. That is the level of credibility of the leader I want to stress. So Indian woman is hidden reserve. It's a huge amount actually, not only with women, it is also with temples and other things. One unemployable fellow wrote an Indian letter to government of, Supreme Court lawyer. Supreme Court, as a professor I can say anything. Supreme Court has got unemployable judges. They don't have, time pass, they don't have any. They took this case, appointed two amicuri, you go to Trivandrum, and they went, there are 3 cellars in Trivandrum. They opened 2 only, the third one could not be opened. The 2 itself gave so much amount of billions of rubies and diamonds and they were shocked actually. They stopped counting. What I want to stress is the amount of gold available is phenomenal in India. It's not something which can be. So, the last point is not only gold. Gold is one major point of This topic, whenever caste is mentioned, people immediately say, oh gosh. I was in Antwerp, some of you would have heard about it, near Belgium, Diamond Center. I came in my inn, in a small motel I was staying. I know I went for a conference, don't mistake me, not going for diamond buying or anything. There is a board called there, Jain Meals. I was surprised actually. I have seen halal meals, veg meal, non-veg, all over the world. What is the Jain meal? So I went to the hotel owner, the manager, and asked him. He says, many of our customers are Jains. So we provide Jain meals to them. And within 2 weeks, Wall Street Journal wrote an article. The Jews used to have 70% of the diamond market of Antwerp. 20% were held by others. But Jains, when they entered the market in 1970, around 2003, 75% of the diamond market is with Palanpur Jains. Wall Street Journal wrote a banner line, first time the Jews have been defeated in Europe without violence in business. First time the Jains have defeated. So that made me think actually, what actually is the nature of the growth which is taking place. I traveled in the West Coast quite a number of times. Almost all these, many of you may know, motels are owned by Patels. They are called Patels actually. They are no more called motels. So petrol pumps now they are getting over. And if you go to Sivakasi, one small town, Nadars are completely controlling it. 75% of the Indian matches is made there. Printers and Tirupur, Gondars, and if what one can call professor from IIM says nobody is going to believe. World Development Report by World Bank, because if World Bank says then it is quite acceptable, sir. 2002 report, kindly see page 175, 176. They have written a detailed report on the caste relationship in Tirupur and how it developed that entire industry into a huge, what one can call, export. 6,500 crores export business. One Arnold Armugam, one of the biggest fellows, he wears dhoti and goes in Air France regularly from Chennai to Paris. Once I met him, I told him, Arumugam sir, you don't know, you know only Tamil. You don't know English, you don't, how do you do business in Paris and all those? He told me, Professor, in Paris also they don't know English, so it doesn't matter. So, where you? So, it's a very, so this is all economic clusters are caste clusters. Take my word for it. So this gold provide huge amount of opportunities at the lower level for running their businesses, and caste provides huge amount of chances for having this type of clusters develop into different type of initiative. Ahmedabad kites, 70 crore industry, today is 1100 crore industry. Right, for January, that International Kite Festival will be conducted in Ahmedabad. It has completely changed the face of the thing. And my student came and asked me, sir, caste you are telling, what is this? I told him, you go and buy one bulb, regular bulb, in Bangalore, but not from a Rajasthani store. This is a challenge. I gave him 100 rupee or 200 rupee, you go and buy. He couldn't buy. There is no shop in Bangalore available today which is non-Rajasthani owned, what they call Mewaris, not Marwaris. Mewaris owned, which is selling electrical goods. That is the level of community cooperation, community clusters in terms of forward and backward linkages. So this is social groups, so much is talked about by our opposition leader and our people. Do you believe me, sir? This is conducted by National Savings, Statistical Organization, 71% of the enterprises in this country, from your street corner pav, vada pav vendor to Ambani, is owned by SC, ST and OBCs. What I call Vaishyavization of India is taking place. Everybody in India is want to become a Vaishya. Government has to do the role of Kshatriya. Earlier in the 50s, government used to do the role of Vaishya. Government was in business and other thing. Now government is going away from business. Swami Vivekananda himself says, don't abuse institution like caste. He says, I seem to be feel each one of them is an embodiment of experience of centuries. So it's not, at state level, we require huge amount of reform. What is the next step for India in our growth process? All the state level reforms, regulation should be reformed. All of them give rise to corruption. You take my word for it, every regulation in India is meant to generate bribe for government employees. 4 times the salary is made by them in the form of bribe. Somebody told how to become this, what is it called? $1 trillion economy. I told very simple, take the list of all the people who are land registrars in the last 20 years, their officers, their clerks, their peons, everybody, and just announce all their properties completely nationalist. We are a 5 trillion economy. Because this is something which people don't want to talk about. And that is something which we should recognize. This, our system is getting phenomenally affected because of this. And this corruption is something which unites our country. Kohima to Kamrup to Kolkata to southern part of the country, all places there is a huge amount of corruption. And one plus point I can share it with you is, these are all equalist. There is not much difference between Jaipur corruption and Vizag corruption. I don't know how the message spreads. Anyhow, all places, the cops, the land registration, the Urban Land, Shops and Establishment Act, all of these are phenomenally corrupt agencies who come and collect hafta every week and then go away. I have done a study on this. In 2005, Bangalore, every day 100 crore used to be the bribe money. Mark my word, 2005. We are in 2024. I do not know the current estimate. That time we found out 100 crore is generated every day. The highest generating agency is this land registration, followed by cops, followed by, you can, some of you, I am not trying to sell, but if you are interested, you can buy my book and then kindly read that. Plus point is, we should also appreciate what are the achievements we have done. We always, deride it. GST is an unbelievable type of a experience. EU professor in France told me recently, what we tried to attempt for 40 years, we could not achieve in EU. Single tax. What have they achieved in EU? Finally, I will tell you. What should be the size of the cucumber? Believe me. That is one of the reasons England was very upset. The Belgian bureaucrat wanted to decide what should be the shape and size of the cucumber. That's all. They shouldn't achieve GST. We achieved it. With all the deficiency, there are a lot of criticism against it. And railway reservation. If you have traveled before 1990, you can't get into the train without bribing that TT. The cabinet minister from Delhi used to say, who should be appointed as TT in which station? Because they are all ATM positions. Today it doesn't have a role. Nobody wants to be. So This is passport. Unbelievable changes have come through. If you have been buying passport or applying for passport, you will know what I am talking about. Local taxes through note. Paytam. I think many of you know, other countries are also trying to borrow it from us. Right? Peru in Latin America is introducing it, and most of the LATAM countries will adopt it sooner or later. And EVM, there is a huge market for it. For engineers, all this to talk about EVMs can be, hacked and other things are all rubbish. Every EVM is like a calculator which you have got on your desk, not the cell phone, calculator. Standalone, you cannot do anything about it actually. There is a huge market, $100 billion US market. Many are hesitating because in our own country, many leaders are opposing it and other thing. Otherwise, there is a great opportunity available to this EVM market. So we should be in a position to appreciate our own achievements. That is what, only one important point is, I think we should recognize, one size does not fit all. I think this should be a message which we should keep with us. Economic models are not universal. Each society has got its own culture, its own background, its own tenets, and based on which it has to build its own position. This is very, very important. Borrowing from others, whether it is economists or whether it is experts, is not going to help us. This is something which I think we should get into our system. And each society, and last but not least is, when there is such a global crisis, what we should do, we should be decoupled. Should keep away. We shouldn't too much embrace. That is very, very important. And I can assure you, sir, we are major developing country. And soon we will be one of the developed countries. Because we have domestic market, domestic saving. This is very important. We are not depending upon FIA and FDA. We are depending upon domestic saving. And we have a huge domestic market. We are not export based like Thailand or South Korea. Whenever there is a problem in Europe, they all come down. Our market is very large. We have 140 crore. Out of that, easily 40 crore can be considered as a size of the market. So we should recognize our strength, and accordingly we should act. Very important. And not necessarily imitate and follow. Whatever said and done, our neck is turned towards the West. We have genetically linked to the West because of so many issues. Most of the children are abroad and most of them are with green card, and all those things are fine. But we have to generate our own requirement. We have to generate our own models. We have to construct our own future. Thank you very much.
There was no need to say also. Give a big round of applause. I think he's got the standing ovation. Trust me, we have lot of session to go, and Vedanthan sir, I really wanted to listen to him, but we have too much to cover also today. But we have already have a very good session. So with that, I'd like to request Chairman, Vice Chairman to join. He's already there. Kothari sir, please if you can join on the stage also to present a memento of all of us as members. Also, before people going out, I just want to remind that there is going to be one raffle draw now. Then after that, we'll have another raffle draw after some time. People in the room are only eligible. So if the card is pulled and the person is not here, he or she does not get that raffle draw. And similarly, the rest of the day also we have raffle draws. So please be in the room in order to get. And also you have to visit the sponsor table, put your card. If your card is not there, there is no eligibility, or whatever the mechanism the sponsor is following. So please follow that process to be eligible to get your raffle draw. Thank you. So for raffle draw, Prabhjit, can we have you on the stage? The first raffle draw is now happening from MCA team. So Girish Bhai is there, Prabdeep is there, and anybody else who would like to join for the raffle draw? Venkatesh sir, please if you can also join on the stage.
Hello.
Hello. I think they saved the time and they made the digital draw. And the winner is Shraddha Vobilist Sethi, Babco Furniture. Congratulations.
That was great, Shraddha, you are coming, I can see you. And we have a lot of other prizes, we have iPads, we have so many things which are coming. So please be in the room because that's where the prizes are distributed. And don't forget to visit the sponsor table because you have to participate to be eligible. Thank you. So now it's time for the next session, which is the sponsor felicitation. And the sponsors have always been the people who have really supported our community. So Sanjay Bhai, you are there. So what an incredible journey this conference has been so far. Day one was packed with amazing moments, inspiration and gratitude, and day two is even getting better.
Right, Rishi, so loud. Let's take this moment to recognize and celebrate those who made all this possible. May I kindly invite our chairman and vice chairman to come back to the stage to felicitate our sponsor for this event.
So Chairman, Vice Chairman, please join on the stage. So I'd like to just call upon the name, please if I can request our sponsor, as I call your name, to please join on the stage for the felicitation. So can I have Vikas and Nandakumar from Tele to join on the stage? Vikas ji, yeah, he's coming.
Okay. Can you guess how many years of partnership with Tele we have as ICI Dubai chapter? It's 10 years. Can I have a round of applause for 10 years of partnership with ICI Dubai chapter Tele has? Thank you, sir, for supporting every year. Thanks a lot.
Can I have XCOM also join on the stage here, please, when we are doing the felicitation? Motilal Oswal team, please you join on the stage. Arbab is there. The big Arbab is there. Arbab bhai, looking forward to see you on the stage. XCOM, please join on the stage. Can I have team from Policy Bazaar to join on the stage? Policy Bazaar team, please. Thank you, Baba. Policy Manu and team, if you are there, ECAG team, to please join on the stage. Emirates Chartered Accountants Group. UHY James sir, please join on the stage, and the team from UHY James to please join on the stage. Unni sir, you're there. Anybody else from UHY James, please join on the stage. National Bonds team, please join on the stage. Everybody from National Bonds team, sir is there. Anybody else? HSBC team, Neha ji, you're there? Yeah, please join on the stage. Uranus team, please be ready for the next one. Can we have Uranus team please on the stage? Uranus team, please join on the stage. Okay, we'll go to the next one.
Vijay sir, please join. HLB HMT. Vijay sir, please come on the stage.
So Uranus team, when you are there, please join. Now we'll have HLB HMT on the stage. After HLB, we'll have Windmills team. So Bilal bhai, be ready for the next one. Bilal sir, please join on the stage. After that will be Delhi Private School. Kothari Saab is here with us next after this. Kothari Saab, can we have you on the stage from Delhi Private School? After that will be Khaleej Times. Please be in the room to be eligible for the raffle draw. Remember, there is a raffle draw coming. Khaleej Times, please, can we have you on the stage? After that will be Apsis. Apsis teams, are you there?
FC teams, you're there, right? Just come in the front, please, in the meantime. APSIS teams, can we have you on the stage? After that, AI CPA is there. So Jatin, Arva, you there in the room? Yeah, there. Just next time, please come in the front. After this, be a part of this. After this. And this is APSIS. Yes. AI CPA team, please join on the stage. Please come. CPA Australia. Sorry, I have to say Australian CPA. They have been part of our journey as sponsors. That's great. After that, it'll be skill question team. Are you here? Just be here. The next. Skill question, please team, can we have you on the stage? After that is SBC. So SBC, are you there? SBC team? SBC? I can't see anybody from SBC here. Okay. So MCA is Agrish bhai there. Pradeep is there. The next one is MCA. Venkatesh sir, please join on the stage, MCA. Krishnan bhai, Barjil, please, are you there? Where are you, Krishnan bhai? Krishnan? Acha, our Abu Dhabi chapter, Krishnan sir is there. But Geojit, Krishnan, Ramakrishnan is there. So Barjil, please join on the stage. After that, Creston Menon, Shibu. Shibuji, are you there? Raju sir, are you there? So Shibu is coming. SBC team, please join on the stage. SBC. Creston Menon, you're there, sir. Creston Menon, please. Creston Menon. After that is Anand Rathi team. Anand Rathi, sir, please come in the front. So Anand Rathi, please come on the stage. Anand Rathi ji team. Then Nikai. Nikai, anybody is there from Nikai?
Nikai, I can't see any hands, so if you are here, just come and meet me. Oasis, Naveenji is there. Naveenji next. Our former chairman is here, Naveenji, who's been supporting our chapter always, so he's there from Oasis. Thank you very much, Naveenji. Anybody from Ajmal? Ajmal Perfumes? Acha, Sahitya sir is there. Okay, sir. Sahitya sir ji, please can we have you on the stage? For RAC chapter, Pramod Chansa, please join on the stage. But we will not miss you. So now it's time to thank the XCOM members. Can we have a big round of applause for all the executive committee? This all show has been put out. It's I would say 6-7 months of effort because chairman put the idea. He started the journey, and we are here. All XCOM contributed. Okay, to give a memento to the XCOM, can I request Kothari Saab to please join on the stage for giving memento, and Vedanath sir, if you are there, please if you can also join on the stage with us to present the memento, and Venkatesh sir, please if you can also join on the stage. Please join on the stage to present memento to our XCOM. Sir. Lovely to have you, sir. So starting with Ashna. Ashna, can we have you on the stage? Please, all the XCOM to be here. Balram. Balram.
Okay, this is your XCOM. You should clap for them because they burn that midnight but oil for you guys only. For last 1 month, they are planning for this conference. All the events are planned by the XCOM. Please give a round of applause because और कोई motivation नहीं है, और कोई energy नहीं है, except आपके तालियों के. Amit, come on the stage quickly. The bright Amit. Sanjay. Give a big round of applause for Sanjay as well. All the food arrangements, credit goes to him. And Dikshit, where is the magical Dikshit? Dikshit, can we have you here? He's been contributing a lot of way, I can't tell you. So, give it to him, he's here, Dikshit Jain. Dheeraj, are you there, Dheeraj? Dheeraj, our treasurer. Dheeraj, where are you? Okay, now to the heart of the chapter, जिसको मैं हमेशा बोलता हूँ, he is the heart of the chapter. Can I have a big round of applause for Secretary Rishi Chawla for his memento? Secretary Rishi Chawla, in the center, sir. Thank you for all your efforts. Without you, chapter cannot run. Thank you. And the next one, so Kothari Sahib is saying energetic Rishi. So thank you very much for that. And the next one is the powerhouse. Our Vice Chairman, Jayaprakash Agarwal. Can we hear it for him? Yay! Make some noise, give some claps, yes. And the next one, no prize for guesses. The unstoppable, the person who gives direction to our chapter and help us reach higher and higher. Who is it? The chairman, Rajesh Kumar Sumani. Give a big round of applause for Rajesh ji. थोड़ा सा जोर से होना चाहिए इसमें. So Dheeraj is managing the registration desk, so he'll join maybe later. So we'll proceed to the next session.
So what an incredible movement of gratitude and celebration we just experienced. To all our sponsors, your contribution have been nothing short of extraordinary. Thank you once again for believing in our vision. Rishi bhai, now it's time to transition into a topic that is not just but deeply fascinating, economics and reform. And knowing our next speaker, I can confidently say this session is going to leave us enlightened and energized. Right, Rishi bhai?
Yes, exactly. And every time there is a new economic reform, it feels like a software update. You're not sure if it's going to solve problems or just going to create new ones. But here's the thing, Sanjay. While reforms may feel endless, the understanding of why they happen is what makes them meaningful.
Right, well said, Rishi, and that's why this session is so important. It is not just about understanding what reforms are, but rethinking the entire framework of economics and how we approach it as a nation.
So our next speaker is Mr. Venkatesh, is a true thought leader who makes even the most complex ideas simple and engaging, whether it's breaking down global economic challenges or questioning outdated principles. His insights are nothing short of transformating. So with that, I'd like to request the technical team to please play the voiceover and welcome him onto the stage. Give a big round of applause for him. He will be joining shortly. But before that, voiceover, technical team, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, our speaker for the day is Dr. C.A.M.R. Venkatesh, Advocate, Supreme Court. Dr. C.A.M.R. Venkatesh, known as MRV, is a distinguished advocate specially focusing on criminal law, economic offences and financial fraud. An expert in anti-money laundering, tax laws and financial regulations, he leads advisory and litigation at Agastya Legal LLP. A chartered accountant with an All India rank, MRV also holds a PhD in agricultural economics and is a prolific author and columnist. He frequently appears on national television as a thought leader in law and finance. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Dr. C.A.M.R. Venkatesh.
Let's welcome CA Mr. Venkatesh.
Chartered Accountant brothers and sisters, Professor Vaidyanathan, with whom I have more than 3 decades of association and who has guided me on several issues. Problem with Professor Vaidyanathan is every time you meet him, you want to write a book. He is such a demanding professor. And I would use Professor Vaidyanathan's speech as a prequel to my speech. I would continue from where he left behind. Professor was spot on when he says, and I must say we must congratulate him for being so candid when he says Western economics are in crisis. Says West Germany is in crisis, America is in crisis. Britain will probably become the 32nd or the 33rd state of India. So he talks about various economies in crisis. But my talk is that economists are in crisis. There's a subtle but a very important difference. A chartered accountant signing a balance sheet wrongly, that balance sheet, that company and that chartered accountant are in crisis. But if debit what comes in, credit what goes out is being now suspected of being something totally wrong, then all chartered accountants are in crisis. Today the pantheon of economists are in such a crisis. Their credibility is slightly better than exit polls. And they are not worse, they are better. And this question, modern economic theory, is a picture which was carried out in the Economist magazine in June 2009. It shows modern economic theory melting. And Robert Lucas, one of the greatest macroeconomists of his generation, says that they are making ancient and analytical errors all over the place. And Robert Barrow, another towering figure in the discipline, says they are making truly bone-headed arguments. The Economist concludes, and this is very important because many of you are planning to send your children to the Western colleges, universities for getting a macroeconomic degree. Listen this carefully. for the past 30 years of macroeconomic training at American and British universities were a costly waste of time. Not me. This is The Economist, which is the high priest of modern economic theory, telling all of us that the modern economists are failing. And Paul Krugman and William Buter of the London School of Economics have indicated that the world of economic crisis is a crisis of economics too. And Lionel Robbins' lectures at the LSE, Krugman caustically observed that most macroeconomics of the past 30 years was spectacularly useless at best and positively harmful at worst. This is what is modern economists come to it. Paul Krugman himself is a Nobel laureate. This is not some Lallu Panju telling you. This is Krugman, who himself is a Nobel laureate, criticizing his own pantheons of economists. What is happening world over? Why is this crisis coming to? Part of which was what Professor Vaidyanathan alluded to. In my book, Retaining Balance, in chapter 2, I titled it after a very long deliberation as Mummy, What is a Daddy? In Western economists, it is easier to find snow in Chennai than a father in a family. That is the difficulty today, which we are not understanding its impact on modern economics, including America. In fact, when I was initiated to economics, when all of us in our high school, college, we were all taught that America is the land of capitalism, whereas USSR, as it stood then, was the high end of socialism. But you peel the onion a bit more, you will find in terms of economics, USSR, the then USSR and the modern USA is as much identical as Tweedledum is from Tweedledee. Both are socialist economies. You have, as professor said, a child, you will get 250 pounds. If you have 4 child, 1,000 pounds sterling. This is state driven. So what happens is that you are taxing more. You see the tax GDP ratios of much of these economies, you see that they are taxing people and giving it as doles. This ant and the grasshopper story is very interesting. You all have heard it in your childhood. The ant is saving during the summer and the grasshopper is happily enjoying the summer, doesn't save, then there is snow. The ant is able to draw from its savings because there is so much of snow outside it cannot go. And the grasshopper is shivering. And we are all told, the moral of the story is work and save for your own future. Modern economics, ant is happy over there. Grasshopper is shivering. Grasshopper Bachao Andolan. Grasshopper Bachao, Pradhan Mantri Grasshopper Bachao program. GST lagao us pe, ant pe, and give it to the grasshopper. And this is not only happening in the Western world, this is happening world over. And this is called economics. You transfer money or wealth created by the most industrious, hardworking, sincere people to the people who do not want to work or who are incapable of working. Government, instead of making them capable of working, believes that it is a dole to be passed on. It's a pass-through vehicle. And this is an imbalance that is being created. Professor said Vaishyafication of the government happened in the 50s to 80s. But it has accelerated after 80s. It has not, government is not owning the businesses, but government started owning the families. There is a Monihan who was a deputy secretary in the 60s to President Johnson, and he brought this scheme that look at the blacks in America. Their family is crumbling. There are single wed mothers, so we must do something. And he brought the Great Deal. And the Great Deal was given to the Americans, wherein those who had single family or a single parent family will be given a dole. And children at age of 15 started getting pregnant. And they in the high school had to have creches so that these children can go and feed their own children in schools. And this was funded by the hardworking, industrious American. That is why today, when Trump is going to take over probably 40, 45 days from now, if what Trump says is going to come true, believe me, this was attempted 40 years back by Reagan also. He said, I will collapse the government. And he has put in Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy to close department after department after department in the government. Government must cease to exist is what they are now thinking, because American GDP, as Professor showed, is around $27 trillion. American debt is around $35 trillion. Japan is 500%. Greece, Italy, France, Germany, everybody has borrowed from the future. And it is not only the government, it is the balance sheet of the nation comprises of three broad balance sheets: the balance sheet of the household, balance sheet of the government, balance sheet of the business. Aggregate all the three. And you see, in all the three, there is debt. And it is a frightening one. Because we are now coming to a point where we are unable to generate resources, additional income to pay the interest. For $5 of debt, we are able to extract not even $1 of additional GDP. Statistics are staring at our place. So a world of economy doesn't know what to do. Economists are totally clueless as to what is to be done. And why did this happen? It happened somewhere during the 90s when finance, which was a subset of economics, became the superset of economics. And economics was reduced to a subset of finance. And this has serious problems. And what happened was finance market wants certain predictive modeling. Like this morning we were told that there will be a $5 trillion economy. Then there will be index will reach $2 lakh in say 10 years. So you have to do a modeling. dy by dx, calculus, quants, everything came in. Where economists were clueless, mathematicians took over. It became more of a incestuous relationship between maths and physics rather than economics and finance. And slowly, none of us understood anything. Because it became high-end mathematics, quantitative techniques, computing, that none of us had any clue as to what was happening in the world of economists, and world of economists were not audited. This is the biggest challenge. Today, family, in fact, when I wrote my book, Retaining Balance, I got a book titled 10 Great Economists. Very interesting. I was buying it in a hurry, so I looked at the first page. It says, dedicated to my family. And that author was Linda Ewing. And I took that book. I thought there will be some reference to some family and family culture, civilization, how it holds economics. To my horror, she has dealt with 10 great economists, but not one word about family. And without family, which sustains our entire economic activity, what are we up to? We think we work for an index which will touch 200,000, or we work to see that our family is happy. Mostly the latter. Maybe that is a tool to ensure this, but that is not an end in by itself. And this is where economists wanted predictive modeling, one which can be fed to the computer, one which is neatly presentable, elegant, can be subjected to Excel macros, and emotions don't fit in there. So you reject it and then start putting neat algorithms and nice presentation models. And this is where economists found it very tough to find a place and finance having taken over, today we are seeing the meltdown of economics. And this presents a very big challenge and an opportunity. What is the opportunity? The opportunity today is like, as the theory of economics is collapsing, the world is in search of economics as a model. World wants to know what is to be done. 30 years back, India's savings rate was 11%, 12%, and Manmohan Singh ji became the finance minister. 11%, 12%. Today, we are around 30% savings. Our affluence has grown. We consume more. We live on Amazon delivery every day in our country. But yet our savings rate has increased. This is a very paradoxical one. We have not become a consumerist society, but we have become a high savings society. And to this, the former Federal Reserve Chairman, Ben Bernanke, says, those Asian economies are saving wastefully. Tell this to your grandmother. Will your grandmother ever say savings are a waste? Today, the economic model is turned upside down. And you say you must consume more. How do you consume more? As professor said, break one family of 10 people into 5 two-member families. So 5 TV sets, 5 refrigerators, 5 this, 5 that. At the end of the day, GDP will grow. At the end of the day, that debt to GDP also grows. And what was primarily a family function of taking care of elders, as taking care of the younger ones, education, all this has become nationalized. And for this, government puts in enormous taxes. And you take money from the most productive and the most efficient machine in the world, family, and transfer that money to do the same work to the most inefficient persons in the world called the government. And this is creating a big problem. Take Argentina. How many of you have seen the turnover in Argentina in the last 1 year? There is a president who came and closed down government's department after department after department. This is what Trump wants both Vivek and Musk to do. They have targeted out of 400 departments, they will close down at least 301 departments. America is going to go into a compression. It is not recession. It is going to go into a compression. They want to be efficient. They don't want to be seen as some sort of a program-driven economy or a program-driven government where governments go on spending money. For every damn thing in the West, you have programs. For every damn thing, you see that the government coming and interfering in your family. Government has become the nanny for the family. And this must stop. And that is why the whole issue was again presented in a conversation involving the Queen Elizabeth II in London School of Economics, when she asked a simple question: why did nobody see the economic crisis of 2008? And she invited 5 Nobel laureates. They all agreed that there was a crisis. They all agreed that they didn't see it coming, and they also did not know how to solve it. And the world of economics is in the mercy of an unknown industry called economists who do not know how to diagnose, who do not know how to provide prescription. And probably India's time will come, and I genuinely believe India's time will come, and India will present Indian model of economics. And that would eschew government to become a residuary role. Government cannot be at a primary role at all, except in defense, external affairs, and quite a few things. Government must come to only doing what it does best, only sovereign functions. Government cannot be at every damn twist and turn regulating you, telling you what to do, what not to do. And some of the best mathematical minds which were involved in the risk management, I shudder to hear whenever somebody comes and says, sir, we have got a wonderful risk management modeling. Because risks are not by definition susceptible to any modeling. And it will be always a black swan that will come and hit you. And when it hits you, you are absolutely clueless, and whenever it is pitchfork, all the more, when you have a predicted and predictable modeling, it throws back the emperor is without clothes. And I shudder to think where we are going after all these things. And time will have to come when we have to move beyond the two economists that we have been thinking about in the last 70, 80 years. The West has thrown up only two great economists in the last 20, 30, 60 years. One is John Maynard Keynes and one is Hayek. I'm sure this audience doesn't require introduction to both of them, but the fact of the matter is, Keynes was the only economist who figured in the it was in 1999, when the Time magazine put him on the cover 50 years after his death. 50 years after his death, the world remembered Keynes. And after 2008 economic crisis, world remembered Keynes because Keynes gave a model of government interference in every damn thing in the year 1945. After the World War II, Keynes said, let the government interfere in this because there was a crisis of confidence. No entrepreneur was coming to invest. There was a huge requirement for nation building, huge requirement for infrastructure building. No private entrepreneur could have done it. So Keynes gave this idea, and Keynes' economic model is done whenever there is a crisis. In 2008 there was a crisis, Keynes comes in. But once the economy stabilizes, the pendulum shifts to the other extreme, and the other known great economist is Hayek. He propagated in his book, The Road to Serfdom, a wonderful theory that every man has to manage his own affairs. And he suggested that government interference will lead us to only serfdom, and it is not good. And whenever economy revives, we find that people telling government there must be less of government, there must be less of regulation, there must be less of this and less of that. But this is not the model that the world is looking at. They have tried Hayekian model, which was followed by Reagan, by Margaret Thatcher, by everybody. They have also tried the Keynesian model, which was also tried by everybody. But today we have to find a new model. What is it? The government debt to GDP ratio, or government debt in its abstract terms, is actually represents a borrowal from your grandchild to spend for the day. Please understand, explained in simple language. Will any individual borrow from the grandson and have a full meal today? This is what we are doing in macroeconomics. We are borrowing from our children and grandchildren. This must stop. Government borrowing must stop. For that, government has to live within its means, and government must shut down every single wasteful department. We have government running taxis in some places. We have Ministry of Steel in our country. I do not know which democracy has a Ministry of Steel. Why should we have a Ministry of Steel? And we have Ministry of Textiles. All these type of ministries are basically 1% of your GST. Whenever you are paying 18%, you have to think about it. 10% goes to actual government spending, and 8% probably is going to fund ministries after ministries after ministries. This must stop. This will make it meaner, leaner. And this is what requires. Unfortunately, I would say that all of us understand this. This is not some rocket science that I'm talking about. But the will to the government is not supplied by intellectuals. Intellectuals, now that the budget session is on, 1.4 billion people will automatically translate into PhD in economics in our country. Everybody will have an opinion. Every channel will hand over a mic, and budget kaisa raha? मैं इसको 6 number दूंगा out of 10. And these guys would not know the difference between fiscal deficit, revenue deficit, and primary deficit. And tax, you know, even when chartered accountants are there, we go through all the tax amendments in fine prints. We understand the impact. जोर का धक्का धीरे से लगता है, 2 साल के बाद ही लगता है. Because that the implications of it are so profound that we do not know how and where it is putting us. Can I have water? See, whenever मुझे budget की बात करनी पड़ी, पानी पीना पड़ा. Otherwise, things were going normally, but that's what it is. Now, there is also a fear that at most times we are negating the fundamentals and we are trying to enter into areas where we have no clue as to what is happening. Government requires honest intellectual inputs, and government is not getting this honest intellectual inputs. I would only urge my professional brothers that a government that is living beyond its means, a government that is looking at a model where the model itself is in a crisis. I am not bothered about which economy is in crisis. The model itself is in crisis, or spending your way to richness. This is the theory. And every time we are only worried about 4% of fiscal deficit to the GDP, or it reduces to 4.2 or 3.8. These are all very dangerous things that we are ignoring. We are actually borrowing from the future. And this borrowing from the future cannot continue without a pause, without a full stop. One day we have to pay, and when we have to pay, there will be an economic crisis of unimaginable proportions. And this is where all of us need to come together. And the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, I'm sure, has got the brilliant minds, and the Dubai branch with its wonderful number of members who have cross-fertilization of ideas, not only from India, but also from abroad, from various places, from Africa, from Europe to America. You all must exert your pressure. And this pressure must be genuine, intellectual, and unbiased. I'm sure you're capable of it. And that, I think, must be the message that probably everyone needs to take home. That wherever it is possible, India must decouple not only with the West in physical or intellectual terms, but also give back to the West and the intellectual West, that we are giving you an alternative economic theory model. We can easily borrow the international accounting standards and pass it off, change the label and say it is Ind AS. But we can also do right original accounting standards. We are capable of that, and we are much better, we can write much better standards than the international accounting standards. My only regret is that we have not done it. If it is done, this nation will not only transform itself as a photocopy of the West, but it will make the West the photocopy of India. And that must be the aspirational model for us. $10 trillion, $15 trillion by being a carbon copy of the West will not happen. Take it from me. They will find ways to torpedo you, and you will be always second best, and Xerox copies are not admissible as evidence in a court of law. Court of law requires originals, and that original has to come from us, the intellectual class. Unfortunately, I have to say this, we have somehow conjured ways of mimicking the West. Professor says that we are great in innovation. Yes, but we must become great in invention. And China has now found out that it can invent technology far ahead of the West. It has reached that threshold. Probably we will reach that at a few years. But if we have to transform ourselves in the future, it is no gainsaying that we are an imitation of the West. We have to better the West. And if we have to better the West, we can better the West only on our own terms, not at the Western terms. So we see a vacuum, we see a challenge, we see a crisis, but we also must see that this is an opportunity. And that opportunity is a lifetime opportunity that's going to explode before us in the next 5 to 10 years. Take it from me, the challenge of economics will be the biggest challenge that is going to hurt us in the next 5 to 10 years. And when economies implode and they will find no answers, it is probably a great opportunity to present itself as something that we can tell the world look here, this is the model that we have to follow. This is a model that governments have to be a residuary power. We have to place primary responsibility on the individual, on the families. They will take care of themselves. You only be an assister, an enabler. You cannot be a prima donna force. You cannot be the engine. You cannot be looking at where you are going. Indian economy at this stage is poised to do that. We are 25 to 30% savings. That at a ICOR, incremental capital output ratio, gives you 7%, 8% growth automatically. You don't require a government. But if a government has to be there, it has to take this 30% growth to 10%, 30% saving into 10% growth. That is eminently possible. That is only by tweaking. And that tweaking is to move out of regulations. There are hundreds of regulations that each, I'm not only talking about India, I'm talking about the world. But if India can take a lead, India can do what the West has to do and tell them that, look, we have been successful because of these things. And household savings is a subject that is absent in most economies. I'm sure Professor would have dealt with that also had he got time. That if you put the household savings in most economies, it will be zero. But in India, it is government debt. Corporate may be probably having 1 or 2% savings, but the bulk of 28-30% savings comes from household. And it is the household that consumes, household that saves, household that invests, household that provides savings to the government, household is that is funding the stock market, household is that is funding investment into the corporates. But yet, household is a word that is missing. Family is a word missing in our constitution, in our budgets, in whenever the finance minister stands up, not only in India, world over. The world has to go back to the family, world has to go back to discipline, world has to understand the discipline of economics is not the indiscipline of economics. It has to understand, niyat se kaam karoge, to lambe chaloge. Niyat se kaam nahi karoge, to tadi par ho jaoge. With this, I will stop. I know the buzzer is there. Thank you very much for very patient.
Can we hear it big time, big round of applause for Venkatesh sir? That's good. So I'd like to request Chairman, Vice Chairman is already here to present a memento on behalf of all of us. And after that, we're gonna break. Now we are breaking for lunch, but I want to remind you that we have to be back at, it's 1:35. The first thing we will do is a raffle draw at 1:35. So people in the room will get a participation in the raffle draw, and not otherwise. Even if your name is pulled and you're not in the room, that has to be given to the next person in the room. So 1:35, we have here to listen to the speaker. That's why we have to squeeze a little bit of the time there. But please support us and be here at 1:35. Thank you very much.
So it's now, ladies and gentlemen, time to take a well-deserved break. Just to let you know, left-hand side of the first counter is a Jain and 2 veg counter. We have further 2 veg and non-veg counter in the Falcon area. So accordingly, as per your choice, please select the buffet counter. Thank you and see you at 1:35 p.m. Thank you.
Can we have Mr. Bilal Windmills on the stage for the raffle? Everyone who is in the hall is only eligible for the raffle. That's correct?
Yes, yes. All people in the room, the card will be picked out. If you're not in the room, of course, we have to take the next one. But if you're in the room, be attentive. After the lunch, I think takes some time to get back, but let's be attentive for the raffle draw, please.
Okay. I'm good. Please go. Mr. Bilal, what you are giving in the raffle today?
Before the speaker goes on. A mobile phone.
A mobile phone, and that only goes to the person who is in the hall. So let me take this ball. Let me find my card. Okay. Sorry.
Can I go there?
Who wants to do it? Okay, who feels lucky today? If I have to choose, sir, please go ahead. One name, the lucky one who will take home the Samsung phone. And there comes a name.
My name only.
Oh, sir. We are just kidding. The name on the card is
Shubham Jain. Shubham Jain.
Shubham Jain, Shubham
If you are
ji,
there,
here, please
you
join.
get the Samsung phone, you go home and say, I won something in annual conference, or you regret. Shubham Jain.
Please raise your hand. Are you here?
Okay, I count to 3. If you're not there, we are sorry. Shubham Jain.
Wow.
Okay, can you be a little fast? We are running short of time, Shubham.
Give him a round of
Perfect.
applause so he comes onto the stage with lot of power and push. Yes.
Hi, Shubham, how are you? Come. Thank you, Shubham. You won a phone. And anyone who claps can get another phone. I don't know. Thank you. Thanks a lot. What next, Rishi bhai?
So next we are going to unveil the souvenir.
The souvenir for the year. It will have all the coverage, what exactly we have done in the entire year. That's the Samsung phone. And Shubham has promised me to share with me. Thank you, Shubham. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Okay, can I invite, thank you, Bilal Saab, thank you, Windmills team for this phone. We go on to the souvenir, right?
Yes, so souvenir is going to be there. I request all the former chairmen to please join on the stage with us.
All the pillars of ICI, all the former chairmen, Anish bhai, you cannot sit there. We need you on the podium to unveil the souvenir along with all the past chairmen.
And before that, our treasurer has come back from the hard work. Treasurer Saab, can we have you on the stage? Dheeraj.
Everyone, Dheeraj on the stage, please. Nimish bhai, souvenir. Souvenir, we will release the souvenir.
Dheeraj onto the stage for presenting a memento. Give
Jain
a big round of applause to
Anish bhai,
Dheeraj.
please on the stage. Venkatesh sir, Mr. Venkatesh, Hanumant, Mr. James. One line. All the past chairmen. And where is the souvenir copies? Where are the souvenir copies? Yes, all in golden. We live in Dubai. The copies have been covered with gold. Golden souvenir for the year 2024. Can we have all the copies, please? I'm there.
And a big round of applause for Amit. He has put a lot of efforts to pull this together. Give him a big round of applause. Thanks, Amit.
Let's move on to the next segment. क्या करा रहे हो ऋषि भाई? What's the next? Can we have the memento for our treasurer Dheeraj Ransari on the stage? And can we have our own treasurer Dheeraj? Dheeraj on the stage, please. Can we have the chairman on the stage, please? Chairman on the stage, please. किसको? Can we call IBPC Secretary Sahit Chaturvedi on the stage to felicitate our treasurer? Sahit Chaturvedi,
IBPC Secretary General on the stage to felicitate our treasurer for his contribution for the year 2024. Thank you, thanks a lot. क्या करेंगे next?
Next, we'll go to the session.
Let's go to the session. Thank you.
And to wake us up from after the lunch, we are going to have some little bit of a laughter yoga session. So we are going to have Sumanji onto the stage and he'll going to wake us up.
Time nahi. Hello. Look at your watch. What's the time? It's time to laugh. Come to the standing posture, please. Standing posture, please. Standing posture. And laugh to the left. To the right. To the front. They say a day without laughter is a day wasted. And now we say an hour without laughter is an hour wasted. I have alarm in my clock. Every hour it rings and every hour I make 3 minutes solo laughter art with the people. And that's the best insurance for your health. So keep laughing and smiling. किसी ने कहा है जिसकी मस्ती जिंदा है उसी की हस्ती जिंदा है वरना ये समझो वो जबरदस्ती जिंदा है Laughter is the best medicine. And where is the pharmacy? The pharmacy is right under your nose. So feel your nose and make optimum use of this pharmacy. Anybody wants to come to stage, please? Catch your nose and make full use of the pharmacy. My friend will tell the benefit.
Laughter improves cardiovascular.
Laughter improves your cardiovascular system. It improves the health of the heart. And another code is that if you want to be in good condition of heart, take care of your sweetheart, your heart will be well. Benefit.
Laughter is a social magnet.
Laughter is a social magnet. You become attractive in the society and you attract positive energies from the society. So let's laugh.
Laughter enhances creativity.
Laughter enhances your creativity. All chartered accountants are very good in creativity. They create so many things. So laugh more. And as I mentioned yesterday, now we produce Bollywood songs based on the Bollywood themes with Bollywood studio in the Lanka. And the next song we have is Hasde India. Audio please. Hasde India. So everybody will laugh and the India will laugh. So let's make India laugh. Please, audio please. In the meantime, very good, yay, very good. Very good. Yay. Very good. Very good. Yay. And we can have some laughter like the animals, elephant laughter. Bird laughter, fly like birds, be happy like birds. Butterfly laughter. Audio please, Haste India song. दिल खोल के हंस लो यारों के साथ, वरना दिल खुलेगा औजारों के साथ.
आजो हंसिए, आजो हंसिए, काहे चुप हो ले, अब आजो हंसिए. आजो हंसिए, आजो हंसिए, बहुत चुप हो ले, अब आजो हंसिए. सुबह शामी हंसिए, दोपहर राती हंसिए, सुबह शामी हंसिए, दोपहर राती हंसिए. हंस दे ओ हंस दे इंडिया, हंस दे ओ हंस दे इंडिया, हंस दे ओ हंस दे इंडिया, हंस दे ओ हंस दे इंडिया.
जिसकी मस्ती जिंदा है उसी की हस्ती जिंदा है, वरना यूं समझो वो जबरदस्ती जिंदा है.
दुनिया ये अपनी है, दुनिया के सारे हैं, अपना ये चंदा है, अपने सितारे हैं. नदियों पहाड़ों ने हंसना सिखाया है, काहे को फिर तुझको हंसना न आया है. झूम झूम हंस ले, झूम झूम हंस ले, रंगीन जिंदगी है, झूम झूम हंस ले. हंसना है हंस दे जी, हंस रहे हो हंस ले जी, हंसना यूं ही, हंसना यूं ही, हंसना यूं ही. आजो हंसिए, सुबह शामी हंसिए, दोपहर राती हंसिए, सुबह शामी हंसिए, दोपहर राती हंसिए. हंस दे ओ हंस दे इंडिया, हंस दे ओ हंस दे इंडिया, हंस दे ओ हंस दे इंडिया, हंस दे ओ हंस दे इंडिया.
सो दर्द छुपे हैं सीने में, मगर अलग ही मजा है हंस हंस के जीने में.
जीतों में हारों में, सुलझे विचारों में, दुश्मन के दुश्मन से यारों के यारों में सुमन सुने जाने बात ये ठानी है हंसने का फायदा है कोई ना हानि है दिल खोल कर तू हंस ले मुंह खोल कर तू हंस ले अब पाले यार जब भी लब बोल कर तू हंस ले हंसना है हंस दे जी हंस रहे हो हंस ले जी हंसना यूं ही हंसना यूं ही हंसना यूं ही आज हंसिए सुबह शामी हंसिए दोपहर राती हंसिए सुबह शामी हंसिए दोपहर राती हंसिए हंस दे इंडिया हंस दे इंडिया हंस दे इंडिया हंस दे इंडिया
हर गम में खुशी का ठिकाना ढूंढो पल पल में थैंक यू कीप लाफिंग कीप स्माइलिंग
Give a big round of applause to Suman ji for a great getting us from the lunch and then creating that momentum already in the house. Thank you very much, Suman ji. So welcome back everyone. I hope you all had a great lunch and are feeling refreshed and energized for the exciting sessions we have ahead. Now let me ask you this. How many of you were tempted to skip dessert because you have been working on your mindset to eat healthy? How many? Raise your hands. Skip dessert. Wanted to skip dessert and did it. Okay. And how many of you said to yourself, mindset starts tomorrow. I want to have some dessert counter. I saw the dessert counter. Let me have a little bit of it. How many of guilty? Come on. Next time, put your mindset in front. Whether you skip or didn't, we are glad to have you back and to keep the energy high. And I'm thrilled to introduce my co-host segment, Dikshit with me, who is going to add some humor, wit and lot of energy. Dikshit, welcome to the podium.
Thank you, Rishi Bhai. Thank you and good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon. How's the post-lunch vibe here in the room? It's good to be back on the stage in the room, or is it like time to have a quick nap after the lunch? No. All right, so I think Rishi Bhai, it's a great time to be here. The post-lunch vibe is buzzing in this room. People are trying to find a simple nap, or probably we are going to start the session very soon.
So Dikshit, I guess unless we start some perfect notes, napping is guaranteed. So now Dikshit, since we are talking about mindset today, let me ask you, what's the funniest mindset shift you had done recently?
Oh, Rishi Bhai, my mindset changes every minute, every day. I think recently, sometime back, sometime the mindset changes with the necessity. Recently, I've decided that I can't beat the morning traffic. So I might as well call that morning traffic as my meditation time.
Wow.
Because I'm stuck in the traffic so long. So yeah.
Dikshit, I don't know why it feels that you are reaching for my secret diary anyways, because that's something I also think about. This is the meditation time. Don't get yourself frustrated with the traffic. But one thing, you are absolutely right. Mindset is as much as about those small everyday decisions as it is about the big ones. And that's exactly what our next session is all about, from vision to action, creating a hyper-growth mindset.
Exactly, Rishi Bhai. We have all heard about the power of having vision. But the real magic starts when you turn your vision into action. It's about creating momentum, staying consistent, building a mindset that pushes you to achieve extraordinary results. With this, now we have somebody with us to motivate us, to give us that vision. I would like to ask our technical team to play the video of our next speaker. To introduce him, please. Technical team. Technical team, please play Mr. Rahul's video. PPT. Okay, PPT.
PPT. They're working on it. It should be up and running very, very soon. While they are doing it, so Dikshit, about the mindset story, what else have you done from the mindset perspective? What else have you really thought about? It changes the mindset.
Rishi bhai, mindset is such a term which I am not able to decode it. I think my mind is flying somewhere here, somewhere there. I'm sitting in this conference, enjoying this session since morning, and I think everybody is enjoying here. Am I right? How's the session being since morning? Is it good? How's the Josh in the room? High?
High.
Super high.
No, let's it louder. I think after yoga session, everybody is up. I am definitely up. So can we hear it little louder? On the count of 1, 2, and 3. Okay. How's the Josh? 1, 2, 3. Go! High! That's the way to do it. Super. I think we are awake. So mindset is gonna really work for all of us.
Yes, Rishi bhai, I think we had such a good start to the session since morning. I think we learned a lot about stock market. Then we had a very good educational session from Mr. M.R. Venkateshan, Vaidyanathan sir. People enjoyed, they laughed. I think they laughed a lot, with the kind of jokes which are putting across. I think now this is the time that we motivate ourselves. We move ourselves. Our body needs that motivation now. So we are going to move into that phase now very soon, where Mr. Rahul Kapoor has come here and enlighten us with his thoughts, and he's going to shake us with creating that kind of clarity between the vision and the action, and how to reach to that action point from your vision.
Okay, start. And by the way, what I noticed was the standing ovation, because sometimes what you feel like, okay, fine, it's a good speaker, there should be a standing ovation, but nothing happens. But sometimes, even before the speaker leaves, there is a standing, people raise, that is really emotional. And to have it on an annual international conference is really, really special. Trust me, it's really special. Give a big round of applause for our chairman for pulling out such a great speakers and have such a great audience with us. That is really, really super and very, 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 very soothing and satisfying to all of us in the executive committee.
Here we go. I think we have the PPT on the screen.
So it's all ready to go.
Rahul Kapoor, mindset coach, speaker, and author. With over 25 years of experience, empowering more than 400,000 individuals and leaders across 15 countries. His expertise in cultivating high-performance mindsets has made him a trusted partner for over 400 global organizations, including Apple, Google, Cisco, Samsung, and HP. In addition to his corporate work, Rahul specializes in family harmony and business succession planning, guiding families and businesses through complex transitions. A defining moment in his career was his collaboration with Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, which shaped his leadership and personal development approach. Rahul is the author of 2 widely acclaimed books, Workwise and Dad and I, and regularly contributes to leading publications like the Times of India. He has also been a guest faculty at IIM Bangalore and served as the official host for Royal Challengers Bangalore during IPL seasons 4, 5, and 6. Recognized with numerous honors, including the Outstanding Young Person of India 2010 by Junior Chamber International and the Young Achievers Award at the Young India Conclave, among others. Rahul Kapoor, mindset coach, speaker, and author.
So let's welcome Rahul onto the stage. So Rahul, the stage is all yours.
Check 1, 2, 1, 2. That music can go on for a few more seconds, and I just want to check whether the people at the back can hear my voice loud and clear. Say yes or say no. I'll cut the music now, please. It's okay. The monitor speakers. Do we have monitor speakers on stage? Can they come up? I can't hear the monitor speakers. Can I have the monitor speakers on so I can hear myself? Can somebody put the thumbs up, thumbs down so I know what's going on? Monitor speaker, check, please. Just come and stand here and see if the monitor speakers work. Okay, doesn't matter. Give me one moment. Just check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Okay, too close to the speakers there. I know we are starting a little behind schedule, but we'll make sure that you have some good time with me. Whoever is right at the back, like right at the back of the hall, I want to ask you, can you hear my voice loud? Others in the front don't speak. People at the back, are you able to hear me loud and really clear? Say yes or no. Okay, sounds good. Good afternoon. I'm one, you are over 1,000 people. Let's try this again. Good afternoon. Okay, fair deal. I have some prizes in my hands. I'm going to come wherever you are. The one who gives me the loudest and the longest good morning or good afternoon of the day gets these prizes. Age, no bar. Designation, no bar. Qualification, no bar. In our session, fun, bar. पंजाब में प्रोग्राम करता हूँ तो लोग बोलते हैं बार. I said, no, it's bar. वो बोलते हैं, अबे साले वही सर उठा and say bar. One small little difference can change the meaning completely. Today we're talking about envisage. We're talking about growth, your professional growth, Bharat's growth, and the world's growth through economy, of course. But I want to see what I can do with your brains today. I'm a mindset coach, and I'm going to get into your brain. I'm going to show you how, if you just change a few things about the way you think you do, your results can change completely. Let's try this together. Give me the good afternoon as loud as you can, as long as you can, and the one who gives me the loudest and the longest good afternoon gets these prizes. Here we go. And don't stop in between, okay? Just keep it going. Just keep it going. Good afternoon. Go. Yeah. Keep going. And don't stop. I'm coming. Go. Keep it going. And I'm going. There. Got it. Stand up, please. He's the man. What's your name? Nitin. You must have seen the way he went. Who's that? Make him stand. Who's that person? Make him stand. But I love the way he went. आवाज तो था ही नहीं और तुमको लगा कि तुम राहुल को बेवकूफ बना दोगे, हाँ? So congratulations for being here, but definitely no prize for you. Who was that person there? Who was that? Point towards that person. Who was that person who just kept, point towards him? Now, there we go. Make some plays. It takes a couple of minutes to do it. Now, this is 3 silver flowers, gold-plated, handmade from Bangalore for you, sir. And wait. The one who claps loudest and longest for him and, wait. For the 42nd annual convention or conference of ICAI Dubai. The one who claps loudest and longest gets this prize. Come on, clap now. Keep going. Front or back? Where do I go? Front or back? Let's see if I can go all the way at the back. All the way. There or here? Okay, stop. Stand up. For any person who thinks that you're going to sit at the back and I don't care for you, then I want you to know that I care for all of you. And I'm here. Now this is yours, and what's your name? Priyanka. Keep it up. As I walk up to the stage, let me ask you what really happened. The first time you wished me, and the second doubt, third time you wished me, There was a difference in the way you wished me. Loudly say yes or no. What happened the third time? The third time there was more energy, there was more enthusiasm, there was more participation. Keep this open because I'll keep going to the audience. Sir, chhod do na. This is such a barrier between me and, no. Chodo re baba. Mere session ke liye, only for my session. The third time there was more energy, there was more enthusiasm. But the first time it was the same you, the third time it was the same you, goes to say that you had the potential, but you didn't use it. The theme is envisage, expand and grow. But how is the growth going to happen? And we say the $3 trillion business, Jay was saying in the morning, is going to become like what? $30 trillion in 2047. Which means to say it's all good. Something's happening outside. And all the speakers have spoken about that. We also had a concept about spirituality yesterday, and how do you do that? I'm going to fill a gap between that which happens outside, this which happens in the spiritual world, and I'm going to try and give you something which is here, in between. The outside world, the spiritual world, and the world in between, your brain. My name is Rahul Kapoor. What I'm going to do is show you in 100 ways, using science, psychology, and spirituality, that you are more powerful than you actually believe. That you have the potential that you're actually looking for outside. And if you are successful already, I'm going to show you how much more you can achieve just if you shift the way your brain functions. Ladies and gentlemen, now is the time for you to clap and welcome me like you mean it in Dubai. Clap a little louder, make some noise. Stop. You see what happened? Just a few minutes ago, I told you you have the potential, you can use it, but between the first and the third, something happened. Between the first and the third time, I gave you some gift, motivation. Which means to say, the key to your potential was in my hands, in the hands of a stranger. If I give you the same potential back, which you can control, not Rahul Kapoor or anybody else, then you are on your path for that incredible growth that every guru speaks about, every mentor, every coach speaks about. Motivation comes from outside, inspiration comes from inside, and what comes within you, no one else can shift that. But then Rahul, what is the role of this one? I'll tell you what. For this little gift in Indian rupees, I think this costed me about $1,000. You see how cheap is motivation. But for this little gift, if you could shift your energy from here to say, yeah, that was amazing. But if this was not the gift, and this is your profession, how high can your potential go? If this was not your profession, but if this was India, Bharat, how high can your potential go? And this is not just Bharat, but the entire world, then how high can your potential grow? That, ladies and gentlemen, is the power of your brain. And if you like what I say, you can keep clapping today. If you clap louder, I'm going to give you this gift. Come on, keep going. Come on, go. Stop. You know I'm playing with you. You already know I'm playing with you. But I'm actually not playing with you. I'm playing with your brains. Our brains are tuned. Our brains are already accustomed to what it does all the time. You don't come into the convention giving your best each time, say, yay! To baju wala bolega, sala pi kya hai? Sorry, Ganpaji, I used the word sala 2 times. I just made a mistake. Apologies. But our brain is used to doing some things in certain ways. Anything more than that, if you ask to, it'll be good to hear, difficult to practice. And I'm going to show you how and why. You already saw the way you clapped the first time, the second and third time. Iski wiring kahan se hui? We're talking about exponential growth. But let me take you down to your past and show you how the wiring went wrong. Okay, let's say if you're in 6th standard school, before I continue, where is the timer? How will I know 50 minutes are over? Somebody has to just show me the timer, otherwise I will go with my watch. Okay, let's say I'm a teacher in school and you're the student, 6th standard students, okay? I'm gonna wish you, you wish me back. I'm gonna show you how the wiring went wrong. Good morning, students. Mwah. Look at that. Kya wiring ghus ke, we made it so strong, you still remember. I need a cordless mic. But, there's one here. What if I change the game a little bit? Just see what happens to your brain, okay? And how do you start this? So, I'm gonna just come to one of the volunteers at the back. Come, run to me. You're doing 2 jobs at the same time. Wife ka phone hai kya? This is working. Sure. Okay, let me take that also. Okay, this is working. Ma'am, please stand up. What's your name, ma'am?
Manya.
Manya, let's say that you are the teacher. We're all students, including me. I wanted to wish them good morning, and we will all wish her back. But there'll be some change taking place. Try, ma'am. Try. I'm a student, you're a teacher. Say good morning, whatever.
Good morning, students.
Good morning, ma'am. Something changed. Let's do it again.
Good morning, students.
Good morning, ma'am. Now, if you all go like that as students, can you show me live too? Yeah. If you all go like that as students, if I go like this as a student, what will be the first reaction of this teacher? Behave yourself. If I do the same thing second day, she will say, get up, stand out. Looks like आपको experience है, sir. आप हंसते हंसाते हैं, मैं आपको बताऊं, एक छोटा बच्चा जो होता है, वो दिन में 200 से 400 बार हंसता है. और ये बड़े होने के बाद 40 बार भी नहीं हंसते हैं. 4 से 6, ये देखो. Thank you, sir. He says, stand out. But if I repeat the same thing 3rd time, you will say, no. You will say, bring your father, bring your parent. If I do the same thing 4th day, rustication. So, how many of you have this? How many of you have experienced this? Stay there. How many of you have experienced this? That you were in school, you were thrown out of the class, you were standing out. How many of you have the experience? Raise your hands up. Wow, quite a few. You were standing out. There's some teacher of some other class, you don't even know that teacher. That teacher is going past, she looks at you and she says, you deserve it. You're like, what? You don't even know me. Forget that. Another class, the students in that class are going for the PT class like this. They will look at you and they'll laugh. Have you seen that? So what does the student do? The student does not want to stand out. So the student gets the message in the brain, it is not good to stand out. So the student goes to teacher and says, what's your name, ma'am?
Manya.
Manya, ma'am, I'm so sorry, ma'am. I promise I will behave properly, ma'am.
You'll not repeat
you
next
please
time?
wish us again, ma'am. Please, guys, she's gonna wish us again. Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
Good morning, students.
Good morning, ma'am. And you will
job.
say,
Good job.
She said, good job. Congratulations, ma'am. Congratulations, you murderer. You just killed the creativity of the boy.
That was negative motivation. I gave negative motivation.
She caught it. Thank you, Manya, ma'am. Sit down. Ladies and gentlemen, your pleasure, you murderer. You killed the potential of the boy. What we just did, ladies and gentlemen, to our brains is that we told our brain it is not good to stand out, and therefore, as human beings, without knowing, in our own innocence, each one of us have lowered our potential. How much ever you have grown, you have another 100 times more that you can achieve. But it's just that the brain is not tuned for it. We don't want to stand out. But whose autograph do we take? We take autographs of those people who are outstanding. Dr. Abdul Kalam, outstanding. What was he doing? There was no money in his house. He was selling newspapers. His friends would say, "Tu pagal hai kya? Kam khelte hai." No, he worked hard. He was outstanding. He was standing out. Stand out, outstanding. Bar, 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 bar. You see a small change. I'm just changing words. That's how the brain works. You change a few words, you change a few things about your brain, everything changes. Nobody wants to stand out. But we all want to be outstanding. And to be outstanding is not easy. It takes a lot of efforts through a story, through a game, and through an activity. I'll show you how that works. I want to talk to you about how do you make this vision, the vision of envisage that you have, right, to grow. How do you put that into action using your mindset? Let me share a story with you. A story of a mother who's poor in India. They don't have money. So she says, one of her boys, "Beta bahar ja, paise kama ke aa. I want to, take this 10 rupees, take the oil bottle, fill the oil and give it to me. I want to cook the food." The boy goes out, he comes back. As he's coming, he falls down. Half the oil in the bottle spills over. He picks up the other half, he comes back and says, "Mom, I'm sorry. I was coming and I dropped half the oil in the bottle. I am sorry." Mom says, "It's okay." The boy says, "No, Mom, I'm bad, I'm horrible." And that day, the boy does not eat food. The second day, the mother asks the second boy, "You go get the oil." The boy goes, he's coming, he falls down. He drops half the oil. He picks up the other half. And he's happy. He says, "Mom, guess what? I was coming and I fell down. I could have dropped all the oil, but I was alert. I was active. I picked up the bottle. Boy, I'm good." The first boy is negative. The second is, come on, loudly. 1,000 people, come on. First is negative, second is, who would you like to be like? The mind always wants to choose the best one, the best option. That's how the brain works. The story continues. The mother asks the third boy, and there are only 3 children, so the story will come to an end, okay? The mother tells the third boy, "You go get the oil." The boy goes. You know what happens in the story. Wo aata hai, aate niche gir jata hai. He picks up the other half of the oil. He comes back home. He says, "Mom, I'm sorry. I was coming. I dropped the oil." "When will you cook the food?" Mom says, 12 o'clock. He says, "Right now it's 10. Don't start till I come back." Mom says, "Where are you going?" The boy says, "Mom, I have 2 hours. I will go out. I'll find a job. I'll work. I'll earn 5 rupees. I'll fill the bottle and give it back to you." The first boy is negative, second is positive, the third is realistic, who believes in himself. Given the option between 1, 2, 3, how would you like to be? You changed your option so quickly. You changed your option because the brain is always looking for the better option. I want to have a better body. I want to have more money. I want to have a better car. I want to have a better job. I want to have a whatever. We're always looking for that. Shh, come. Listen. We are all looking for that. But where's the problem? The problem is whatever you want in your life, either you're stuck with the first boy's attitude, negative, "Oh, nothing works for me, I'm horrible," or positive, "Jo bhi hai, changa hai, doesn't really matter," or realistic, saying, "I'm going to really work for it." Let's get into the mindset of the third boy. Envisage, growth, how does it happen? The third boy, it's so easy to say. It's so easy to say that I'm going to go out and I'm going to get the money. But that means you have to work hard. Take the risk. Put in the discipline. Not give up. Be resilient. But the brain is not designed for it. So the brain compromises and says, "I'm okay where I am." The brain does not like this. So the brain starts complaining, "My life is not good, economy is not good, company is not good, country is not good, family is not good." When you have a theme like this, Rajeshji, this is not just a theme, it's a mindset. How do we make it happen? A country like ours, which was struggling for years, the country like ours, which was struggling for decades, a country like ours is doing incredible things in the last 8, 9, 10 years, and we are saying we can make it happen because of the great foundation we had then and the work that we're doing. And ladies and gentlemen, that is the way to get into your brain. If I made sense, you clap and let me know now. Come on. First negative, second positive, third realistic. But how and who's made it possible? Let's decode this unstoppable mindset. It means you have to be self-made. It means you have to work hard and have passion. It means you need to really go out there with a vision for tomorrow. It means you should have the focus on yourself as a youth and also believe in technology. I'm adding one word there. How about this? Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. The boy is working hard for the whole family. And it also means that you should have, you said in the morning about leadership, selfless leadership. Why did I take extra time for these slides? Because I was listening to your speeches and making additions over here. And who's done all of this? Ladies and gentlemen, ICAI Dubai. And here are the chairmen who have been like the realistic boy. Not the first, not the second, not the third, but like the third one who really has pumped it up. And you are clapping this much for them. Come on, stand up and clap for every chairman, for every committee of ICAI Dubai. Stand up and clap like you mean it. I want to hear you say yay. Don't look at me and clap, look at each other and clap. Come on. If you clap for 10 seconds more, I can drink some water. Keep clapping. Sit down, please. I've spoken for 21 minutes. I'm going with my watch, 21 minutes. And this is just the build-up for you. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to have a look. And when we say let's move forward, how do we move forward? What is the journey ahead? This is the journey ahead. We want to do this. We want us to grow. We want you to grow. And I'm going to give you some tips, and I promise you, at the end of my session, I promise you, at the end of the session, each one of you will have something to take back to grow yourself more than where you are. It's a commitment. If you just follow the rules, what I'm sharing with you about the mind. Second, I will make sure that at least if you do what you do, India is going to have an impact, and then, of course, the world may be. You need to understand the brain, okay? You just need to understand the brain. If you understand the brain, everything goes well. Rahul, how do I change this first boy's mindset? The second boy's mindset to make it this? Is that a good question? Say yes or no. Come on. 1,500, how many thousand? 1,000 people, let's do this again. Yes or no? Yes. Full potential. All of you. How many of you have a pen and paper with you? Raise your hands up. People at the back don't have? Tragedy. Okay, I want one of the cameramen to focus on somebody who's going to do an activity on the paper now, okay? I want one of the cameramen to focus on that. Any one cameraman and put it on the screen. All those people who have a pen and paper, show me a pen and paper fast. Show me fast. Now, write your name on the paper. Running handwriting, cursive handwriting, write your name really fast. Track number 2, please. Write down. Cameraman, please show me. Just zoom, no? Not the camera, zoom. Ravi. No, I want you to zoom on the paper. Zoom on the paper. Yes. Just zoom on one of the paper. Take the right paper. Have you written the name? Good. Now write your name again with the other hand. Take the pencil in the other hand and write your name again. What's happening? Is it difficult? Yeah, Rajesh ji kan pehle right hand mein likha, दूसरे हाथ से लिखिए. और आप डॉक्टर राजेश बन जाएंगे अभी. Okay, stop please. Ah, there we go. Have a look at that. Have a look at that. Rohini's name right there. Yeah. Stop the music. Bring it back to me. Rohit. Okay. Rohit, where are you? Stand up. What happened to your hands? What happened to your writing? You could not do it. Why? Because you are not practicing. So your brain easily does what you are practicing. Clear? Sit down. Everybody, you're all chartered accountants. Let's do a little game together. Everybody play with me now. Mathematics, tables. 2 ones are, louder, louder. 2 ones are, 2 twos are, 4 twos are, 8 twos are, 16.5 into 17.3s are. You're stuck. Stop. Stop, stop. But Rahul, what happened? Your brain is not tuned to that because you are not practicing that every day. The committee which came up with this theme, I want you to know the theme is great. People will come, they'll have a great session, great food, great entertainment, ताली बजाएंगे, feedback में 10 देके जाएंगे. But will the theme come true in their lives is the question. Hey, intentions are clear. But what's wrong? Your intention is clear, but your mind is not wired for anything different at all. If I just ask you to move from Botim to GoChat, you're going to struggle to get there. Some of you will try, get it right. Some of you will give up easily because your brain is not trained. This is called neuroplasticity. This is how the brain functions. Some science, and then I get straight into an activity after this. Your brain has an ability to actually reorganize, reprogram, and it can change the functions and the structure if you consciously do it. This is how it does it. See, our brain has this entire neural connection in it. We call it neuroplasticity. So, look at these dots. Is that a, yeah. Look at these dots here. These dots are not connected, but these are 2 1s are 2, 2 2s are 4. But 16.5 into not connected. But when you start practicing, the wiring begins to take place. When you do something new, you see now the wiring is taking place. Can you see that? This wiring is weak. It is not strong yet. It's called the synapse of the brain. But when you practice it again and again, it becomes strong. You're all CAs. You all know how difficult it is to crack the exam. And you cracked your exam because you've been practicing the same thing for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, and you got it right. This is how it works. You need to strengthen the synapse. Repetition, practice, repetition, practice, repetition, practice. You just keep doing it. So that's good news, Rahul. Yes, it is. Like you learned how to write with the right hand so easily, but left hand became difficult. So all the good things you're practicing, all the good habits you have that you're practicing is helping you. But if you're practicing the wrong things, even that is a habit which is not helping you. Smoking. For some of you, drinking. For some of you, late night sleep. For some of you, lack of exercises. For some of you, lack of getting into new technology. For some of you, lack of new education. Because you are not used to it, it gets difficult. But that is also the wiring. Now, if I want to change this first boy into second or the second into third, I need to go back to the brain's wiring. The brain's wiring is difficult. Example, I get angry very easily. Now I go for meditation. Now I'm angry, I go for meditation. So therefore my anger is supposed to come down. Now this is a strong synapse. This is a weak synapse. So when these two synapses come together, that is you get angry and your meditation doesn't work for you and you lose. You get angry. So people say, "Tu kya karta hai? Kuch nahi hoga tera. Tu jaisa hai waisa hi rahega." Or you go to the gym, you don't get the results after 2 months. They say, "Hey, tera kuch nahi hoga." And therefore, because the synapse is weak, what do human beings do? They give up. But if I continue working on meditation for 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, going to the gym 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, learning new technology 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, they'll both become strong enough. Then they will fight. Now this guy can win, this guy can win. Neuroplasticity says that you got to make this stronger and stronger. This becomes weaker and weaker. And when this becomes weak, you become strong. And that way, with the right vision, with the right effort, but with patience, you can rewire your brain. कहना इतना आसान है, करना मुश्किल है. You need to strengthen one and weaken the other. Strengthen one, weaken the other. Strengthen one, weaken the other. That's when it happens. But Rahul, why does the brain struggle? Now have a look at how the brain is functioning. A video on that for 60 seconds. I want the audio on for this.
The human brain, one of our most complex organs, allows us to move, feel, think, and learn. Inside the brain, a dynamic network formed by billions of nerve cells processes information via electrical signals.
Can you hear what's going on?
Each neuron receives information from thousands of other neurons via multiple processes called dendrites and transmits information via a single axon. At specialized contact sites called synapses, electrical signals trigger the regulated release of neurotransmitters stored in synaptic vesicles. These chemical messengers bind and activate postsynaptic receptors, initiating a new electrical signal in the next cell.
Okay, from here, I could not hear the audio properly, but did you all hear it? Yes, no? This is how the brain's functioning. When you were trying to make them laugh, they laughed for some time, and then they stopped laughing at the back. But see how easy it is. Everybody put both your hands up, and laugh for 5, 10, 15 seconds as loud as you can, and don't stop. Rewire your brain. Laugh! Stop. Stop. You must notice this is difficult. I'll make it easy for you now. You see now you will not stop laughing. The way you reprogram your brain. Put your finger up like this. Look at one of your neighbor and make your neighbor laugh by looking at him and doing this. Go again. Try again. Okay? I'll give you another easy one. Put your fingers up like this. And now look at one of your neighbors and tickle your neighbor and make him laugh. Do it, do it, do it. Stop. Stop, stop. What am I doing? Rahul, what is that? Look, 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 look. What I just did now was I shifted the focus from you laughing, ha ha ha, pagal lagega. But making the other person laugh, that, ladies and gentlemen, is collaboration. Growth, profession, Bharat, and the world. CA, chartered accountant. Then you said something in the morning. There was a word you used. What preneur was that? Charterpreneur. इतना आसान नहीं होता है बॉस. ब्रेन के अंदर वाली वायरिंग को रीडू करना पड़ता है. होने देगा नहीं वो. But you have to keep trying the 3 approaches I gave you. 3, 4, 5. A new approach, better way. A new approach, a better way. So you try fast, you fail fast, you try again. You try fast, you fail fast, you try again. You try fast, you fail fast, you try again. Until your brain is ready. But this will be difficult for your brain because you are 30, 40, 50, 60 years of age. And today's world is of 18, 19, 25 years of age. Kids are doing better than most of us. Because they're able to rewire the brain faster than us. And if you don't do it, I have a message for you. In 5 years or 8 years from now, you'll be gone. And I'm not joking. That's what the world's technology is going to do to all of us. You have to adapt. Change the way your brain works. Teamwork and collaboration will be the way to do it. Rahul, itna mushkil kyun hota hai? I'll show you how. Sir, if I come in the front and pick up a volunteer, it will not work. Somebody's closed this, huh? Sir, aap aiye. Wait, hold on, you come. Strong man. Come, bend and come down. Track 2, please. Hurry up, what's your name? All I'm doing today is I'm going to show you how the brain is functioning. The entire session is about how growth can happen if you understand your brain better. Murli, yes. Thank you very much for being over here. I'll choose one more volunteer. I know this microphone keeps going up and down. I'm trying my best. Ganpati, you told me, but somehow. We have a guest who's come here, right? Many guests. But let me see if I can pick up some new. So you come. Yeah, you. नहीं आपके पास में बैठा है हरी भाई इनको बताइए. Come. I just want to show you how the brain functions. That's all that we're interested in. Music's little low. Stand right behind him. Music little low, please. You stand behind him. Okay. When I ask him, he's going to keep the hand like this. Your job will be to push his hand down. That's all. Okay? Music 20% low. 20% low. Rachel, 20% low. Close your eyes. What's your name? Murli, I must tell you, you're looking fabulous. The jacket looks so good on you. Gray is a good combination. And so is that shirt. The striped shirt looks fantastic. Your beard looks good. And I also know your smile is fabulous. You're an amazing guy. You're looking absolutely brilliant, well dressed for this event. As a CA, you must have done your parents proud. And we're so happy that you're here doing what you're doing. Open your eyes. Keep your hands up. You don't try to push your hand down. Your job is to not let it go down, okay? Give your best. Come on. Hands here, hands up. No. Once. Give him time, Arey. Give him time. Okay. Wait there. Close your eyes. You went too fast. Close your eyes. Okay, all the goodness in you. I want you to just focus on that. Yeah, keep your eyes open. Amazing guy. Put all your strength. Be fair to him. There's no show of strength. Yeah, okay, put your hands now. Now let's go for it. Dikshit, you do your job here, so you go for it. No. Don't do that. Yeah, serious business. Keep going, sir. Come on. Ah! Brilliant. Wait. Just an experiment. Good job. Close your eyes. But don't tickle him, it's a serious business. Close your eyes. What's your name you said? Murli. Close your eyes. Murli, I was just joking about all this. I just look at yourself, man. Look at a paunch coming out. What are you doing? Keep your eyes closed. Yeah, and I'm saying that your beard, you haven't even shaved properly, man, today. And what are you doing over here on this stage? Huh? Just look at the way you are at this point in time. That smile also is a faking smile. You don't even smile properly. And what are you doing? You're just like coming over here to the bike. Sab kya hai, boss? Get your hands up. Try to open your eyes. Try to push him down now. Push him now. Go. Yeah, but something you and I know what happened. Only you and I know, you do not know. You know that second time and first time, effort was the same from your side.
Yes.
What happened second time?
Second time, the energy is the mind not giving the energy to the hand as with the first time. Because first time, I'm on the good, and that is I feel that I'm comfort and.
Yeah, but you know what? He knows nothing about it. Only you and I know, because you and I know what was happening in the brain.
Yes.
Stay where you are. Ladies and gentlemen, cut the music, please. Ladies and gentlemen, every single time you allow a negative thought to come in, every single time you allow a doubt to come in, every single time you allow your brain a thought that I don't think I can do, you're defeated before defeat defeats you. This is the example. Now don't clap like that. Clap like you mean it. Come on, everybody. This is for you. That is for me. And aapke liye. Thank you very much. Good luck. Knowing the fact that we went a little quick out of time, I'm just going to give you what happened in the brain just now is this. Motivational speakers come, they speak and they go. We get inspired. For 5 days, we are all good. 6th day, we are back to where we were because all that happened was a chemical change in your brain. It's like drinking alcohol, being in nasha for 1 day. In the morning, you're back to where you are. That's how motivational talks work. I was a motivational speaker once upon a time. I realized the results are not strong. I work with corporates like Apple, Google, Cisco, Samsung, and I'm working with the scientists and architects who are designing the next big thing in the world. And I knew motivation cannot get them going. We had to do something in their brains differently. I work with families around the world, helping them with harmony and succession planning, complex situations where they haven't been able to solve for 20 years, 30 years. We go there and do this in 3 to 6 months, 9 months at the max. It's not because of motivation, it's about the way you wire the brain. The way you give people an access into the brain, like I'm doing right now over here. Imagine a family of 2 brothers fighting like this with negativity. Where will they go? Imagine an organization which is not doing very well in terms of numbers. Where will they go when they keep the negativity going? Where will you go? Where will Bharat go? First boy, second boy, third boy, rewiring. We need to go into the brain and restructure the brain. And when I restructure the brain with just small things, bar, right hand, left hand, small changes, big impact. छोटी चीजों से बड़ा impact हो सकता है. मैं दिखाऊंगा, अभी तक मेरा सेशन खत्म नहीं हुआ है. आपके दिमाग के भीतर घुस के दिखाऊंगा आपको. वादा है. ये तीसरा, when we have accidents, we have a functional change. Doctors play the game, so I'm going to skip that. Skipping this, don't have time. So what I'm going to do is I just showed you the power of the strength. What happened in his brain just now is that I pushed in a lot of positivity the first time, and then I shifted his brain into negativity, and I actually released 2 chemicals called adrenaline and cortisol in his brain. As I did that, his physiological response became weak, and I defeated him. But how do you really push this up? It's a very simple way, and I'm going to teach you how. Everybody, please stand up. Everybody, please stand up. I really do not know how to fix this. Can somebody help me? Or give me a cordless phone, I'll be good. Yeah. Cameraman, come up. Nobody acknowledges cameraman. Today, let me acknowledge you. Put your hands together for the man, please. What's your name? Huh? Money, give me this. Money, give me a hug. Give me a hug. That's a wrong hug, Money. Wait. This was a wrong hug. Ask me why. Because your heart is here. You're hugging here. Small things make a big difference. You have to rewire the brain, for which you have to rewire the heart. Heart is not here, heart is here. Touch your heart with mine and stay there for 3 seconds. Touch. Is your eyes open or closed? Eyes are open or closed? Your eye is open or closed? Eye is open or closed? You should close your eyes and hug for 3 seconds. That 3 seconds, the two hearts beat together once. That's a hug. When you're hugging your wife or children, hug for 10 seconds. If you hug for 30 seconds, you'll produce children, so don't do that. Okay, wait. I want men to men, women to women. I want you to make 3 hugs at least and stay there and touch the person. Let the music number 2 go on. Hug 3 people. Go. Track number 2, please. Rachel, track number 2. Okay, look at me, everybody. Put your hand up, and if you're enjoying the session so far, make some noise and say, yay! Don't sit. Stop. Reduce the volume by 50%. Reduce the volume by 50%, Rachel. And put your thumbs up if you're following me. 50% down. Don't sit. Now I want you all to know that I want to take you into your brain and show you what shifts. When you hugged someone, I released a chemical called oxytocin in your mind and your body already, which creates trust. Now see the power of what I do next. You need to have some space around you. Thoda sa aise haath karo. Make sure you have some space. Put your finger up like this. Put your finger up like this, Put your legs close and fit your legs in together. Thumbs up, your finger up. Hands down. Don't change your position. See what I do. We're going into your brain. And I'll show you the power of the brain. Sir, haath niche rakhiye. First, see what I do. Don't do anything. I'll ask you to twist. You will twist as much as you can and stop. Maximum. And then do a mental image of where you reached. Up. Right hand up and move towards the right. Leg should be stuck. Go. As much as you can. Stop. Come back. Now, I will go into your brain. No physical movement. Hands down. No physical movement. Only in the brain. No physical movement whatsoever. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. Now imagine that you are standing straight, feet are together, your finger goes up and you're twisting. No, don't do physical, no physical movement. Only in the brain, no physical movement. You're twisting 90, 120, 180, 200, 300, 310, 320. It's all in the brain. Can you see yourself twist? Now imagine you're coming back again and imagine again you're doing this in the brain. You're twisting again. 90, 120, 180, 200, 300, 31, 310, 320, 330, 340. One more time. Imagine you're coming back. We do it again. 30, 90, 60, 120, 180, 200, 240, 300, 330, 340, 350. Open your eyes. We will do this again. If your results improve this time, then really go loud and make some noise. If your results improve, finger up. Twist now, twist. If your results improve, make some noise and say, yay! Look at me. Did your results really improve? Sit down. Ladies and gentlemen, envisage जो हम ग्रोथ करना चाहते हैं, वो ग्रोथ सिर्फ बातों से नहीं होगा, वो बातें हमारे दिमाग से होगा, हमारे माइंडसेट से होगा. And once we release all of the chemicals, we will get the results right. Cut the music completely. If you hear my voice, clap once. If you hear my voice, clap 2 times. Clap 3 times. Cut the music, please. 2 minutes and 45 seconds to go, which is also the 5 minutes of loss that we had in the beginning. So that 50 minutes of mine became 45. But I'll still do my job well because there are other speakers over here. Envisage. Profession, Bharat, global economy. Will not happen till this gets right first. We have potential. Good afternoon. Good afternoon! But it's inspired by outside. It has to be inspired from inside. First boy, second boy, third boy, negative, positive, realistic. For the realistic to happen means efforts, passion, dedication. For that to happen, go into your brain. Look at the way you rewire the brain. If you speak negative, it goes down. Speak positive, you twist like crazy. It begins with the brain. This is my favorite slide. Start with you first. If you really want Bharat to grow, you have to grow. Eat the right food. Have a handful of dry fruits every day. 2 fruits every day. Vegetables every day. 3 bottles of water every day. 3 liters of water. Stop eating after your last meal. Don't eat anything after that. Preferably after 8 o'clock, don't eat anything. Exercise for 20 to 60 minutes every day. Meditate for 2 hours like I do. If you can't, 20 minutes at least every day. If you can't do this, all the growth you're talking about is worth nothing. But if you do this, it can be worth everything. One small difference can make so much of result difference as well. You'll see your work will grow and the society will grow as well. Rahul, what do you have for us as you close in the last 1.5 minutes? Close your eyes. Make a commitment to yourself right now. Close your eyes. Make a commitment to yourself that what do you really want out of your life? One commitment for yourself, for your personal life. After listening to Rahul, give me my Guru Dakshina. What's the one thing you want to do but you're not doing right? You want to go to the gym but you're not going. You want to overcome your anger but you're not doing. You want to take up a new course but you're not doing. You want to spend more time with the family, you're not doing. You want to go to India, you're not spending time enough, you're not doing. Take one goal now. Open your eyes. Close your eyes. Take one more goal for your profession, which is going to have a connection with India and the globe. Think beyond you, not for yourself. Be selfless contributor. Don't say, I want to be a better professional. I want to be a better speaker. I want to be a better speaker because I want to change the world. I want people to live happier. It's not a value, it's not a goal, it's not a vision. It's a purpose of my life. Create a purpose of your life first. When you create a purpose, not vision. MBAs teach you how to have a vision, but the spiritual world teaches you how to have a purpose. Have a purpose. A purpose to make India one of the most beautiful countries in the world. A purpose to make India a $30 trillion country in the world. That's the purpose. But how will you contribute? By doing what? Rahul, I'll do my job better. Rahul, I will learn technology. I'm going to adapt to new ways of doing things. Make one commitment now. Open your eyes. I'm 16 seconds over my time, but I had planned everything for 50 minutes, which was 49 minutes and 59 seconds. I will not disrespect this stage, nor will I disrespect the speakers. I'm going to take the permission. Can I have that 4 minutes extra and wrap it up like I really want? And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I come to the end of the session, I knew the responsibility that I had on my shoulders. I had to enter your heart, to enter your brain, to help you envisage the growth that you want. Before I give you the gift that I have, I wanted to acknowledge, when I finish, we'll acknowledge. I wanted to acknowledge the cameramen, the sound engineers, the hotel staff, the event managers. It's not easy. We You must have noticed that something went wrong when I came up 2 minutes. So what? It's okay. I didn't have a problem. We should not have a problem if something goes wrong, and it's fine. Because when you know something has gone wrong, that is when you go right. And an event of this scale can have small little errors. I want you, when you leave from here, not to say, yeah, wo kharab tha, ye kharab tha, but be so positive that every committee member feels acknowledged. Let's first put our hands together for all the back end team first. And now for all the committee members. Make some noise and say, yeah, whistle, whistle. And now, my last 2.5, 3 minutes. I have a gift for all of you, and I have a beautiful moment for all of you. हम होंगे कामयाब एक दिन. ये गाना कुछ 30-40 साल पुराना है. हम होंगे कामयाब एक दिन. मैं कहता हूं माइंडसेट चेंज करो. हम होंगे कामयाब हर दिन. बोलो. Oh, come on, 1,000 people, say like you mean it. हर. हम कहेंगे हर पल. हम होंगे कामयाब. Stand up. Get to hold somebody's hand next to you, or put your hand on each other's shoulders, whatever you're comfortable with, and sing along with me. I've made this video for you, and this was made today, now, live. Here we go. Volume can go as high as it can. We'll do it together. Let's create this magic. As I do this, all the ICAI members who are here, the committee members, come on stage. Past presidents on stage, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Past presidents on stage, hurry up. Everybody, committee members on stage, hurry up. Get your hands on each other's shoulders. Sing with me. हम होंगे कामयाब. Move your body. हम होंगे कामयाब. Hands up. Everybody, I want to see your hands up.
मन में है
Hold your hands. Hold your hands.
पूरा है विश्वास.
Hold the hands.
हम
Hold the
होंगे
hands.
कामयाब.
Hold hands like this. Hold hands like this. Everybody, here we go. Hold hands. Let's go. Are you with me? Yes or no? Let's do it together. Together. Everybody. Wherever you are. In Dubai now. India at heart. Envisage is a dream. Profession. Bharat. And the world economy. Let's go together.
साथ साथ डाले हाथों में हाथ. हम चलेंगे साथ साथ एक दिन. ओ मन में है विश्वास. पूरा है विश्वास. हम चलेंगे साथ साथ एक दिन.
And I am Rahul Kapoor. Do you have a mobile phone? Yes or no? Get your mobile out. Get your mobile out. Move out a little. Move out a little. And if you want me to come and speak in your organization, all you have to do is to scan this QR code and send a message to me. Just move out a little so everybody can get that. And guys, all you need to do is to just call me. And I'm going to be happy to come and spread the positivity that I can, help you to understand that life has a lot more than we actually believe. And ladies and gentlemen, now I'm so grateful to ICAI Dubai for calling me here for today. Okay, all of you come together. All of you come together. Yeah. Come back. You now come back, come behind me. Put your hand up and say good job. All of you put your hands up.
And a big laughter for him.
Hey, wait. Whoa. Put your hand up. Keep it just like that. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a dream to take this message of happiness and joy with Indian spirituality to the world. I want you to keep your hand and please bless me now. Take your hands up, look at me, smile, and say bye. And look at the watch, exactly 5 minutes. That's it, I'm done. गलत हाथ इधर है. 1 2 3 आंखें खुली है बंद है.
Hello, what a session. हम होंगे कामयाब एक दिन. Give a big round of applause to Rahul. Yay! Now I'd like to request Chairman, Vice Chairman to join on the stage. And also our former Chairman Pankaj ji, if you are here, please join on the stage also with us to present a memento on behalf of all of us as members. Our all former chairmen are on the stage, so we'll do it together. Session, so now it's time for some raffle draws. Can we have the UHY team, James sir, please, if you can come on the stage, UHY team, to do the raffle draw. So we're going to have two raffle draws now. One is from UHY and the other one is from Peace Yoga. Our Naveen Sharma ji, our former chairman, has also been contributing and supporting our chapter a lot. So we're going to have two raffle draws. UHY team, please come on the stage.
Can we have UHY here, please? And can music go down? Console, music should go down, please. UHY James for the raffle. Amit bhai.
So there are two items. One is an iPad, as I know, and there is a watch, and the other one is a writing pad.
And can we have Mr. James as well? Mr. James? Mr. James Matthew, sir, please. This is a raffle. Sir, kya de rahe hain? What you are giving this time as raffle to our members?
I think, good afternoon, everyone. This is, I think, one remarkable tab, I guess, as well as one Apple Watch.
A tab and a watch is going home by a member, and the raffle is online. Can you see the wheel of fortune, the wheel of names? The names are there, and it will come up. Can we roll the wheel, please? And who feels lucky? Let's see who is feeling lucky. Names are going on there at the top so fast. Yogesh, Sriram, Swati, Mohammed, Piyush, Aniket gone, Kapil Vyas, Rupesh Bhandari, I met him in the lunch. Rupesh, आपको lunch करके मजा आया, आप gift ले जाके भी मजा आएगा. You said lunch was good, but today you are taking home a tab and watch also. If you are here, I cannot see you. Rupesh Bhandari, on the count of 3, if you are not in the hall, I cannot see you in the hall. 3, 2, and 1. Sorry, Rupesh, you were here, but now you are not there. Can we have one more spin, please? First is a smartwatch, so it will go to 2 different people. One I will give smartwatch, one I want to give tab separately. Right, we'll do that. Somya Nian, Somya, you were there, and oh, she knew it. The moment we said she was out of the chair, said, I don't want to miss it. You are getting a watch. Somya, faster this side, on that side, extremely on my right side. You can come straight faster. We are running short on time. And if you are coming, just think about it. Will you want to give that watch to me? I don't mind taking a gift from you. Please come. A watch, Apple Watch. The conference is good. And hope you are taking something home today. And Rahul has already said, clap harder. Let's see how ICI claps for the member. Thank you. Congratulations. Okay, quickly. Now it's for the tab. Thank you very much. The last spin. Can we have the spin, please? Okay, names are going faster there. I saw Charu, I saw Hina, I saw Ravi. Puneet is gone. Pooja. Dhaval gone. Surely gone. Vijay Birla is also gone. Yusuf Sheikh, DP World. And he was there with the wife. Yusuf, you want to come alone or with the spouse on the podium? He will be there. Yusuf from DP World.
Please raise your hand if you're here.
The spouse is coming, but I need Yusuf. If he's not here, he is losing it. She's calling hard. She's Yusuf nahi hai. Yusuf ki wife hai. Yusuf is not there. Yusuf bhai nahi hai. He is gone to the washroom. क्या बोलते हो members? दे दें?
दे दो.
क्या बोलते हो? दे दें? Mixed reaction आ रहा है मैडम, convince कर लीजिए. Otherwise it goes. दे दो, दे दो, दे. Please come up. Please come up. No problem. We will give it to you. Her, she was there. थोड़ा सा स्पिरिट रखिए, क्या पता आपके लिए कुछ और ही रखा हो. You will get something out of the raffles. Please come. No problem. We'll give it because we are running a little short of time. Please come up. Huh? आइए, please come. Thank you. You are lucky one, and thanks to Yusuf for going to the washroom, for being a lucky guy today. Thank you very much. Now I will call a young person here. She's not a chartered accountant, but she deserves a lot of applause for the thought she had. Can we have, what's the name? Mundra? Bhakti. Can I have Bhakti Mundra on the stage, please? Bhakti Mundra on the stage. I'll tell you the initiative. You might have seen my message yesterday. A young girl, she thought, I want to donate. I don't want to donate money. I don't want to donate food. I want to donate food. I want to donate books for the children in Africa. And she had a donation drive today. If you had books in your home which are unused, she is taking it. And not only taking it, she will sort it out between 6 to 10, 10 to 18, and then it will go get into cartooning, and from there it will travel to Africa for the children, because when we donate books, we are donating a livelihood to a child. Can I have a round of applause for this girl, for the noble thought? A louder one, because that's the young India that inspires me. And how can I forget the proud father who is clicking his daughter? But can you join us for the picture? Pankajji, I know you want to click your daughter. I love the thought, but I want you to join us on the stage. Thank you. That's the values you have given. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Any unused books, please contact her. Thank you. Thanks a lot. The last raffle. सब कुछ हुआ, गिफ्ट्स दिया, अब कुछ ऐसा देने वाले हैं जो शरीर का ख्याल रखेगा. That will take care of your health, right, Rishi bhai?
बिल्कुल.
Okay, so what we are giving is, have you seen the booth of Peaceful Yoga? You have seen, right, Peace Yoga booth. Peace Yoga is giving some raffles to you. Can we have Naveen ji on the stage for the raffle, please? Peace Yoga. Yoga से ही होगा. हमसे नहीं होगा, योगा से ही होगा, योगा ही कराएगा. Sir, please come up. Sir, what you are giving?
योगा से ही होगा, बिल्कुल.
This is therapeutic yoga, and we by birth lazy people, so everything the yogis will do. The only thing is yoga as medicine. So whatever your bodily problems, back pain, neck pain, diabetes, etc., etc.
Stop the music, please.
Can be addressed through the power of yoga. And आपने सही कहा, योगा से ही होगा.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, let's run the raffle. देखिए किसका किसका योगा से होगा. Who are the lazy members who will go to therapeutic yoga? I can see National Bonds, and the name is Naushad E. Naushad E from National Bonds. Naushad E from National Bonds, can you come up on the stage to collect your free voucher for the yoga? And you will see the difference. It's not a normal yoga. Naushad E, he's not there. Can we have the next name, please? Mohandas Balakrishnan, our good old friend. Mohandas Balakrishnan, sir, where are you? Mohandas Balakrishnan, sir. No, daughter is also not there. Perfect. Next one. Sir, sab yoga kar chuke hain, kis koi nahi aa raha hai. This should be there. I met Vinith here. Vinith Patni. Vinith Patni. Vinith Patni. Not there. Yoga Narsimha. Yoga Narsimha. No one is there. Pura Yoga Narsimha is not there.
It looks like a lot of people.
ये तो आएंगी ही आएंगी क्योंकि इन्होंने तो टैब लिया है. Janab Yusuf. Janab Yusuf. Janab is there. Janab Yusuf. You are also lucky. Husband ने टैब जीता तो आपने जीता है योगा. Ajay Malhotra. Ajay Malhotra. Please come. Janab is coming. Ajay Malhotra. No one there. Janab is there. One last, and if it's not there, we will close it off. वो तो आ रही हैं, वो तो मेरे को मालूम है जैनब आ रही हैं. श्री कृष्ण अय्यर. श्री कृष्णा अय्यर. श्री कृष्णा अय्यर. ये तो आई है जैनब, आएंगी. Streak. Okay, coming. Fine, thank you. First voucher for her, please. 5 sessions worth 2,000 dirham goes to you. He will use tab. You will use the vouchers. Thank you. Thank you, Naveen sir. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
All right. Lot of
Over to
prizes
you.
to be won. But one thing I've learned, don't go to washroom when the raffle draws are happening. Or at least when it is announced. Be attentive. Okay, wow, what a phenomenal session we had with Rahul Kapoor. From vision to action, I think we have all inspired to take bold step forward. And speaking of bold steps, let me bring my co-host again. Dikshit is here on with me stage. Dikshit, how's the day today?
Oh, Rishi bhai, absolutely. I think Mr. Kapoor, your words didn't just teach us, they moved us. We all moved from his words, right? Yes or no? Yes. And that Jadoo Ki Jappi, Munna Bhai MBBS, everybody remembers, right? So yeah, Rishi bhai, the session was engaging, energetic, and I think it's fantastic to be here. So thank you for empowering us. We want to give you a big thank and taking us towards the action from the vision. Rishi bhai.
Say again. So Dikshit bhai, so I think what you asked me question is if I have to have ventures in unicorn, what would you do, right? As a unicorn.
Rishi bhai, I'm not
So
able to
Dikshit, there's a tough one to make a unicorn. It's not that easy. But if I have to answer on spot something easy to think about to become a unicorn into something, I would think of AI for everything. You know, a company that helps you decide your outfit, your investment, and everything. Basically, all tough decisions taken by something that could become a unicorn in my view.
Rishi bhai, I think unicorn stories are not very common. I mean, it's become very uncommon in India right now. Just picture this. As an entrepreneur, pitching an idea for 50 times, facing rejection after rejection, and then one fine day, someone finally says, yes. Imagine the dramatic music, life-saving million, the perfect rags to riches story. Isn't it?
Say again.
I think it's time to have the panel. We have got a great panel here, some great ideas coming through. And right time to move into our session, vision to valuation. Building billion-dollar companies. And it's about understanding how to take bold ideas and turn them into global success stories.
Okay. Okay, Dikshit bhai, I think it's time to welcome the panelists and our moderator onto the stage. Can I request the technical team to please play the voiceovers?
Ladies and gentlemen, our panelist for the day is Ms. Kanika Tekraval, co-founder and CEO, JetSetGo Aviation Services Private Limited. Kanika Tekraval is the CEO and co-founder of JetSetGo, India's leading private aviation company. With a vision to make private air travel more accessible, Kanika is transforming the luxury aviation industry. Her journey began at 17 and took flight when she founded JetSetGo at 22, overcoming cancer and societal challenges. Today, JetSetGo offers cutting-edge technology and exceptional service to India's ultra-high net worth individuals. Recognized as a young global leader by the World Economic Forum and featured in Forbes Asia's 30 Under 30, Kanika's drive and innovation continue to shape the future of aviation. Most recently, she completed an executive program at Harvard Kennedy School on leadership and public policy. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Ms. Kanika Tekraval.
Give a big hand to Ms. Kanika.
Ladies and gentlemen, our panelist for the day is Mr. Tarun Wig, co-founder, Inifu Labs. Tarun Wig is a self-made entrepreneur with over a decade of experience in building successful startups. He co-founded Inifu Labs, a leader in AI and machine learning solutions for national and cyber security. Under his leadership, Inifu has developed advanced tools for intelligence and cybersecurity used by top government agencies, defense forces, and major corporations across India and globally. A published author and speaker, he has shared his expertise at prestigious forums like IIT Delhi and the National Police Academy. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Tarun Wig.
Please give a big hand to Mr. Tarun Wig.
Ladies and gentlemen, our panelist for the day is Mr. Munaf Kapodia, co-founder, The Bori Kitchen. At 26, Munaf Kapodia left his job at Google to become the full-time chief eating officer of The Bori Kitchen, a venture he co-founded with his mother to share their Bora community's unique cuisine with the world. His story, which he calls The Guy Who Quit Google to Sell Samosas, has earned him recognition on Forbes 30 Under 30 and Asia's Top 30 Arts list. Munaf's entertaining storytelling and insights have made him a sought-after speaker at top institutions and global Fan B forums. He's also an INK Fellow and a Midday Rising Star Award winner. Under his leadership, the Bori Kitchen has built a loyal clientele from Bollywood to business and is a two-time Times Food Award winner, celebrated as one of Mumbai's top culinary experiences. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Munaf Kapodia.
Please give a big hand to Mr. Munaf. And to moderate this stellar panel,
Ladies and gentlemen, our moderator for the day is Ms. Sonia Shenoy, business news journalist and former executive editor, CNBC TV 18. Sonia Shenoy is a seasoned business journalist with over 15 years of experience at CNBC TV 18. Known for her sharp insights and engaging style, she has anchored popular stock market shows like Bazaar Morning Call and Halftime Report. She also hosts Smart Money, a weekly investor education show focused on financial literacy and wealth creation. In addition to her on-screen presence, Sonia co-led a research team of 10 analysts, delivering market-relevant insights. Currently, she hosts the podcast I Did It My Way, featuring candid conversations with business leaders and newsmakers. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Ms. Sonia Shenoy.
All right, and we have one more panelist to be on the stage. So our former chairman, Pankaj Mundra ji. Pankaj ji, can we have you on the stage? Give a big round of applause to our former chairman, Pankaj ji, who is also going to be in the panel. And Sonia, now the stage is yours.
Check, 1, 2, 3. Okay, can everyone hear me? That was such an amazing session before this. So we have a lot of work to do to entertain the audience as much as our previous speaker did. So, this is such an amazing panel I have here. First of all, thank you to each and every one of you for being here. And such diverse fields, right? There's aviation, there is F&B, there is cyber security, there is so much into, logistics, etc. So I just want to start with, of course, the lady first. Kanika, apart from Jet Set Go, you are also a cancer survivor, which is, of course, an amazing story that you have. Tell us a little bit about your journey, the highlights, the challenges, and then we'll take it from there.
Thanks. I think, I call this the graveyard shift because the speaker before us was so amazing that I hope we can keep you guys as engrossed and entertained, if nothing else. But, so I think I was just telling them that Tarun asked me, oh, you had cancer also. I said, yeah, it was the best thing that happened to me. Because I think the reason where I am today in life is largely because of the cancer. It kind of gave me the courage and conviction to do what I want to do. And I always believe that, in every adversity lies opportunity. And I think it was because of cancer that I woke up. I belong to a very traditional Marwari business family, and I was told there are a lot of Marwaris here in this crew, so I'm a little afraid of saying the things I normally say. But, my parents wanted me to get married at the age of 21, and they had a completely different life plan for me. And I got cancer at the age of 21, so I probably became the most unmarriageable kid from being one of the most eligible girls in the Marwari community. And I think that's where my life really changed. And I said, look, I'm not going to let cancer defeat me. I'm going to defeat cancer. And that's when I decided to really set up Jet Set Go and, give wind to my dreams, I think, or put wind beneath my wings, like I say. And that's where it all began. We started really small. I've only invested 5,600 rupees till date. Everyone said, if you're a billionaire and you want to become a millionaire, open an aviation company. I said, I'm going to defy that norm and I'm going to become a billionaire from a nothing air, opening an aviation company. We actually started off as a marketplace for private jets and helicopters where people could come and book planes online. Worst idea ever, didn't work. First rule of life that, don't be so sold on your own ideas that you think that's what the world needs. You need to figure out what the world needs. And from being a marketplace, we slowly became an operator. We operated the largest fleet in Asia without owning a single plane. I actually went to each private jet owner and I said, look, you don't know how to run your plane. We know how to run your plane. This is what we'll do for you. And then we slowly got into owning planes. Today, as where we stand, we're probably the largest market shareholder in India in the private aviation space. And going ahead, in Dubai, you see it all over that, there's a lot of talk about air taxis and stuff like that. But on our end, we are creating the infrastructure for air taxis to operate in India and, figuring out how these things will actually fly in the country.
So private aviation, right? It's a very, very niche space. It's not something that people think of getting into. So I'm sure there were your own set of challenges that you had there. But how did you think of this space? What was the problem you were trying to solve? As you said, a lot of ideas sound very good in our head, but actually when you implement them, they don't work, right? So what was the problem you were trying to solve? And what is the potential that you see from here? Because clearly now you've, skimmed the market and now you know what kind of opportunities there are. So tell us a little bit about that.
So I think, Shivani, for me, it started with a very selfish reason. I wanted to become a pilot. And my father said, हमारे घर की लड़कियां दूसरों के लिए काम नहीं करती हैं. And which literally translates into, girls from our families don't work for others. So I said, okay, fine, I'll make people work for me. And it literally started from that. There was no sense to the nonsense that was going on in my head, if I can put it rightly. And I think, from there I drew up this blueprint of understanding that, see, the only thing that's not going to change in our lives is our time. The food we eat is changing, the water we drink is changing, technology has changed so much. You've got FaceTime, you've got, Skype, Zoom, not Skype anymore, but Zoom, etc. And the only thing that you can't take away from a person is this need to sit across a table and have a discussion, or the need to touch and feel your child, give your mother a hug, right? Those are things you can't take away. And I said, look, what can I do to bring time back into people's lives? What is the way to make a father do 3 meetings in one city, get back on time for dinner at home? What is the way that I can make people reach in the fastest possible manner from point A to point B? And private aviation was the solution, and a lot of people laughed at me earlier saying a very small market, very niche market. But the way I look at it, and 10 years later we'll have this conversation and you'll agree with me. 40 years ago or 50 years ago, only the very, very rich, the 0.1% of the world could afford cars, right? Everyone else walked, went on horseback. The rich could afford horse carriages. And I think that's the place we are in today. If you fast forward 50 years ago to now, maybe 40% of the world can afford a car or a two-wheeler or some mode of automated transport, right? And that's the future. The third dimension is the future. Personal air mobility is going to take over. The eVTOLs we're working on right now, the STOLs we're working on right now, are going to start costing you as much as an Uber costs you to go from home to office.
Wow.
And owning them is probably going to cost $200,000 to $300,000. So I think, I started in the industry, I started in this space to bring time back into people's lives. I'm nothing but a glorified taxi driver who tries to drive really fast, if I can put it that way. And I think my mission is going to continue being, trying to put time back into people's lives.
Honestly, I can't wait for air taxis to come to Bombay, at least with the way the traffic. Of course, now the situation has improved a lot with the coastal road and everything. But that's great to hear your story. Tarun, tell us a little bit about you. Ineffu Labs, as we know, is into cybersecurity, data analytics, and this is a huge space, right? National security. I mean, you're the guy that all of us need to have on our speed dial. But tell us a little bit about your business and what is the opportunity that you see?
Guys, Tarun's taking bribes after this to remove your name from every list. So, if you've done anything wrong in your life and you want to be off a list, make sure you contact him. I can secretly share his number with you in exchange of more money.
See, as a kid, I grew up watching a lot of James Bond movies. And, I wanted to do something in national security, be a secret force fighter or something, special forces. And I realized that the world is moving towards a place where wars are not going to be fought with guns. Right? It's asymmetric warfare. Today, even if you look at Israel and Gaza, the pager explosion which took place, warfare is changing. In the future, you will not have people with guns. So I had a choice to make, whether I want to be a guy with a gun in a world where guns are going to be obsolete. That was the idea behind Ineffu. Right? Today, we all say that cyber warfare is going to be the next warfare front. If you do not have your own indigenous products, make in India products, it is essentially saying that you're going to fight a war with foreign mercenaries. And we have seen that happening, with all the ruckus about Huawei across the world, people banning Huawei because of, their data confidentiality, data leaking out. So all those parameters came into being when Ineffu was conceived. Like a lot of great things, Ineffu was conceived, with me and my friends over a drunken night. And we decided that we want to start Ineffu. We want to do something, a product development company in India at a time where product development was not heard of in the country. That's how Ineffu started. Over a course of time, over the past 12 years, we have started using artificial intelligence for national security. And literally every organization in the country, defense and intelligence, paramilitary forces, they have been very receptive to the idea. They have been very receptive to the idea of using technology to actually change the way they function, to optimize it, to improve it. And that's how this journey began.
Okay, using artificial intelligence for national security, those are really big, very, very interesting and very curiosity-driving things. So I'm going to come to you in a bit, but I also want to get Munaf into the picture because his story is so inspiring. He had a well-paying job at Google. He left that. He started his own F&B space, his own Bori kitchen, and of course inspired by his mum and bringing those, those recipes, age-old recipes from his mom's kitchen. Tell us a little bit about what inspired you to take that plunge, because it's easier said than done sometimes, right?
I mean, I wish I had a nice answer, a fancy, inspiring answer, but the real answer is I was watching TV one day and my mom changed the channel to watch one of those Saas Bahu shows. This is before OTT, 10 years back, and I got into an argument with her. I wanted to watch Simpsons. And I was like, and I said something very chauvinistic. I told my mom that, you watch TV the entire day. I want to watch on the weekends. Why don't you let me? And she shut me down. Okay, she's raised me and 3 of my siblings, and she said, I've spent my life raising all of you. Now, if I want to watch TV every single day of my life, I will, right? And that led to initially an argument, like not an argument, it was a one-way argument. But it eventually led to an idea between me and my mother that, okay, how do we put some of my marketing energy and my need to constantly build things with my mom's phenomenal culinary energy. And also we happen to belong to this niche community called the Dawoodi Bora community. Our food is very niche. In fact, most people become friends with Boris because they want to get invited to a wedding and eat that food. So I was like, hey, how do I bridge that gap? So we started inviting complete strangers to come to my house, pay us money to eat food made by my mother. And 10 years later, I'm on the stage, and everyone from Rishi Kapoor to Hrithik Roshan to various politicians and celebrities have honored us by trying our food.
So in this path, right, between, I mean, it's a great journey. So it started off with a fight between a mother and son and ended up being an amazing business. So I hope it happens to all of us, where we get, creatively come together with our parents, which is the hardest thing to do, by the way. I don't know how you work with your mother, but tell us about the secret sauce. And also, I'm sure there are a lot of challenges, right, while executing that business, especially in this highly competitive F&B space. So what has the biggest challenge been for you?
I mean, there's so much. I've gone through 2 bankruptcies. I've discovered anxiety and mental health issues. I've discovered the importance of therapy. I've discovered the importance of having a support group around you to kind of get you through all of those, points in time. There have been stages when all my colleagues at Google have gone ahead and earned so much money, but then for 5-7 years of the Bori Kitchen, I almost made nothing. So even though everyone was talking about us, I was on various lists, I was all over the news. But at the end of the day, financially, it was very much a very small F&B venture. So we've gone through all of that, but I think the biggest learning I've had is when I started the Bori Kitchen, I thought I was doing something for my mother. I thought I was giving her a purpose. But 10 years later, after a lot of introspection and a lot of learnings, I've realized that, hey, actually, it was my mom and my dad who were doing something for me. They couldn't care less. They didn't want strangers coming home. They didn't want recognition. Okay, they care about Rishi Kapoor coming home. But apart from that, nothing else really mattered to them. They simply saw their son going through a phase of self-actualization on the back of the Bori Kitchen, and they were like, you know what? So my dad was, even though he's almost retired, 3 days prior to those home dining events, he would go to Colaba Market and buy supplies at 6 in the morning. My mom would get up early in the morning to cook food for complete strangers who were coming at home, And they did this for almost 5 years of their life. Why? Because they felt that it was benefiting me, and that realization happened to me really late.
So I think I know the answer to this, but do you miss your job at Google at all?
No, not at all. Not even slightly, but not because it's not a job I enjoyed or not because the company isn't great. I love the Google shares I have today and everything that the company is doing, but I just love the journey I've been on, and I'm just so grateful for it that nothing will ever make me look behind and be like, hey, I regret, the decisions I made.
Okay, amazing. Pankaj, you also come in on your journey about your business, the problem that you're trying to solve. Because it's very interesting to me how all 4 of you have really different journeys, right? And you've come together here to teach us a little bit about leadership, about business, about just taking that risk, the risk-taking ability. So tell us a little bit about your journey as well.
Thank you. It's good to be back on the stage after 7 years of my past chairmanship as a former chairman. Thank you, Somali ji and the committee for this opportunity. It's very interesting to hear from all of you from defense to food to the private jet. So we are a digital global trade finance platform. And what we're doing very simply, when all 3 of them selling to corporates, we come and buy the receivables and get them cash to make it very simple. Yeah. So we were just discussing about that globally, if you see cross-border trade, there are $28 trillion of trade globally. And $8 trillion of trade happens on credit without letter of credit, which sits on the books. So when an exporter from Sri Lanka or India selling to Zara or Mark and Spencer's or here to Spinneys or Carrefour, this receivable sits in the books of seller for 60 to 90 days. And we are here to help them make those receivables zero. So our motto is to make receivables zero in the balance sheet, receivable out, cash in, helping SME exporters globally to get paid them on day 1 after they deliver the goods to the blue chip customer. So that's the vision, and we have created 360TF 3.5 years back. We are headquartered out of Singapore with now offices in Gift City. We are the first private sector company to get a offshore NBFC license. Sanjay spoke about yesterday the journey of NBFC to the bank. So we are on the similar path and excited to build this with our young team between Jaipur, Dubai, Gandhinagar and Singapore. Thank you.
That's amazing. That's amazing to hear your journey. I think, building a business is very hard in today's day and age also because of how fast technology is changing, right? So to stay abreast with the latest technology, to keep pumping and investing into latest technology is also a big issue these days. So I want to get a sense from each one of you in your respective fields, what has the biggest technological change been, and what do you see as a way forward? I mean, how do you need to adapt to the changing times? Kanika?
I think I'm in a business which is changed the least. And why I say this, why I say the aviation is the future of the world is because it's the only industry that hasn't been disrupted yet. It was always controlled by the Airbuses and Boeings and Embraers of the world. And it was a very capital intensive business. Now, if you want to land a plane, you have to find an airport. To build an airport, you need billions of dollars. If you look at that country, India, you've got over 8,000 districts in one country and over 1,000 cities. Only 240 have airstrips, out of which 160 are connected by airlines. Today, a common man, we have the pleasure of all of us, we discussed, Dubai, Bombay, Delhi, Hyderabad, Bombay, right? We don't think twice. We're just like, we'll book a flight, go to Dubai. But the normal person in the country, my own parents, they live in Bhopal. For them to come to Dubai is a mission. They fly the previous night from, say, Bhopal to Delhi and then they catch a flight from Delhi to Dubai. Now, if you go a step further, a person who lives in Devas or Sihor or Vidisha, which are all industrial hubs and, massive manufacturing backbones to the country, that person drives 3 hours to Bhopal, then takes a flight to Delhi, stays the night and flies further. And I think that's the change that we're seeing, and that's the change that, scares me and excites me the most, because you're not going to have to do this 7-hour journey to catch a flight. The sector is being disrupted so much that you're going to, we launched a plane with a company in Virginia last month called Electra, where with a 9-seater aircraft with 8 engines takes off from 500 meters. So it literally will take off from the parking lot or the drop-off point of Le Méridien and fly you an hour to wherever you want to go. And I think that's the technology that's going to change the way we live. It's not going to be the capex controlled, high capex industry that it used to be, where you need $1 billion to build an airport, a few $100 million to buy a plane. Here you're looking at, okay, here's a parking lot with 500 meters of clear area. We don't care what tarmac it is. We don't care what temperature it is. The STOL lands, picks up passengers, goes further, and it's all electric. You're not looking at avgas, aviation fuel, none of these things, right? And I think that's the biggest disruption we're going to see, and I think this is going to do what Apple did to mobile phones in the future. And again, like I said, when I started off doing this in 2017, 2018, when I went to the regulator in India, if I went to the ministry and said, this is what we want to do, I remember people saying, Madam, आप बहुत ज़्यादा Jetsons देखते थे बचपन में, आप Star Wars के बच्चे हैं. Because we were literally kids. I was 24, 25, and I would knock on these doors and say, we have to write the regulation for this. This is the future. And today the same regulator comes to us and says, Madam, कितनी जल्दी क्या करें? PMO से instructions आए, India में eVTOL launch करनी है.
Wow.
And I think so that's technology, and that's what you're going to see disrupt all of our lives, because it's going to bring time back into our lives at the same cost that we can afford.
Wow.
If I say I'm changing your life by giving you a private jet, I'm not. It costs you about, say, 40 to 50 lakhs to do a trip between Dubai, Delhi and back. But if I tell you I'll get you from, say your home to office if you're living on, say, Sheikh Zayed Road, if you're working at Sheikh Zayed Road and you're living in the Palm, that's a good 45-minute to 1-hour drive post-work. And if I tell you I'll do that for you in 5 minutes at the cost you currently incur, that's disruption. That's what will really change your life. And I think that's what I'm looking forward to most. Like I said, it scares me, but it excites me the most, because you're going to see a very different sky. You're going to see a very different world. And I think personally, we'll see a very different life.
Wow, that is really inspiring. The day that, private jets become affordable to all of us, right? Reducing our travel time and air taxis becoming a reality. I promise you, 2 years ago, no one would have even thought about that. Today we are having
Please don't laugh at
discussion.
me.
Yeah, people used to laugh. I agree. I had this discussion with a CEO as well who was in the travel space, and he was saying, you know, air taxis, he attended an event in China where he said air taxis, there are, prototypes for air taxis right now. So, I mean, just imagine what has happened in the last 2 years. But how affordable can it become? You were saying that, you know, it can become like how you just book an Uber and you sort of move from one place to the other in Mumbai. How affordable do you think air taxis can become?
So I think,
and how long will it take?
So I think, Shivani, you know, it's always, it's a cycle, right? Like I said, cars could only be afforded by the very rich, but it took a very long time for, you know, cars to be, even today not everyone can afford a car. But I think here what's changed in this industry and what's key to this industry right now is the entire industry is focusing on affordability and doing backward integration to make sure this works at the right cost for the right consumer. I think gone are the days, you know, where you could focus on, okay, you're creating a product for the 0.1%, 1%, 2% of the world. I mean, what unicorns have changed is, you know, this word scalability, market size. When I went to raise money, people would ask me, market size kya hai? I said, boss, market hi nahi hai, market size chodo. You know, so it's the same situation here. But I think what's really changed, so we've partnered with 3 OEMs, 3 startups who are working ground up on building these machines. And I think every day what we sit across the table and discuss is, how do we make this cheaper than an Uber? And that's key. You know, for me, if I have to bring change in this world, it is making sure that the common man has access to it. And I'm not talking about you and me. You know, I'm talking about that farmer whose dream it is to come to Dubai. You know, who can't afford to take a day to get to an international airport and then fly here. And I think, you know, looking at the way progress has been made and looking at the way things are going, you're looking at maybe 4 to 5 years from now where you'll have a majority of the world being able to afford them. Otherwise, it's not going to succeed. It's as simple as that, you know. What worries me is, you know, are you going to see a sky like Sheikh Zayed Road with, you know, air taxis?
Full of air taxi, full of planes.
So that's something that worries me, but it's also going to change your life in terms of pollution, air quality. We were discussing today, you know, Delhi's air quality versus Bombay's air quality versus the stench that I find in Bombay. I think this is going to be the biggest change. You know, all of us have young kids. I mean, I don't, but I know a lot of you all have young kids. Do you want to leave a world where your kids can't breathe? You know, I see these scary pictures on Instagram with people growing up with giant masks and stuff. And this is the change they'll bring about, you know. You're doing this at a price people can afford, making their life a better place. And I think that's key. These are electrical devices. These are no noise, no pollution devices, which will really, really, I think, impact and change the way we travel forever.
Okay, that truly is aspirational India, right? I mean, that we were talking about earlier as well, how India is aspiring at every level. People are aspiring for better lives for themselves, for their children, and this, of course, is aspiration on a different level. But Tarun, since we're talking about technology, since you said, I mean, you are in the heart of it all, right? AI used for cyber security. What national security? Yeah, Kanika keeps reminding me. What do you think is the future? I mean, what is the need of the hour right now? And from an investment standpoint, right? I mean, for over here, of course, everyone is perhaps looking to at some point be an investor in some of these companies, right? Or shareholders, stakeholders, whatever. What do you see as the future?
See, we have to use or think of technology as an enabler rather than as a detriment, right? Today, we just had a session earlier on neuroplasticity, how the brain shapes itself, the changes itself. Ultimately, if you look at it, artificial intelligence is actually teaching the machines to do that, exactly that at a very small level. You are teaching the machines to correlate patterns and make sense of those patterns. That is what AI is, right? Now with OpenAI, with large language models, it has completely transformed the way we look at the world around us. Earlier, I could, as a human being, I can read maybe 10 documents in a day, maybe 20 documents in a day if I'm very efficient. With AI today, we are reading 100, 200, thousands of documents in a single day, right? The machine is reading those documents, it's making a sense out of it for us, it is telling us exactly what we want to see. It's saving time. As Kanika mentioned, it's bringing time into our lives, right? The same artificial intelligence technology which is being used by governments across the world, India, US, UK, any country in the world, is also being used by radical elements of the society. You know, when we talk about artificial intelligence, hackers are using it to create more and more vulnerabilities or exploits to hack into our critical networks. With drones coming in tomorrow, you may have a scenario where you have drones fighting each other. having said that, at the end of the day, technology is here to stay, right? When Google was created, there was a lot of hoopla, a lot of hue and cry about Google using our data. But today, nobody cares. We all know Google is using our data, but we are happy giving it to them because technology is here to stay. I think at the end of it, we have to accept and we have to evolve with the technology. We have to figure out how to use it to the best effect. AI can be used to solve problems with environment. It can be used to solve problems with agriculture. It can be used to actually augment the resources the world has today, if we use it to that effect. From an investment point of view, I mean, I am the last person to be giving advice to a group of chartered accountants on investments, but yeah, but I'll just say, there's something which I learned a long back. Do not do what the world wants you to do. Do not think what the world needs. Think what makes you come alive, and then do it. Because what the world needs is people who have come alive. So from an investment point of view, investing in artificial intelligence, definitely a good idea. Which sector of artificial intelligence do you invest in? Agriculture, defense, fintech, which sector do you invest in is upon you.
Okay, fair enough. Munaf, I wanted your thoughts on, there are a lot of young people out there who want to start their journey in, every person at some point wants to start their own restaurant, right? But we all know the economics of don't, you said. So yours is largely a catering business now, right?
He's saving himself. He doesn't want competition.
Please go ahead. Ignore my response.
But for someone who has done it all, gone the extra mile, what would your advice be? You have now understood that a catering business is more profitable than, say, a restaurant or just normal F&B, etc. But in this model, what has worked, what will work according to you going forward?
In F&B, like in the food industry?
In the food industry.
So many answers. I'm going to give you two answers. One is, see, if you have the money, more than anything, if you have the money, then definitely the restaurant industry is very exciting. If everything else you kind of figure out, right from the cooking to the service, there's enough talent out there, there are enough playbooks out there, you honestly figure that out. But you need enough cash and you need enough of a risk appetite to kind of take that plunge. So that's the only non-negotiable when it comes to entering the industry. That's my honest answer. Second thing within food that's really exciting is food delivery. Food delivery. Or what I like to title it as is it's food e-commerce. I'm sure if I started talking about or yapping about, hey, how e-commerce is booming, how quick commerce is booming, how all of this is happening, no one would disagree with me. But what if I told you that food delivery is actually e-commerce? What if I said that one of the largest D2C brands in e-commerce in India today is a company called Bombay Shaving Company. All right, very well known. Everyone knows it as an e-commerce first brand. It sells on Amazon, it sells on quick commerce, whatnot. As of last financial year, they did roughly, I think, 180 crores in the year in e-commerce sales. Let's assume all of that was e-commerce. Can you guys guess how much McDonald's does in India in food delivery sales?
McDonald's in India?
In food delivery sales on Swiggy and Zomato.
140 crores a month. Because he told me that. 140
crores a month.
140 crores a month. Just McDonald's.
At least. So McDonald's as a brand across its two master franchises in India.
Pan-India.
Yeah, Pan-India does at least 140 to 180 crores a month only in food delivery sales. But now, if you look at McDonald's, you look at Subway, you look at KFC, you look at all of these, the top 100 restaurant brands in India, and who do 10, 20, 30 crores a month at least, and you compare it to Bombay Shaving Company, just for this example. Bombay Shaving Company probably has a head of e-commerce, has the most advanced analytical tools, understanding the data, understanding attribution, investing in performance marketing, so on and so forth. And then you look at the McDonald's of the world managing their food delivery businesses. It's like a caveman era playbook versus, the latest in digital sales playbook.
Correct.
So it's very interesting what's happening in food right now. So sorry, I elongated this, but if you have cash, definitely open a restaurant. If you really want to do something disruptive and also you have cash, get into food delivery, but look at it as an e-commerce first business and not as a restaurant business where you're trying to sell burgers.
So you have to have cash, basically. That
You
is
have to have cash. You have to have
Okay, but no, you raised a very important point about disruption, right? A McDonald's versus a Bombay Shaving Company is what we spoke about. But you take the same category, right? There is this outburst of homegrown local Indian brands which are doing exceptionally well. Like for example, I'll give you my personal experience, and I was talking about this in the earlier panel as well. Earlier I was a huge consumer of, say, Starbucks. Now I have a lot of local homegrown coffee, whether it's a Third Wave, whether it's a Subco.
Yep.
Even in the food space, like earlier in a mall there would be a Burger King. Now there's Good Flipping Burgers as well, which is doing exceptionally well.
Absolutely.
So do you think that this is an era of Indian homegrown local brands which could even compete with some of these really large global players?
110%.
Or is it just a very top 1%
No.
Indian thing?
I think what's happening is the Indian consumer is finding his or her identity, and they're realizing that they have their own unique palate, and they don't need to rely on a Western palate which is standardized and whatnot, and accordingly adopt it. So now, as a consumer, because there's just so much variety and it is so convenient. Like one of my most entertaining things to do ever is an Indian who's gone abroad and then come back. Watch him or her place their first quick commerce order. My brother is a case study. So he's in the cutting edge of tech. Like I was speaking to Tarun about this. My brother is the head of the AI lab at Roblox in Silicon Valley. He's a PhD. He's a professor of Rutgers, teaching AI and whatnot. He came back to India. I gave him my phone. I opened Blinkit. I said, order for something. He's saying, what is this 10 minutes ETA? How is that possible? Is the guy waiting downstairs? I was like, just order. He ordered for some Heinz ketchup. No, he ordered for Maggi ketchup because he misses it for some reason. It came within 9 minutes. Like he was scared. Actually, that was his reaction. He's like, what is happening out here? So I think what I'm trying to say is the Indian consumer is realizing that we are not followers anymore. We are not adopters anymore. We are actually capable of asking for what we want. And accordingly, the supply side is reacting.
Yeah.
That's capitalism. And the other thing that's changed is our supply chain has really ramped up. So today, me and you, again, if you have cash, can actually take our idea out there, and there are enough partners who will standardize our product, make it shelf life stable, and make it possible for me to convert my mother's age-old traditional dum biryani into a 6-day shelf life stable biryani available in Bombay, Pune within a year. Of just working on it. So it's interesting what's happening.
Absolutely, it's very interesting. And this point of quick commerce that you made, I mean, it's crazy, right? A segment that has just come out of nowhere has not worked anywhere in the world. It did not pick up in the US, it did not pick up in UK. It has done phenomenally well in India, right?
So there's a very cool reason for it. Okay, it's the Gini coefficient. So it's basically the disparity between the haves and have-nots in India. So in India, and it's I think one of the only countries, if not the only country in the world, where you have enough people who will spend 300 rupees on a gourmet packet of chips to get it within 10 minutes, and you have enough people who will work for 15,000 rupees a month to deliver that packet of chips. So you have enough gig workers and you have enough consumers. And hence, quick commerce works out here.
And hence the demand supply works like
Yes.
that balance
Yeah.
is there.
Yeah.
Okay. Pankaj, you want to come in on that for your industry? I mean, since you do, a lot of the back end, you make sure that, receivables go down and, people like them, they sort of, on the money side of things, it works out for them. What is the biggest challenge that you have faced, and what do you think is the need of the hour over the next, say, 5 to 10 years?
So I think the first most important thing for any of us, for any business is, of course, first is getting the right investor on your cap table before you go for the journey of your IPO or a strategic sale, right? And getting a right mix of investors is very, very important. One, there was a trend which we borrowed from Silicon Valley is getting PE or VC investors who have again a commitment to their investor to give an exit in next 4 to 6 years. We have taken a different route. We have investors from 15 countries Probably we are the only one firm either in UAE or India to have a diversified investors from 15 countries. Now what we have done is we are into cross-border business. That means the client whom we are serving, the buyer and the seller, they are based out of across the globe. So we have invested from US or UK, we have invested from Nigeria, Ghana or Ivory Coast as well. So getting those right strategic investor in your cap table who also understand the business, which business you are, gives you a very good support from the perspective of long-term support from investor perspective. This is one. Now from a challenge perspective, what most of the technology company have seen, why the big ones like Google or Microsoft, the retention of the team, which we saw pre-COVID and post-COVID in India as well. Now what we have done, which we have three mantra. One, of course, we based out of a tier 3 city, which is Jaipur, versus a Bangalore or Pune or Hyderabad, where there's a large churnout of team members. If you see the people who are working in Hyderabad, Bangalore or Pune, they also come from other cities where you get an in-house, inbuilt talent from Jaipur itself, for example. This is one. Second, retention, of course, we all have given ESOP. 90% of our team members are the shareholder of the company, right? So out of 54 members, 44 are already the shareholder of the company. And third, we've done another unique thing which I was sharing with you, that we have trained 400 interns, which we call young leaders, in last 4 years, which is almost 25 interns per month. Out of 54 members, 19 team member who joined as an intern in last 3 years become a permanent team member. And the retention ratio of these team members who join you as an intern goes long back. So you have a higher retention rate. I think this is very, very important, having a right shareholder which is there with you for long term, not for a exit between 4 to 5 years. Getting a right location also if you're in a technology back business where you can able to retain talent. And third, of course, bringing the young talent, which is also very, very important. So these are the challenges which industry is facing, but how we also mitigated this with sort of these strategies is what 360TF have done. And the last one, the another important one, we got a 14% of business from social media. And I'm happy to share with all my chartered accountant friends that as we speak, become the world #1 LinkedIn page on trade finance with 97,000 followers.
Wow, okay, that deserves a big round of applause. 40% of your business comes from social media. That's interesting. That's also a very big trend, right? And a lot of us find it difficult to adopt to social media and the kind of power that it has. Manav, for you and your business, of course, social media is a big thing. Purely because of the FOMO factor. I mean, at least I know personally, every restaurant that I visit is because I see on Instagram that 10 other people who visited it and look, the food looks so appealing. And then I'm like, I have to be there. Do you also get a large chunk of your business because of social media?
Yeah, absolutely. So I have a book. I'm lucky enough to have a book called How I Quit Google to Sell Samosas. So in that book, there's a chapter, More FB, Less FNB. All right, which is basically a chapter about how the Bohri kitchen, at least for us, it was more about a story. It was more about storytelling. It was about the story of a mother and a son and our food and our cuisine and our culture, the ups and the downs. Like for example, it's ironic. One of our most successful posts on social media was a post where I said that, guys, I'm so sorry I screwed up. I sent non-veg food to a vegetarian. I sent food one day early to somebody who wanted to surprise their grandmother for her birthday. So imagine what happened. The food landed up out there saying happy birthday from this person, and that was supposed to be a surprise. And I listed down 10 of the biggest mistakes we made in the first year of the Bohri kitchen, and I apologized. That post led to so much engagement that I got more money. I got more business. All right, such is the power of social media.
Such is the power.
And in fact, we were taking a selfie sometime back, and I was encouraging everyone to take a really good photograph because my LinkedIn team wants a good photograph.
Yeah.
Because there's tremendous ROI in it, like on a very serious note.
But a lot of people don't realize the power of social media, right? And I'm asking you because, as you said, storytelling. Now, the food that you would serve, I'm sure there are 10 other people that serve the same kind of Bora food or Bohri food, right? But the story that is behind it just makes it so much more appealing. So do you think that, people, businesses, people who are sort of starting business, creating business, in every field, not just in F&B, there is a lot more focus on social media that needs to be there?
So, I have a technical sort of answer for this. Hopefully it helps the audience. You can have two types of brands. You can have three-dimensional branding or you can have two-dimensional branding. And this applies to your personal brand, a professional brand, any sort of brand. And the test for what kind of brand you have, and all of us can do this, is go to Google Images and type your brand. So for example, if you search for Behrouz Biryani, it's a beautiful brand. It's very successful. You'll see photographs of the biryani, high quality photographs. You'll see photographs of their packaging, maybe stuff like that. Their logo. You search for the Bori Kitchen, far smaller business, far smaller brand. But not only will you see nice packaging, not only will you see a nice logo, not only will you see good photographs of food, but you will also see my mother's face. You will see emotion. You will see story. You will see authenticity. You'll see milestones. You'll see you'll see a random photo of my driver who was helping us in a catering, standing with Hrithik Roshan hand to hand during his birthday party. Random stuff like that. Now imagine which photograph will stay in your mind longer as we go through life.
The human element of it, basically, of every brand.
Yeah, that story.
Yeah.
Social media is the distribution platform for a 3D brand. So if you're a 2D brand, social media doesn't help you. But if you're a 3D brand, like everything you were saying right now, these are three-dimensional elements. Like the fact that you've got 400 interns, no one's going to forget that from the audience. Now, when he talks about that on social media, the audience just becomes bigger. And that is, so social media is useful if you have a 3D brand is what I think I'm trying to say.
Okay, we just have 2 minutes to go. So Kanika, I want you to wrap up because we started with you. When you talk about Jet Set Go, that's your brand, right? If you were not involved, it would be just another brand, right? But when there is a woman entrepreneur who's running this high-profile business in aviation, a space that is so niche, like he said, there's a story there. And that's the appeal. Has storytelling, personal branding, digital media, social media helped you as well?
So I think, I'll share something, Shivani, that someone shared with me when I was just starting out. I think 2-3 years into us starting out. He said, "Ki yaar, Kanika, I run $1 billion business. Okay, listed company hai, sab kuch hai. I don't get so many media opportunities like you do. Every day you're in the newspaper, every day I'm seeing your photo here, every day and I'm like, that's exactly what I don't want. I don't want to be known, I don't want the brand to be known for Kanika, I want the brand to be known for what it does." And then the same evening, I was at a conference and someone took my number and Truecaller it or something and it said Kanika Plain. Okay, it didn't say Kanika Tekriwal on Truecaller. And that's what I realized. I said, as a founder, you don't have an identity, your business doesn't have an identity, both of you are the same. And what's everyone looking for? They're looking for something to relate to, they're looking for a story. I don't know, he was telling us about his LinkedIn team. I don't have a LinkedIn team, I don't even have a social media team for myself. I post rubbish 24/7. I don't post for 8 days, then I'll post something. One day I'll be on a flight somewhere and I'll be thinking about how I can change the world, I'll post about that. Because I personally believe that
that's also authentic. That's exactly the authentic version of you.
I personally believe that I want to be real. And I'll tell you where this stemmed from. And again, I'm going all over the place. But when I was diagnosed with cancer a year later, there's a lady called Shraddha Sharma who runs a platform called Your Story, which was like the thing when all of us started out around the same time. And she said, "Kanika, you have to write about your cancer journey." And I said, I'm not okay doing that. I'm not okay telling the world about it because my parents conditioned me in that manner as well. I remember my father saying, "Agar kisi ko pata pad gaya to shaadi nahi karega koi," that sort of stuff. So I said, I'm not okay writing about it. She said, "No, you have to." And I did. I mustered up all the courage. I spoke to her about it. And she wrote this article which, made me a hero from a zero overnight for a very short span of time. Your digital life is, I think, 2 days unless you're relevant from what I've learned. And I remember a month later, I had a Facebook message from this one kid who said, "I was diagnosed with the same cancer as you. I was standing on my balcony waiting to commit suicide, and my father sent me your story. And I read it, and that's why I'm alive here."
Wow.
And I think that was the
that really deserves a big round of applause. That's fabulous.
And I think, for me, that was the flipping point in my head. I said, God's given you that power to create so much impact unknowingly. In this group of 1,400 people, there'll be one person who'll be having a bad day, wanting to give up, not wanting to work again.
You'll get inspired.
And you're going to go and tell that person unknowingly that, look, if I could do it, so could you. And I think that's the power of social media to me. I don't know if it's helped me in my business, if it's not helped me in my business. I don't even understand all these metrics. I am an analog person living in a digital world, and I'm not very proud about saying this. I hate technology. I run planes. I can repair a plane. I can fix a plane. You give me an Excel sheet, I will fail amongst all of you all. I'll get 0. I literally and I shouldn't be saying this to a bunch of CAs, but I'll do a calculation on the calculator and plug in the number on the Excel sheet. That's the world I come from, and I'm very proud of it.
But that's absolutely fine. That's why we have the CAs over here who are there to help us.
So, I think for me, it's very important to be authentic as a founder. It's very important to be real. It's very important not to be somebody you're not. And, I learned it from all the people over here. If you look at Bori Kitchen, he's been so real in terms of saying, look, my parents did it for me. And that's what people are looking for. What is your customer looking for? Your customer is looking for honesty. Your customer is looking for integrity. He's looking for someone he can trust in.
Yeah.
If I'm flying the most important people of the world today, they're trusting me with their lives. And if I'm going to go act like a superstar on social media and at the back end screw up things, it's not going to work. When you make a mistake, apologize. And, like he spoke about apologizing publicly. I think that's what your customer wants. He wants genuinity. There's nobody in the world who can stop your business from growing, who can stop you from achieving what you want to do if you're honest and ethical.
Absolutely, absolutely. Big round of applause. And, I totally agree that storytelling works until a certain point. At the end of the day, your product is your hero. And if your product doesn't, of course, your story is amazing, but I'm sure your food is even better. So that is what really works for you and not just your story. So hats off to all of you. Congratulations on several businesses that you guys run. You are inspirational to all of us. You are change makers, and I'm so happy to be here this afternoon. Thank you. Our time is up here, but if there are any questions that the panel has, okay, we have run out of time completely, so no questions as well. But thank you everyone for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Give them a huge round of applause, please. Yes, that's the way to do it. It's about billionaires. Super. So can I request Chairman, Vice Chairman to please join on the stage to present memento to our panelists and speaker. And also to present that, I'd like to request our former Chairman, Anish Bhai, Venkatesh Sir, Hanumanji, James, please join on the stage with us to present the memento. And Hari Kishan Bhai, please join us as well. Nimish Bhai, please join. Surinder ji, please join as well. So, all right, now ICI, under the leadership of our chairman Rajesh Somani ji, we are going to have ICI Dubai Chapter Awards. So we're going to have a little bit of presentation just to show you what it is all about. So can we have the technical team to put the presentation on the screen for the awards, so we can just take everybody through what it's going to be. And after that, we're going to have Anu Kapoor. So be there in the room, please.
Hello. Hello. A very good evening to all of you. As you know that this year ExCom has taken decision to recognize the high performer chartered accountant among our members, and accordingly we have designed the few awards based on the various performance sector like CEO, CFO, business leader, young achiever. On this particular, Dr. Connect has been assisting us as a professional award organizer for the various organization. And thank you very much, Dr. Saab. And he will take you within 5 minutes how the awards has been structured and how this will be recognized at the year end. We will organize the award ceremony in the month of February. Based on the nomination, etc., we will select. Selection will be made by the jury, and accordingly, the felicitation will take place. Over to you, Dr. Saab.
Thank you, Somaniji, and all the CA Institute ExCom members. Yeah, next slide, please.
A very warm welcome to Anu Kapoor ji, who is here with us. A very warm welcome to Anu Kapoor ji, who is here with us. He's gonna really rock the rest of the evening with us. Not like the entire evening, but another few minutes he's gonna be with us. So just let's hear about the awards.
Do you see a picture here? I think I stand here better. Do you see a picture? How many of you recognize this picture? How many of you recognize this picture? Yes, James. Yeah, change to next slide, please. He already identified. I think some people are identified. Yeah. His Excellency Mohammad Gargawi. Why I'm taking you to this slide? Because in 1994, Dubai Quality Award was launched, and he was instrumental behind this. And in 1997, Dubai Government Excellence Program was launched, and he was recognized. His Excellency Mohammad Gargawi, at that time he was a simple officer in economic department. He was recognized as the best employee in Dubai government departments. There are about 24, 25 government departments. He was recognized as the best employee in all government departments, 1997. And you can see there in 2006, he was selected as a minister, UAE cabinet minister. So we were hearing from Rahul Kapoor how the wiring of the mind changes, the wiring of the brain changes. So I think this is an opportunity the CA Institute is creating for you, that how you could bid for this award for CA Institute Dubai chapter, and possibly you could be spotted for many other positions, either in industry sectors or in organizations or in many other places. Next slide, please. So what is the purpose? Why we are creating this award? To recognize and celebrate outstanding achievements of the 5 members. You heard Rahul Kapoor talking stand out and outstanding. So here, the award is launched to recognize and celebrate outstanding achievements of the 5 members annually within the Dubai chapter. To promote, we heard the mindset, to promote excellence mindset among the Dubai members. As this journey started 30 years back, maybe Somani is already talking what will happen next 30 years. So I think we are planting the seeds of excellence here, and maybe this will run or drive the institutes for a longer period. To prepare the members for better positions within their existing and future organizations by driving learning from this Excellence Award criteria. To improve the image of the ICA Dubai in the eyes of the existing members and other stakeholders, and align ICA Dubai strategies with Dubai government strategies. Next slide, please. Now I think you already got the flyer or the brochure of the award. So you will see member of the award, 5 categories, CF of the award, yeah. Member of the award, CF of the award, business leader of the award, buddy chartered accountant of the year, and the young achiever. Next slide. I think that's the last slide, yeah. It will appear as if the award criteria looks like similar. All of you are CA, so you are eligible based on the eligibility I showed you last time. Either you will be eligible for the young achiever with the age limit 31, otherwise you are in the other categories. Since you are CA, that's why you find the criteria is similar, but the percentage marks varies. So educational and professional qualifications, training and development, financial performance, non-financial performance, contribution to IC or other organizations, award and recognitions. You can see minimum weightage from 10% to maximum going up to 50%. For example, for CFO category, financial performance is the highest. And like this varies. If you see Buddy Chartered Accountant, 40% weightage to contribution to IC or other organizations. So I think more details will follow. Next slide, please. That's it. Yeah. And the submission will be 6 criteria, 6 pages, 24 pages is the evidence. Total is 30 pages. Submission is 20th January and mid-February will be the award ceremony. So I think that's it.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you so
that's
much.
it. Thank you, Kanikji, for really taking us through. All right, ladies and gentlemen, what an extraordinary day this has been. From insightful sessions to inspiring stories, we have truly covered a lot of ground. But now we have said something truly special for the grand finale.
Rishi bhai, can everybody sing with me? Can everyone sing with me? किसी की मुस्कुराहटों पे हो निसार, किसी का दर्द मिल सके तो ले उधार, किसी के वास्ते हो तेरे दिल में प्यार, जीना इसी का नाम है. Once again, जीना इसी का. Wow.
Dikshit bhai, kya baat hai? You are in some mood today, it seems. Ha!
Rishi bhai, what do I say? I am so excited. The man who introduced Antakshri to me for the very first time when I was a kid. The man who made us laugh, cry, sing. The man who made me believe that even being a bathroom singer is not bad as long as I can sing.
Dikshit bhai, what are you talking about? I'm so excited to meet him as well.
Rishi bhai, not like this. If you want to know about this man, you have to also sing, buddy. Come on, sing a song.
अब बोल रहे हो तो let's do it together. जिंदगी प्यार का गीत है, इसे हर दिल को गाना पड़ेगा. जिंदगी गम का सागर भी है, इसे उस पार जाना पड़ेगा.
क्या बात है ऋषि भाई, क्या बात है. और राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर सेक्रेटरी.
अब तो बता दे मेरे भाई.
Rishi bhai, hold your breath. We are going to have someone with us who is legendary. None other than Dr. Anu Kapoor. He is not just a man. Introduction abhi baki hai. He is not just a man of immense talent, but someone whose work spans across acting, singing, and storytelling. Honestly, Rishi bhai, introducing him feels like trying to summarize an entire encyclopedia in few lines.
So true, Dikshit. From unforgettable movies like Mr. India and Tezab to the critically acclaimed Vicky Donor and even his soulful hosting of Suhana Safar with Anu Kapoor and 92.7 Big FM, he has connected with us so many levels. His voice, his knowledge of Indian cinema and his ability to bring stories to life make him a true icon.
Bas Rishi bhai, ab intezar nahi hota. Technical team, please play the voiceover.
Ladies and gentlemen, our celebrity talk for the day is Dr. Anu Kapoor, Indian actor and singer. Dr. Anu Kapoor, a versatile artist with a career spanning over 45 years, is celebrated for his work in film, television and radio. Known for his iconic show Suhana Safar with Anu Kapoor on 92.7 Big FM, he has earned accolades including National Film and Filmfare Awards. A true entertainer, Dr. Anu Kapoor continues to captivate audiences with his talent and charisma. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Dr. Anu Kapoor.
So we will have Dr. Anu Kapoor with you. Give him a big round of applause as he walks onto the stage. Yay!
धन्यवाद. पंजाब में मैथमेटिक्स के एक टीचर ने एक छोटे से बच्चे से पूछा, अमरीक कहते हाँ गुरु जी पुत्र दो ते दो किन्ने होंदे ने। पंजाब में एक टीचर ने एक बच्चे से पूछा, मैथमेटिक्स के टीचर थे, कि पुत्र दो ते दो किन्ने होंदे ने। बच्चा खड़ा हुआ, बच्चे ने कहा गुरुजी दो ते दो पंज होंदे ने। दो ते दो पंज होंदे ने। गुरुजी ने कहा वेरी गुड, लगभग तू सही है। तो 2 और 2 4 को 5 बनाने वाले ऐसे चतुर बुद्धिमान ICAI के 42nd एनुअल कॉन्फ्रेंस के दुबई चैप्टर में मैं आप सब महानुभावों का वंदन करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। गरज बरस प्यासी धरती पर फिर पानी दे मौला, चिड़ियों को दाने बच्चों को गुड़धानी दे मौला। और 2 और 2 का जोड़ हमेशा 4 कहाँ होता है, सोच समझ वालों को थोड़ी नादानी दे मौला। सो जो आम आदमी है उसके पास नादानी है, उसकी नादानियों को, उसकी गलतियों को ठीक करने वाले आप हैं। धन, सारा खेल धन का है। मैं भी भाई साहब आपके साथ बैठा हुआ था, सारा खेल नंबर्स का है। और जितना भी मैंने दुनिया को समझा है, इतनी बात समझ में आई है कि चाहत तो सबको है धन की, कमाने की, लेकिन ऑफिशियली, रिलीजियसली, कल्चरली पूरी दुनिया में केवल एक देश है जो विधिवत धन की पूजा करता है, और वह भारतवर्ष है। हमने प्राचीन काल से ही जो धन का सम्मान किया है, इसीलिए लक्ष्मी को हमने सामने रखा है। मुझे ऐसा तो नहीं है कि मैं सोच के आया, बल्कि अभी आपके चेयरमैन साहब से जो थोड़ी सी लघु जो बातचीत हुई, तो पता चला कि ये कनेक्शन उनका और मेरा तो बहुत पुराना है। ये तो नीमच वाले हैं और पाली वाले हैं। ये तो सोमानी साहब तो कह रहे नीमच में तो साहब तो मैं 71 में पढ़ता था, तो नीमच याद आते ही मेरा बचपन याद आ गया। मैं आपसे उम्र में तो बड़ा होऊंगा मैं, और अब कितने दिन हैं वो अलग बात है। बहरहाल आपने मुझे यहाँ बुलाया, और बहुत हाँ, जो मेरा इंट्रोडक्शन में कहा है वो सही है सर। मैंने कोई गलत काम नहीं किया है अभी तक, कि मैं कुछ सोच समझ के ही बुलाया होगा, ये भी मुझे मालूम है। मुझसे जो एक्सपेक्टेशंस हैं, आपकी उम्मीदों पर खरा उतरूं, उसकी पूरी कोशिश करूंगा। सोमानी साहब को एक लाइन पसंद आ गई थी, मैंने किसी जगह बोली थी कि जीवन जीने के लिए होता है, ढोने के लिए नहीं होता है। असल में क्या था, न्यूयॉर्क जो दुनिया में जो सबसे पहला हार्ट ट्रांसप्लांटेशन किया गया है, उसके जो पायनियर माने जाते हैं, उनका नाम था डॉक्टर क्रिश्चियन बर्नार्ड। डॉक्टर क्रिश्चियन बर्नार्ड का जो बेटा था डॉक्टर आंद्रे बर्नार्ड, he used to be very famous, very popular, and one of the best pediatrician of the city of New York. But unfortunately, ironically, he committed suicide. So ये उनकी लाइन थी। जिसने हार्ट ट्रांसप्लांट किया था, उसने अपने बेटे के जाने के ऊपर कहा था, उसका जीवन था, उसे ऐसा लगा कि जीवन जीने के लिए होता है, अब ढोना हो गया है। लेकिन इस सभा में आप जिस जोश के साथ आए हैं, जिस उमंग के साथ आए हैं, तो मैं जीवन के उस रास्ते पर नहीं लेना जाना चाहता जहां मैं आपको बताऊं कि जीवन केवल दुख के अलावा कुछ है ही नहीं। कोई कुछ भी कहता रहे, तुम्हारे सारे जश्न मनाना, तुम्हारी सारी खोज खुशी की, तुम्हारे नृत्य करना, तुम्हारा दारू पीना। अभी गुजरात से आया हूं, जैसे ही कुछ भी बोलता था, जरा सा ये जेस्चर, ऐसी हंसी, पूरे 10,000 लोगों के शरीर में जो जोश आ जाता था, विश्वास मानिएगा, इतना जोश बहन सनी लियोनी को भी देख के नहीं आएगा उनमें। एक सिर्फ इतना ये, क्योंकि देखिए जहां कि भाई, तो मैंने एक गाने का एक राउंड इस तरह से किया कि ना धर्म बुरा, ना कर्म बुरा, ना गंगा बुरी, ना जल बुरा। ये एडलिब है गाने का। ना धर्म बुरा, ना कर्म बुरा, ना गंगा बुरी, ना जल बुरा, पर पीने वालों को पंडित जी मत करना कभी नसीहत, पीने वाला मरते मरते बस करता यही वसीयत, पंडित जी मेरे मरने के बाद थोड़ा कष्ट उठा लेना, बस इतना कष्ट उठा लेना, मेरे मुंह में गंगा जल की जगह थोड़ी मदिरा। ये बोला तो आप उनका रिस्पांस देख सकते थे। तो जो हमारे पास नहीं है उसकी चाह हमें बनी रहती है। मैडम नूरजहां का एक कमाल का गाना है, जो न मिल सके वही बेवफा, जो न मिल सके वही बेवफा। ये बड़ी अजीब सी बात है, जो न मिल सके वही बेवफा, ये बड़ी अजीब सी बात है, जो चला गया मुझे छोड़कर वही आज तक मेरे साथ है। जो छोड़ के चली जाती है ना, या जाता है, कमाल की बात है, उसको ही हम याद रखते हैं। बिल्कुल जीवन भी ऐसा ही है। जिस चीज की कमी होती है ना, तो उसी को तो करते हैं ना आप। मैं आपके पास क्यों आऊँगा अगर मैं चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट, मुझे सारा टैक्स का सिस्टम मालूम हो? तो आपके क्लाइंट्स ही वो हैं जो आपके पास इस उम्मीद से आते हैं कि आप मेरा फ़ायदा कर दो, क्योंकि उनको मालूम है उनका जीवन फ़ायदेमंद नहीं है। फ़ायदेमंद होता तो मैं आपके पास क्यों आता, और आप मुझे क्यों बुलाते? आपको कुछ ना कुछ तो नज़र आया होगा ना। स्पीकर्स आ रहे हैं, उन जितने भी अतिथियों को आपने बुलाया है, यही सोच के बुलाया है आपने कि यार ये कॉन्फ्रेंस के बीच में बहुत बड़ा दुबई चैप्टर 42nd एनुअल कॉन्फ्रेंस, इंडियन चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स इंस्टीट्यूट, इतना बड़ा नाम है, इतने लाखों करोड़ों खर्च किए होंगे, इतने बड़े बड़े लोगों को यहाँ आपने आमंत्रित किया। इसलिए आमंत्रित किया कि यार आपको कुछ मजा आ जाए यार, बाकी तो सारी काम है। और मजा क्या है? एक राजस्थान में मैं एक बार गुजरता था, ये अक्सर मैं बताता हूं, मजा बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है जिंदगी का। जयपुर से निकला मैं, टोंक की सर्दी के दिन थे, बरसों पहले, 87-86 की बात होगी। तो प्यास लग गई, एक खेत की बागड़ के ऊपर जाके गाड़ी रोकी, किसान था, मैंने कहा भाई थोड़ा पानी मिलेगा? तो पानी के साथ साथ गाजर और मूली भी ले आया, थोड़ा सा नमक भी ले आया। आई एम श्योर आप में से कुछ लोगों ने तो उस भारत के दर्शन किए होंगे जहां खेत की मुडेर के ऊपर एक किसान बावड़ी में से पानी निकाल के कच्ची गाजर और मूली तोड़कर आपके लिए ले आता है। देखे होंगे। ऐसा नहीं कह रहा है कि दुबई में आप रहते हो तो आपको पता नहीं होगा इंडिया के बारे में, ऐसा नहीं है। तो वो लेके आ गया, कहले पहले ये खा लो आप। तो मैंने गाजर ले ली और पानी पिया मैंने, ठंडा शीतल जल। तब ये मिनरल वाटर नहीं आया था। अभी ब्रांडिंग कैसे हो गई कि यार बिस्लरी ले आए क्या? बिस्लरी तो एक नाम है ब्रांड का, लेकिन बिस्लरी एक्चुअली सिनोनिमस हो गई है ब्रांड के साथ कि यार वो मिनरल वाटर ही होगा। तब मिनरल वाटर नहीं हुआ करता था। पानी पिया पीतल के ग्लास में, पानी पीने के बाद यकलख्त मेरे मुंह से निकल गया, मजा आ गया, मजा आ गया। उस किसान ने जो बात कही मैं आप तक पहुंचा रहा हूं। मैं कम्युनिकेटर हूं, मैं कोई महात्मा बाबा नहीं हूं। इन सब चीजों चक्करों से मैं बहुत दूर हूं भाई। रिलीजन से और धर्म से मेरा कोई लेना देना नहीं है। मैं बिल्कुल धर्म के बहुत दूर हूं मैं। और क्योंकि धर्म से मेरा कोई लेना देना नहीं है, इसलिए अधर्म से भी लेना देना नहीं है। बड़ी सिंपल सी बात, समझ रहे ना? मेरे मुंह से निकल गया, मजा आ गया। तो उस किसान ने कहा, आई एम श्योर कि आप में से बहुत सारे लोग, मैं उसी भाषा में बोलने की कोशिश करूंगा, लेकिन वो भाषा आपको समझ आ जाएगी, आई एम क्वाइट श्योर। मैंने कहा मजा आ गया। वो किसान बोला, कंवर साहब यो मजो भी घणी टेढ़ी चीज छे। मेरे मुंह से निकला, मजा आ गया है। वो किसान बोला कि कंवर साहब यो मजो भी घणी टेढ़ी चीज छे, नी आवे तो करोड़ रुपया में नहीं आवे, ने आ जावे तो एक गिलास ठंडा पानी में आ जावे। मैं सिर्फ इतना बोलता हूं, ये मजा तलाश करना। आप करोड़ों रुपए हैं आपके पास, लेकिन ध्यान रखना अरबों रुपए हैं, बिलियंस हैं, मजे की तलाश करना, बस मजा आना चाहिए। और याद रखना, एक पॉइंट के ऊपर स्त्री भी मजा नहीं दे पाएगी। नहीं नहीं नहीं, हाँ कुसर पुसर होती है, हाँ मतलब आप समझ रहे हैं, और सही होनी चाहिए। हेटेरोसेक्सुअल्स में एक दूसरे के प्रति आकर्षण बहुत 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 स्वाभाविक है, बहुत नेचुरल है, होना चाहिए, जब तक कि आप दूसरी तरफ नहीं मुड़ जाते हैं। वो भी हमने स्वीकार कर लिया, पूरे वर्ल्ड में स्वीकार कर लिया। उसके डेमोन्स्ट्रेशंस होते हैं, हम लोग देखते रहते हैं। अगर हेटेरोसेक्सुअल उस तरह के बात करने लगे तो हमें कहा जाएगा परवर्टों की तरह महसूस कर रहे हैं, लेकिन अभी मैं उसको बाइफकेट नहीं कर रहा। मज़ा आना चाहिए, मज़े की तलाश करना है आपको। इतने सारे पैसे कमाते हुए भी मज़ा नहीं आ रहा है, ये स्टेज कभी मत लाने देना ज़िंदगी के अंदर। और वो जिस दिन वो स्टेज आ गई आपके कि अब मेरी ज़िंदगी से मज़ा चला गया है, उसके बाद क्या करेंगे? या तो संन्यास्त हो जाओगे, या मानसिक रूप से किसी और तरफ मुड़ जाओगे। जैक द रिपर का नाम आपसे सुना है? जैक द रिपर का, आई एम श्योर आप लोग सब, मैं क्षमा चाहता हूँ, ना मैं फिल्म देखता हूँ, ना टीवी देखता हूँ, ना ओटीटी देखता हूँ, ना न्यूज़ चैनल देखता हूँ, ना न्यूज़पेपर पढ़ता हूँ, एंड आई एम ए हैप्पी मैन। सो नहीं, मुझे मालूम ही नहीं जी, मुझे क्या करना है देख के। आप क्या न्यूज़ देखूँ यार, क्या न्यूज़ देखो? न्यूज़ क्यों देख रहे हो? कौन सी ठरक मिटानी है? क्या करना है कि यहाँ इतने बच्चे मर गए, इतने बम गिराए गए, इतने लोग मर गए, इतनी स्त्रियों का बलात्कार हुआ? ये देख, ये तो जिंदगी की सच्चाई हो गई है। न्यूज़ तो तब बनेगी, न्यूज़ तो तब बनेगी जब घाटकोपर के एक ऑटो रिक्शा चलाने वाले ने उसकी गाड़ी में बैठी हुई एक लड़की थी जो भाऊ बीज के लिए राखी बांधने जा रही, भैया दूज समझते हैं ना आप, राखी बांधने जा रही थी वो, और वो बांध के वहाँ से भाई को राखी बांध के निकली। उसके बाद ऑफिस अटेंड करना था और जल्दबाजी में लेट हो गई थी। जल्दबाजी में वो अपना जो बैग थी भूल गई, जिसमें उसकी 1.5 लाख रुपए की ज्वेलरी रखी हुई थी। आपके लिए और मेरे लिए शायद 1.5 लाख कुछ नहीं होंगे, लेकिन ऑटो चलने वाली लेडी से पूछना उसके लिए 1.5 लाख कितने होते हैं। वो भूल गई, चली गई ऑफिस में। अब जब उसने दूसरी सवारी बिठाई वो रिक्शे वाले ने, तो उस सवारी ने कहा कि भाई ये किसी का ये बैग छूटा रह गया है। अब ये भाई को चेतना जागी कि अरे यार क्या हो गई। ये भाई गया कि कहाँ पे उस औरत को उतारा था, देखना दें, मीटर डाउन है उसका, अभी कमा नहीं रहा है, और ढूंढ ढांड के पता लगा क्या है, नहीं औरत मिल पाई। वो बोरीवली के पुलिस स्टेशन गया, वहां उसने 5 घंटे की अपनी मजूरी नहीं कमाई, उस ही डिडंट अर्न अ सिंगल बक। वहां पे 5 घंटे तक वो बैठा रहा, और उसके बाद उसने कहा मैं जाऊंगा ही नहीं साहब, वो बहन भूल गई है। और फाइनली पुलिस वालों ने उसके ऑफिस का पता किया, पुलिस वाले उसके ऑफिस में पहुंचे, उसको पुलिस स्टेशन सम्मान से लाया गया, और उस रिक्शे वाले ने कहा यही है जो अपने भूल गई थी। उस रिक्शे वाले ने अपने हाथ से उस औरत को वो उसका बैग वापस। भाई साहब मेरे लिए तो ये न्यूज़ है, मेरे लिए तो ये न्यूज़ है ना। और असल में न्यूज़ तो यही होनी चाहिए, लेकिन ऐसा है नहीं, ऐसा तो है नहीं। रियलिटी में हम भाग रहे हैं, इसलिए भाग रहे हैं कि जिंदगी। एक याद रखना, एक गाना आप मजरू सुल्तानपुरी का, दोस्ती एक फिल्म आई थी, आप में से बहुत सारे लोग पैदा भी नहीं होंगे उस टाइप के ऊपर, 1964 की फिल्म थी। दोस्ती सुपरहिट फिल्म थी, ताराचंद बड़जात्या ने बनाई थी ये फिल्म, राजश्री प्रोडक्शंस ने बनाई थी फिल्म। उसमें मजरू सुल्तानपुरी का लिखा हुआ एक गाना था जिसे लक्ष्मीकांत प्यारेलाल ने स्वरबद्ध किया था कि राही मनवा दुख की चिंता क्यों सताती है। आप में से शायद 10% लोगों को ही शायद ये गाना याद होगा, लेकिन सुनिएगा आप, फिल्मी गानों के अंदर, फिल्मी गानों में भी जीवन का कितना बड़ा दर्शन और सच्चाई छुपी हुई है। ध्यान रखिए, राही मनवा दुख की चिंता क्यों सताती है, दुख तो अपना साथी है, सुख है एक छांव ढलती आती है जाती है, दुख तो अपना साथी है। हमें क्या मिला है मनुष्य के रूप में सिवाय दुख के। इन्हीं दुखों को दूर करने के लिए ये आयोजित करते हैं कि आ जाए कोई अन्नू कपूर, कोई राहुल कपूर आ जाए, कोई आ जाए, कवि आ जाए, और यार अगर थोड़ा बहुत प्राइवेट थोड़ा सा हो जाए तो अपना मल्लिका शेरावत, नहीं तो यार वही गाना ही दिखा दो यार, कुछ तो दिखाओ यार, कुछ तो टाइम पास कराओ भगवान के लिए, खुदा के लिए कुछ तो अच्छा हो यार। तोड़े दिल के लिए दिल बहल जाए, वक्त कट जाए। 2 दिन से वो हर बड़ौदा में ऑडिशन चल रहा था, कल रात को परफॉर्मेंस थी वहाँ, तो भाग के आया, ये कमिटमेंट था आपके लिए। शो करने के बाद मैं 12 बजे निकला, 2-2.25 घंटे की ड्राइव करके अहमदाबाद आया, एयरपोर्ट पे होटल में ठहरा, 3 घंटे सोने को मिला, फ्लाइट पकड़ के आना था, कमिटमेंट है। और मैं 3 दिन से एक गाना सुन रहा था, हा सर वो गाना, मतलब मैं तो फिल्म देखता नहीं, लेकिन मेरे को लगा कि आपके साथ ज़रा शेयर करूं ताकि ये जो जिंदगी के जो भी बोझिल क्षण हैं वो किसी तरह कट जाए। गनीमत है उस गम की जो तसल्ली से गुजर जाए। मुलाहिजा फरमाइएगा कि गाने के बोल क्या हैं। हाँ जी, गाने के बोल ज़रा, वो नया गाना है इसलिए अब कोशिश करूंगा, वो भी कर दूंगा, ऐसी बात नहीं। 1 सेकंड ढूंढ लूँ वो कि गाना बड़ा मज़ेदार है यार, और सुन के मैं मत बस मुझे भी घड़ी टेढ़ी चीज महाराज। हाँ, वो पूरा शब्द सुनाऊंगा सर, आपको शब्द सुनाऊंगा सर। 1 सेकंड सर, क्योंकि वो नई फिल्म का गाना है तो अभी ज़बान पे चढ़ा नहीं है। फिल्म का नाम है STREE स्त्री 2। नहीं सर, देखो सर वो, हाँ सर वो तो सुनो सर, भाई साहब और कुछ सुनो मत, आप तो छोड़ो, मैं तो आपको आहा प्रभु, आहा देखिए नहीं आज की रात नहीं है। हाँ ऐसे ही है सर, बिल्कुल सही है, बिल्कुल सही है। देखिए नहीं बिल्कुल सर, ये जिंदगी बस हंसते खेलते इसी तरह से मुस्कुराते हुए गुजर जाए यार। ऐसे ही बहुत दुनिया में बहुत कम है, हंसते खेलते गुजर जाए, लेकिन आत्मा हमारी भ्रष्ट नहीं हो, हम तो मजे ले लें। ये गाना कमाल का है भाई। मैं इस गाने को सुनिए,
सुर में गाना सीखिए पाधानीसा ऐप के साथ। AI पावर्ड पर्सनल म्यूजिक
गाना सुनिएगा। हाँ राधे
बंदे तो क्या इस हुस्न पे फरिश्ते भी फना है।
नहीं एंजॉय कीजिए, सीरियस मत देखिए, देखो तो आगे सुनिए। हाँ देखिएगा सर, वो उसमें टाइम चला जाएगा। सुनिए, जरा पूनम भाटिया का देखिएगा। थोड़ी फुर्सत भी मेरी जान भी बाहों को दीजिए।
आज की रात मजा हुस्न का आँखों से।
आय हाय हाय, आहा आय हाय। वक्त बर्बाद है। वक्त बर्बाद ना बिन बातों के। आज की रात मजा हुस्न का, हाय हाय हाय। आपने सर ये कमाल है। आज की रात मजा हुस्न का आंखों से लीजिए। इससे पहले भी कह दिया था, आपकी कसम में नहीं आया था, पास नहीं आना दूर नहीं जाना, तुमको सौगंध है कि आज मोहब्बत बंद है। यही तो है वो, यही है और कुछ नहीं है। अच्छा लगा ना? देखिए, आप देखिएगा, अगर कोई मॉनिटर कर सके आपकी दिल की धड़कनों को। आज की रात मजा हुस्न का आंखों से लीजिए। आज की रात, देखो मजे की बात कर रही है वो, मजे की बात कर रही है भाई। आपके जीवन में ये मजा बना रहना चाहिए भैया। लेकिन कहीं ऐसा ना हो कि जो लोग शादीशुदा हैं वो मजे की सीमा पार करने लगेंगे, तो जरा ख्याल रखिएगा आप। नहीं, फिर गड़बड़ हो सकती है, तो थोड़ा सा अपने जज्बातों को कंट्रोल करना है। और यहीं तक मज़ा, जब तक स्क्रीन के ऊपर बहन तमन्ना भाटिया दिखाती रहें तो ठीक है, अपना ठीक है भाई, सब कुछ है, तब तक ही ठीक है। उसके आगे बढ़ने की कोशिश की तो फिर हमें कहीं ना कहीं अपने आप को कंट्रोल करना पड़ेगा, कहीं ना कहीं अपने आप को थामना पड़ेगा। लेकिन ये मज़ा, ये प्यार, खुमार बाराबंकवी साहब की 4 लाइनें आपको नजर कर रहा हूं, देखिएगा। क्योंकि जिंदगी में प्यार की कमी होती है ना, लेकिन फिर भी बंदा प्यार करता है। और हम जैसे ही प्यार बोलते तो हमको लगता है एक लड़की है, लेकिन प्यार तो माँ से भी है, बहन से भी है, बेटी से भी है। यार प्यार तो एक बहुत इटर्नल फीलिंग है। लेकिन फिर भी 4 लाइनें आपको खिदमत में, तरन्नुम में आपको के लिए पढ़ रहा हूं, सुनिए, पेश खिदमत है। नहारा है इश्क, नहारा है इश्क, न दुनिया थकी है। नहारा है इश्क और न दुनिया थकी है। नहारा है इश्क और न दुनिया थकी है। नहारा है इश्क और न दुनिया थकी है। दिया जल रहा है, हवा चल रही है। दिया जल रहा है, हवा चल रही है। नहारा है इश्क, खटक गुदगुदी सा मजा दे रही है। खटक गुदगुदी सा मजा दे रही है। जिसे इश्क कहते हैं, क्या ये वही है? नहारा है इश्क। तो आपकी जिंदगी में इश्क बना रहे। इश्क स्त्री के लिए हो, वो बना रहे। धन के लिए हो, वो बना रहे। सफलता के लिए हो, वो बना रहे। और आपकी स्त्री से, आपके धन से, आपकी सफलता से देश का और समाज का कोई नुकसान ना हो, ऐसा मज़ा आपके जीवन में बना रहे तो बहुत अच्छा हो जाएगा। बाकी आप सब लोग पढ़े लिखे लोग हैं, समझदार लोग हैं। आपको कोई मोटिवेशनल स्पीकर की कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है। आपने किसी को सुनने के लिए बुलाया है, इसका मतलब ये है कि आप ऑलरेडी मोटिवेटेड है। बिलीव मी। हमें क्या है, हम तो आ जाएंगे, इन्होंने 4 पैसे दिए, हम आ जाएंगे। मैं तो पैसे के लिए काम करता हूं, ये तो स्टेटमेंट देता हूं मैं तो पैसे के लिए काम करता हूं। पैसा ही मेरा भगवान है, पैसा ही मेरा देवता है, धर्म है, ईमान है, पैसा ही मेरा सब कुछ है। लेकिन पैसे के लिए मैं चोरी नहीं करूंगा, पैसे के लिए जेब नहीं काटूंगा, पैसे के लिए आपका गला नहीं घोटूंगा और ना ही अपने देश को बेचूंगा, परंतु पैसा ही मेरा धर्म ईमान है। आपका नहीं हो तो आप मुझे दे दो। अगर आप कुछ और पूछना चाहें, अभी भाई पूछ रहे थे कोई कि आप अपनी लव स्टोरी, मैंने बता दूंगा हमारे तो क्या है भाई, कौन से नंबर की लव स्टोरी। प्यार बहुत बार किया है, प्यार तो किया है, प्यार इसमें कोई शक नहीं है। कोई गाने के बारे में, कोई फिल्म इंडस्ट्री के बारे में पूछना चाहें, जानना चाहें तो ओपन हाउस, प्लीज मोस्ट वेलकम। मैं आपको यहाँ ज्ञान की तालीम देने नहीं आया, मेरी क्या औकात है, मेरी कोई औकात नहीं है, मेरी कोई हस्ती नहीं है। मैं तो अपनी जिंदगी के 70 साल का होने वाला हूँ। इन 70 साल में जो है बैलगाड़ी से लेकर और प्राइवेट जेट तक की सफर यात्रा कर ली। छोटे से गांव में पैदा हुआ हूँ, वहाँ से लेके सब देख लिया है। उस जिंदगी के उन 69-70 साल के अनुभवों का, एक्सपीरियंस का जो निचोड़ है वो आपके साथ शेयर करूंगा। मैं कौन होता हूँ आपको, आपसे एड्रेस करने वाला? आई एम नोबॉडी, बिलीव मी। तो अगर आप पूछना चाहें फिल्म इंडस्ट्री के बारे में तो ऐसा टॉपिक है जहां सब कुछ आ जाता है, सारी की अभी देखिए ना, आज की रात, सब आ जाएगा उसमें।
सर
जी,
एक क्वेश्चन यहाँ से
आप बताइए तो मैं उस तरह से गुनगुना दूंगा।
नमस्ते अनु जी। एक बार अगर आप वो रैप सुना दें, रात शाम सपने में आयो।
अच्छा वो अभी मतलब है तो नहीं,
कोई जरूरत नहीं है, आप तो बस रैप ही सुना दीजिए, आपके मुंह से तो वही सुनना है।
हाँ जरूर आपके लिए गुनगुना दूंगा। वो
थैंक यू।
वो दरअसल से ब्रज का एक भजन है। ब्रज में, वृंदावन में, मथुरा में, गोवर्धन में, बरसाने में, ये जो पूरा अंचल है ब्रज का, ये कृष्ण है, कृष्ण की भूमि है। अभी भाई साहब मिले थे और यहाँ पे जो भांग है वो तामसिक नहीं मानी जाती है। शराब तामसिक है लेकिन भांग तामसिक नहीं मानी जाती है। वो कहते हैं शंकर जी का घोटा है उसके लगाने के बाद। और अब अगर ये जो कैनबिस के अगर आप उसका केमिकल एनालिसिस करें तो वो आपके चित्त को बड़ा ठंडा करती है। तो भंगेड़ी आदमी जो है वो बड़ा शांत होता है, लड़ने लायक नहीं होता है भंग। और शराब जो पीता है वो थोड़ा सा अग्रेसिव हो जाता है। शराब पी के आप देखिएगा सारे लोगों, क्या करती है, आपने देखा होगा फिल्मों के अंदर ये सारा। तो ब्रज में भांग घोटने के बाद एक ट्रेडिशन है। एक और ट्रेडिशन मैंने कल से स्टार्ट किया है, वो ज़रूर आपके साथ शेयर करूंगा क्योंकि आपका मंच बहुत बड़ा है। और ये जितने लोग बैठे हुए हैं, जो 100 बैठे हैं, 150 लोग बैठे हैं, ये बहुत ही वाइब्रेंट माइंड, इंटेलिजेंट माइंड, इंटेलेक्ट के मालिक हैं। इसलिए आपको अगर आपके दिल और दिमाग में मैं अपने कॉन्सेप्ट की जगह बना पाया तो मुझे समझूंगा कि मेरा आना यहाँ पे बहुत ज़्यादा कामयाब रहा है। वो कॉन्सेप्ट भी आपको बताऊंगा। बहरहाल ब्रज के कॉन्सेप्ट की जिन्होंने भाई ने पूछा है वो ज़रूर आपको बता दूंगा कि वहाँ पर भांग घोटी जाती है। और भांग इसलिए नहीं घोटी जाती कि मैं लूँ, बल्कि सबके कम्युनिटी फीलिंग है, कम्युनिटी को बुलाया जाता है। और कम्युनिटी मेंबर मतलब आपके मोहल्ले के लोग आते हैं और भांग को प्रसाद समझ के खाते हैं। और भांग छानना उसको बोलते हैं। आनंद की अनुभूति होती है और मस्त होके वो भजन गाते हैं, भजन। तो भांग छानने के बाद वो आह्वान करते हैं कि आप आइए। तो कैसे बोलते हैं कि भैया रामगढ़ वाले, ओ भैया रामगढ़ वाले, ओ भैया सामगढ़ वाले, ए भैया रामगढ़ वाले, ओ भैया सामगढ़ वाले, अरे जसोदा के नंदन ब्रज के राजा, जाए भांग छाननी है 42nd एनुअल कॉन्फ्रेंस में आजा, ऐसे बोलते हैं। तो भैया रामगढ़ वाले, भैया सामगढ़ वाले, अरे जसोदा के नंदन ब्रज के राजा, और जाए भांग छाननी है ते आजा। तो रात शाम सपने में आए। म्यूजिक होता तो फिर अलग बात होती, लेकिन फिर भी थोड़ी सी झांकी सुन देख लीजिए। रात शाम सपने में आए, अरे दहिया पी गए सररररररर, दहिया पी गए सररररररर, दहिया पी गए सररररररर, दहिया पी गए सररररररर। रात शाम मोरी चूनर पकड़ी, अरे चूनर उड़ गई फररररररर, चूनर उड़ गई फररररररर। अब एक टेलीविज़न के प्रोग्राम में मैंने मूड आ गया, याद आ गया, तो मैंने 300 साल पुराना रैप, महाकवि रसखान का लिखा हुआ रैप इसके अंदर ऐड कर दिया। रैप को हमारी भाषा में कवित्व बोलते हैं, कवित्व करना। तो वो जो रैप है वो महाकवि रसखान की कविता है। रसखान का असली नाम था शेख इब्राहिम सैयद, लेकिन कृष्ण भक्त थे और गोकुल में ही उनकी समाधि है। तो उन्होंने लिखा कि दहिया पी गए सररररररर, दहिया पी गए सररररररर, रात शाम सपने में आए, दहिया पी गए सररररररर, दहिया पी गए सररररररर। आज गई होती भाव रही हूँ, आज सवेरे मैं नंद बाबा के घर पे गई थी। आज गई होती भाव रही हूँ, रस खानी रही कहीं नंद के भवन। बाको जियो जुग लाख करोड़, जसमति को सुख जात नहीं। बाको जियो जुग लाख करोड़, जसमति को सुख जात नहीं। तेल लगाए लगाए के अंजन भौं बनाए बनाए डिटोन, तेल लगाए लगाए के अंजन भौं बनाए बटाए जन। वाछवी को रस खान बिलोकत भारत काम कला निधि कोटि, वाछवी को रथ खान बिलोकत भारत काम कला निधि कोटि। काग के भाग बड़ी सजनी, हरी हाथ से ले गौ माखन रोटी, दहिया पी गए सररररररर, दहिया पी गए सररररररर, दहिया पी गए सररररररर। तो ये एक टेलीविज़न के प्रोग्राम में गा दिया, वो वायरल हो गया। आप जैसे लोगों ने बड़ा प्रेम से स्वीकार किया तो मैंने वो कर दिया। वो तो मैंने सोचा भी नहीं था कि मैं वहाँ पे गाऊंगा, लेकिन ये ब्रज का एक पारंपरिक भजन जैसा ही है, लेकिन लोग इसके ऊपर नृत्य करते हैं, ठुमकने का मन करता है, डांस करने का मन करता है। काय के लिए? क्यों? मज़ा आता है। ये मज़ा आपके जीवन में सारे जीवन भर बना रहे, यही प्रार्थना कर सकता हूँ। मैंने अगेन कहा, आई एम नॉट ए होली मैन, आई एम नॉट ए बाबा, लेकिन उसके लिए क्या, उसके लिए कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है। बृहदारण्यक एक उपनिषद है हिंदुओं का, उसका एक श्लोक है। आई एम श्योर आप में से 90% लोगों को वो श्लोक पता होगा। वो है सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिना सर्वे सन्तु निरामया। सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिना, इस यहाँ जितने लोग बैठे हैं सबके जीवन में सुख ही सुख हो। सर्वे सन्तु निरामया, आपके जीवन में कोई रोग नहीं आए, सब निरोगी जीवन जिए। सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिना सर्वे सन्तु निरामया, सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु माँ कश्चित दुखम भाग भवेत्। आप सब मंगलकारी घटनाओं के विटनेस हों। आपके जीवन में कोई कष्ट नहीं हो, आपके जीवन में कोई दुख नहीं हो, आपके जीवन में कोई रोग नहीं हो, और आप उस सेलेस्टियल इवेंट के, उस सेलेस्टियल हैपनिंग है उसके विटनेस बने रहें। इससे बड़ा श्लोक मुझे तो आज तक कोई नज़र नहीं आया जिसमें कोई टर्म्स एंड कंडीशन और हिडन कॉस्ट नहीं है कि आप मेरे भगवान को मानो, कि आप मेरे उसको मानो, कुछ नहीं है। प्योर प्रेयर है। और जिसने भी लिखा है, मुझे लगता है इस पूरे संसार में उससे बड़ा प्रेमी कोई पैदा नहीं होगा जो हम सब के लिए यही प्रार्थना करके गया हो। सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिना सर्वे सन्तु निरामया सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु माँ कश्चित दुख भाग भवेत्। आप सबका कल्याण हो, आप सबका भला हो, आपका जीवन निरोगी रहे और आप सब मंगलकारी ऑस्पिशियस घटनाओं के विटनेस रहें।
Anuj ji, we have one more question here from the member.
अनुज जी, राजेश हियर, मैं आपका पड़ोसी कोटा राजस्थान से हूँ। कोटा राजस्थान से हूँ
जी।
सर, मेरा सवाल ये कि आप अंताक्षरी जो इतना बड़ा मंच आपने बनाया और उसको विश्व विख्यात किया आपने, उसको मुझे कहीं लगता है कि आपने कहीं बीच में छोड़ दिया। अंताक्षरी का ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ टाइम उसका इम्पोर्टेंस बहुत ख़त्म हो गया। आपको नहीं लगता कि कहीं आपकी एक नैतिक जिम्मेदारी बनती है कि इसको एक लीगेसी बना के इसको आगे कहीं?
दादा नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है। अंताक्षरी एक खेल है जो आपकी संस्कृति से जुड़ा हुआ है। भरत मुनि के जो नाट्य शास्त्र में 64 कलाओं का वर्णन है, उनमें से एक कला अंताक्षरी भी थी। तो ये विशुद्ध रूप से एक इंडियन गेम है जिसके कॉन्सेप्ट आपके जो हॉली स्क्रिप्चर्स हैं नाट्य शास्त्र में पाए जाते हैं। अगर हम मान के चलें कि उसका एज 4500 ईयर्स ओल्ड है, तो ये पूरी तरह से इंडियन कॉन्सेप्ट है। अभी समय के साथ साथ तो इंडियननेस तो चली ही गई है ना। आपने देखा आज का टर्मिनोलॉजी जो है, लिंगो भी चेंज हो गया है पूरा का पूरा, धीरे धीरे ओके के हो जाता है। लेकिन अब मैं उस पर तो क्या बोलूं, आपको पसंद है कि नहीं है। आप सोचिए कि जो गाना, इतना प्यारा भजन बहन तमन्ना भाटिया के ऊपर जो पिक्चराइज है, क्या आप अपने पापा को सुना सकते हैं? या कहिए पापा अपने पापा को सुना सकते हैं? नहीं सुना सकते। आपको मालूम है नहीं सुना सकते। यहां जो आप सभी यंगस्टर्स बैठे हुए हैं और नहीं भी हैं तो समझने में क्या जाता है, ठीक है ना। जवानी कमाल की चीज है, रात भी, नींद भी, कहानी भी। हाय क्या चीज है जवानी भी। ये जवानी से बच जाएंगे तो वृद्धावस्था है। ये वृद्धावस्था ठीक से निकल जाए, किसी पे बोझ ना बने सर। हंसते खेलते आए और हंसते खेलते चले जाएं, किसी पे बोझ नहीं बनना। टैक्स लायबिलिटी नहीं होनी है, असेट होना है। मुझे बड़े गर्व के साथ कहना पड़ रहा है कि मैंने अपने जो भी कुछ 100 रुपए कमाए हैं, 100 दिरहम कमाए हैं, मैंने एक रखा, पहले टैक्स ठीक से दे दो ना, अच्छी नींद आएगी। और मुझे तो हर साल गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया टैक्स रिफंड करती है, हर साल, एवरी ईयर। चैन से सोता हूं मैं। ठीक है, मेरे पास ब्रांड न्यू फैंटम नहीं होगी, लेकिन कोई बात नहीं ऐसे। और मैं आपकी फैंटम देख के मैं जलूंगा भी नहीं, कोई बात नहीं। आपको फैंटम मुबारक हो। जाना आपको भी अबू धाबी है और मुझे भी अबू धाबी है। आप शायद जल्दी पहुंच जाओगे, मैं थोड़ा लेट पहुंचूंगा।
अनुज जी, वन क्वेश्चन हियर।
जी सर।
जब आपने अंताक्षरी शुरू की थी जी टीवी पे, हम लोग वैसे बच्चे की उम्र में थे, लेकिन फिर भी हमने उस टाइम एंजॉय बहुत किया। ये कॉन्सेप्ट आया कहाँ से, आपने इसको डेवलप कैसे किया? क्योंकि स्टेज पे हम लोग देखे थे, आपको बहुत सारे गाने याद हैं। आप जब अंताक्षरी एग्जीक्यूट करते थे तो आपको बहुत सारे गाने उस टाइम आए थे। ये आपने सब कैसे किया? इट वॉज वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग टू सी फॉर अस, बट आपकी मेहनत उसके पीछे बहुत रही होगी। उस बारे में हम कुछ जानना चाहेंगे आपसे।
देखिए, बात ऐसी थी, ये प्रोग्राम जो गजेंद्र सिंह थे, उन्होंने जी टीवी पे काम करते थे। जी टीवी वालों को उसका कॉन्सेप्ट पिचिन किया और पिचिन करने के बाद उनके सामने समस्या आ गई कि वो होस्ट किसको लें। तो गजेंद्र सिंह ने मेरी एक कोई सीरियल थी जो श्री अनिल चौधरी ने, जिन्होंने मुझे लेके संत कबीर एक टेलीविज़न सीरियल बनाई थी, उस सीरियल को एडिट भी गजेंद्र सिंह ने किया था। तो गजेंद्र सिंह ने पूछा होगा कि कौन ऐसा है कि जो होस्ट कर सके। तो माननीय अनिल चौधरी ने ये कहा कि अन्नू को ले लो। पता नहीं गजेंद्र सिंह के दिमाग में ये किसने घुसेड़ दिया था कि ये तो इतना दारू पीता है कि गटर में पड़ा रहता है। ठीक है, लेकिन जब तक ये आया था तो मैं शराब पीना तो 83, भैया शराब पीने के लिए भी तो पैसा चाहिए ना। और गरीब का लड़का शराब पी के बर्बाद हो जाए, उन गरीबों में से तो नहीं था मैं, ना। तो 83 में तो मैंने एक छोटी सी घटना के ऊपर ही शराब पीना छोड़ दिया था, दारू पीना, जो हार्ड लिकर आप जैसे। बहरहाल उनको अन्नू कपूर को उन्होंने अप्रोच किया और 2-3 बार जब डेट की बात आई तो वो डेट कैंसिल होती चली गई। और मैं तब भी स्ट्रगलर था और आज भी स्ट्रगलर हूँ। स्ट्रगल की डिफरेंट स्टेजेस होती हैं। पहले भी 4 रोटी होती थी, अभी 4 रोटी की कीमत बढ़ गई है, लेकिन स्ट्रगल पूरी जिंदगी भर रहता है। अभी मैंने किसी फंक्शन में बोल दिया कि मुकेश अंबानी भी स्ट्रगलर हैं। अरे मुकेश अंबानी को आप स्ट्रगल को केवल धन के से क्यों इवैल्यूएट करते हैं यार? ये शरीर भी तो एक स्ट्रगल है बाबा। ये तोंद बढ़नी शुरू हो जाती है, किडनी की प्रॉब्लम होने लगती है, फैटी लिवर होने लगता है, वो स्ट्रगल नहीं है क्या? और वो स्ट्रगल इतना खतरनाक स्ट्रगल है, आपके फाइनेंशियल स्ट्रगल से भी ज्यादा खतरनाक स्ट्रगल है। आपका कितना 47,000, सोमानी साहब कितने 47,000 करोड़ थे ना झुंझुनवाला के हैं, लेकिन शरीर की तरफ ध्यान नहीं दिया। शरीर की तरफ ध्यान नहीं दिया, रखे रह गए। टुक हिरसो हवा को छोड़ मियाँ मत देश विदेश फेरे मारा, कज़्ज़ाक अजल का लूटे है दिन रात बजाकर नक्कारा। क्या बधिया भैंसा बैल शुतर, क्या गौने पल्ला सर बारा, क्या गेहूं चावल मोठ मटर, क्या आग धुआं और अंगारा, सब ठाठ पड़ा रह जाएगा जब लाज चलेगा बंजारा। जिसको जाना होता है ना 47,000 करोड़ धरे रह जाते हैं, शरीर की तरफ ध्यान नहीं दिया। ऐसा आया कि अन्नू कपूर को ले लो, डेट कैंसिल होती चली गई, मैं किसी और रेखा जी जो हीरोइन है, अपना देश भी कमाल है मैडम। अपने देश में लाखों लोग, करोड़ों लोग गरीबी की रेखा से नीचे रहते हैं, बिलो द पॉवर्टी लाइन कहते हैं ना, गरीबी की रेखा से नीचे रहते हैं। इतना गरीब देश, हमारे देश में गरीबी की रेखा दूर नहीं होती, लेकिन रेखा की गरीबी दूर हो जाती है। हाँ, ये ध्यान रखना। तो उनके साथ पिक्चर कर रहा था मैं, और जिस दिन ये शूटिंग थी 6 अगस्त 1993 को, उस दिन मुझे 17 दिन के बाद पहला ब्रेक मिला था, और मैं निकल गया जरा पार्लर। मैंने कहा यार जरा पार्लर वार्लर तो हो जाए कुछ थोड़ा सा। वहां पार्लर के अंदर फोन आया और श्री गजेंद्र सिंह ने कहा कि आपकी जगह पर जिस व्यक्ति को होस्टिंग के लिए लिया गया, अभी आधा घंटा पहले वो सेट छोड़ के चले गए, वो सेट छोड़ के चले गए और आप आ जाइए। मैंने बड़ा समझाने की कोशिश की कि भाई मैं आज आ जाऊंगा, कल तो अतरानी साहब की शूटिंग है, लेकिन बहुत इमोशनल हो गया सारा का सारा मामला। कहने लगे आप मेरे बड़े भाई की तरह हैं, आप आ जाइए। इस तरह 6 अगस्त 1993 को मैंने कभी सोचा भी नहीं था कि जीवन ऐसा मोड़ ले लेगा। और जो साहब वो सेट छोड़ के गए थे, उनका नाम साजिद खान था। लेकिन एक बात ध्यान रखिएगा, अब जब आपने पूछ ही लिया है, और वो सोमानी साहब आपने ऐसा सब्जेक्ट दे दिया कि मैं दिमाग से भी थका हुआ हूँ, अभी बहुत सीरियस सब्जेक्ट है ये, तो बहुत मैंने पूरी कोशिश की कि आपका किसी तरह से मन बहला सकूं, कि आपको मज़ा दे सकूं। लेकिन फिर भी नियति एक कभी मिल जाए। आजीवक करके एक नया सेक्ट हुआ था महावीर स्वामी के टाइम पर, और उनका ही एक बहुत प्रिय शिष्य था जिसका नाम था मक्खली गोशालक। ये आजीवक नाम की जो सेक्ट था, पूरा संप्रदाय था, इसको गायब कर दिया गया, इसके शास्त्रों को गायब कर दिया गया। इसलिए गायब किया गया कि मक्खली गोशालक का अध्ययन, मनन और चिंतन के बाद वो इस निष्कर्ष पर पहुंचा था कि नियति ही सब कुछ है, हर चीज प्री डिटरमिन्ड है, कोई है। और बार बार आप ताज्जुब करेंगे, उस पुस्तक को मैंने कहीं से ढूंढ निकाला। उस पुस्तक में एक महायांत्रिकी वर्ड 4 बार आया है। हिंदी टर्मिनोलॉजी जो समझते हैं महायांत्रिक का, इफ आई ट्रांसलेटेड, इट्स जस्ट लाइक वेरी क्लोजर टू सुपर कंप्यूटर। वो बार बार ये वर्ड का इस्तेमाल करता है। महायांत्रिकी ही निर्धारित करता है आपकी नियति। कोई सुपर कंप्यूटर डिसाइड्स योर फेट। आप एक एक चीज, मेरा उंगली का इशारा भी किसी ने डिसाइड किया हुआ था, मेरा यहां आना भी, आप सब लोगों को फेस करना भी किसी ने प्री डिटरमिन्ड था। मैं कुछ नहीं रोक सकता था सर, दुनिया की कोई ताकत रोक नहीं सकती है। सो इस तरह से जो मेरा था वो मुझे मिल गया। फिर जब करना था तो मैंने पहले ही दिन, उन्होंने कहा कि आप कोई भी अक्षर दे दीजिए पहले राउंड के लिए, पा दे दीजिए, सा दे दीजिए, आ दे दीजिए। तो मैंने मन में सोचा, ए फ्रैक्शन ऑफ ए सेकंड में सोचना था। वहाँ 3 म्यूजिशियन बैठे हुए थे, तो कहने लगे अनुज ठीक है, फिर आप कोई भी अपने मनपसंद दे दीजिए। उन्होंने कहा एक्शन, कैमरा रोल, एक्शन। तो फिर मैंने बोला कि मैं आपको एक क्यू देने जा रहा हूँ, उसके लास्ट अक्षर से आप गा दीजिएगा। अंताक्षरी तो ऐसी होती है। एंड देन सडनली इट हैड टू हैपन। और मैंने वो 3 म्यूजिशियन से कहा दादा जरा सुर दीजिएगा। अब ये इतना फ्रिवलस टर्म है, आप किसी म्यूजिशियन को बोल रहे हैं जरा सुर दे दीजिएगा। मैं जैसे आपसे बोल जरा कैलकुलेट कीजिए, आप कहेंगे भाई क्या कैलकुलेट करना है? कैलकुलेशन में तो डिवीजन भी है मल्टीप्लिकेशन भी है, डिडक्ट भी है, क्या कर गए, तो बड़ा वेग सा टर्म हो गया ना। लेकिन ऐसा होना था, उन्होंने मुझे सुर दे दिया। और मैंने तो सोचा नहीं था, वो गाना जरूर मैं सुनाऊंगा जहां ना मैंने सोचा था, ना प्रोग्राम बनाने वालों ने सोचा था कि होस्ट जो है वो गाना भी गाएगा क्या। और वो गाना आप ताज्जुब करेंगे, फागुन फिल्म का गाना है और मेरे अलावा टेलीविजन पे किसी ने गाया भी नहीं है वो गाना। ओरिजिनल गाना भी सुनिएगा। तो वो गाना अगर आप इजाजत दें तो गुनगुना के बताता हूं, जिसने मेरी किस्मत उसके गाना क्या यार, तो उस गाने को सुनने के बाद लोग वहां कंट्रोल रूम में बैठे थे, अरे यार ये क्या हो गया है, ये क्या है। वो गाना मैं जरूर आपके साथ शेयर करूंगा, जिसने मेरी एकदम दिशा ही बदल दी है। मैं सोया अखियां मीचे, मैं सोया, मैं सोया अखियां मीचे, तेरी जुल्फों के नीचे, दुनिया को छोड़ दीवानी, अब रहा जमाना पीछे, मैं सोया अखियां मीचे। ये कौन हंसी शर्माया, बादल को पसीना आया, ये कौन हंसी शर्माया, बादल को पसीना आया, बादल को पसीना आया, मैं सोया अखियां मीचे। बहुत रेयर गाना है ये, कोई गाता भी नहीं है। सेकंड एपिसोड में दुर्गा जसराज जी ने, जो मेरी साथी थी, उन्होंने कहा, ये मुझे अच्छी तरह से मालूम है, वो सेकंड एपिसोड इसके बाद ही होता, 6 अगस्त 1993 को। इत्तेफाक से 6 अगस्त को उनकी माताजी का बर्थडे भी होता है, मधुरा जी को। अभी जो 1-1.5 महीने पहले जो जिनकी मृत्यु हुई है मधुरा जी के लिए, उनकी स्मृति मैं भूल नहीं सकता उनका बर्थडे कभी, क्योंकि तो दुर्गा जसराज जी ने कहा, अच्छा तो ठीक है, फिर अगले शुक्रवार को मिलते हैं इसी जगह जी टीवी पर, उस प्रोग्राम में जिसका नाम है अंताक्षरी। तब तक स्पॉन्सर आया नहीं था, तो क्लोजअप अंताक्षरी नहीं होती। मैंने कहा अगले हफ्ते इसी समय मिलते हैं इस प्रोग्राम में जिसका नाम है अंताक्षरी जी टीवी पर, एंड तब तक गुड नाइट। और उन्होंने गुड नाइट कहा और अन्नू कपूर भड़क गया, बाय बाय मिस गुड नाइट, कल फिर मिलेंगे, रंगीला दिन बीता, रंगीली रात आई, बाय बाय मिस गुड। बस इस यहाँ से डिस्कवरी हुई, इनोवेटिव हुई। और मैं फ्रैंकली बोल रहा हूँ, उसके बाद मैं अपनी वसीयत एंकरिंग की, गाने की, सोच की, बोलने की, सजाने की, स्वेटर बुनने की, वो अपने पीछे छोड़ के जा रहा हूँ। 500 लोग चैनल चला रहे हैं उसके ऊपर, मुझे खुशी है इस बात की। लेकिन मैंने अपने यंगस्टर्स को, आने वाली जनरेशन को कोई गंदी चीज़ नहीं दी है, बस इसका मुझे गर्व है। अच्छे अच्छे गाने गाता था, अच्छी कविताओं के गाने गाता था, कभी गंदा कोई गाना मैंने नहीं गाया है, कभी कोई गंदा मजाक मैंने नहीं किया है। तो मैंने अपना काम पूरी तरह से कर दिया है। अब आपके ऊपर डिपेंड करता है भाई कि आप अंताक्षरी को आगे बढ़ाते हैं कि नहीं बढ़ाते। आपका कलेक्टिव रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी वी हैव टू ओन, collective responsibility. Whatever is happening in the world, we are responsible for that, directly or indirectly. कुछ डायरेक्ट टैक्स होते हैं, कुछ इनडायरेक्ट टैक्स होते हैं। हम सब रिस्पॉन्सिबल हैं अपनी अपनी कर्मों के लिए। और मुझे मालूम नहीं अगला जन्म क्या है, पिछला जन्म क्या है, लेकिन those who play with swords are ultimately bound to die with swords. मरना सबको है, लेकिन हम निर्भया के उन 4 गुनहगारों की तरह मरना नहीं चाहते हैं। एक ट्रेडिशन मैंने कल से स्टार्ट किया है, उसके साथ मैं आपसे आज्ञा दूंगा। उसको बयान करने के बाद अगर कोई स्वयं, मेरे मन में बहुत दिन से उठ रहा था कि हम पुरुषों के जीवन में 4 महिलाएं बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होती हैं, हमारी माता, हमारी बहन, हमारी पत्नी और हमारी बेटी। मैंने 14 दिसंबर को कल से आवाहन किया कि हर 14 दिसंबर को हम अपनी माता, बहन, पुत्री और बीवी का चरण धोकर उसके सम्मान करेंगे। आज हमारे वेबसाइट को आप देखिए, लाखों लोग जुड़ गए हैं, लाखों लोग अपने वीडियो बना के मिल रहे हैं। इस आवाहन का नाम है सम्मान वॉशिंग द फीट। तो ये कल से आवाहन शुरू हुआ है और मेरा लक्ष्य है कि व्हाइट हाउस में जिस दिन डोनाल्ड ट्रंप मेलानिया भाभी के पैर धोएंगे और मेरे साइट के ऊपर अपलोड करेंगे, तब गंतव्य पूरा होगा। हमारे जीवन में ये आने वाली 4 स्त्रियों को हम सम्मान देंगे, हम एक पुरुष के रूप में। आज के लिए बस इतना ही। अगर बातचीत के दौरान मुझसे कोई क्षमा हो गई हो, गलती हो गई हो, भूल चूक, लेनी देनी माफ़, मेरा हिसाब किताब आपके साथ बिल्कुल क्लियर होना चाहिए, बल्कि टैक्स का रिफंड भी आना बहुत ज़रूरी है मेरे पास। बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, वंदे मातरम।
Big round of applause please for Dr. Anu Kapoor. क्या जबरदस्त है, such a down to earth person. Very rarely we see people like him. So give a big rounding. You know, we need some really push. Show to him that we are here. We appreciate him. We love him. Thank you. Now I'd like to request Chairman, Vice Chairman, and our former Chairman. So please join on the stage. So we present a memento to Dr. Anu Kapoor.
Bye.
So all right, as we come towards the end of this incredible conference, I'd like to remind everyone that the excitement isn't over as yet. Tonight, we have another show, which is musical show with Stabin Band, but the door is going to start at 8 o'clock, so please try to be here at 8 o'clock. It promises to be a night filled with melody, fun, and celebration, so take this time to recharge, get ready for an amazing evening ahead. So I officially express our gratitude to everyone who made it today and made this conference a big event. So looking forward to see you later today in the evening. Bye-bye. Shabba khair.